Alright, there we go. Things finally working. Alright, there we go. Cool. My volume's a little bit loud, but alright. So, there's a bunch of online tournaments happening literally today, and also tomorrow with PPG, CCS, and also this Italian Noxus League. Tiger Death was one of the, he got second place at one of the Runes and Rifts online events. So, this is the only one. Oh, this has gameplay as well. Let me pull up a multi-Twitch. I'll have that be on my third monitor. Let's go multi-Twitch TV slash Pro Play Games Live 20 Lore Pro Runes League. Let's see if that works. Hey, Sanini and Re-Resed. I'm back. It's been a while. It's been like a month, probably. Was working on the guide, and then had a lot of coaching. And then today I had a skirmish, but it was only 4 people at the one that I went to. So that didn't take too long, so I've got a lot of time to stream. So let's... How do I disable chat? So this... I chat. Toggle chat. Okay, so these are up. I can set these all to like 480p probably. Okay, cool. So gameplay is going on. Not sure, this I'm gonna actually check right now to see if there's another round left in this stream. I love advertisements, oh my god. Suggested collabs, Savits. I'm not good enough to collab with Savits. Also, for some reason, I don't know what's going on with my computer. But, it is going very slowly with loading some things. Very slowly for no reason. There isn't a memory leak or anything, it's just nothing is going quickly. Oh, alright, never mind. Fuck me. Fucking sub-only VODs. God damn it. Does anyone pay? Does anyone actually pay a subscription to see VODs? Like, I mean, I guess it doesn't cost that much, but still, like, just on principle, it's just like such a fuck you to anyone that couldn't be there live. In my opinion. How's it going, Silent Night? There's free extensions? Oh, there's extensions that beat the sub-only VODs? Hold on, give me that Tog. Wait, is that Tog? Tog bound. Did you rename your Twitch account? Wasn't it just Tog before? Alright. Paper towel. Damn, everyone's here. WMB. Okay. Yeah, now you're Tog bound. Alright. Okay. So what do we got going on? We have X and 1s. I don't know why an X and 1 is getting shown round 6. Is there a bracket link for this? Do we know where this event is getting run? What tournament website? TFT Regionals, ADHD Split Brain. Yeah, look at this. Alright, so what do we have? We have a Victor. No Vanguard Army. Where did all these tokens come from? How does the Victor have this many tokens in play? Is that a yellow seal? Like alt art yellow seal? That looks like that. 6 points to 6, so Imperial Decree or Grand Stratagem is a GG. Is that a salvage in hand? That's 2 salvages in hand against mid-range Draven? Is this game 1? Okay, it's game 1. Still trying to figure out what the hell's going on over here. Alright, here we are in game 3. Looks like they've each won a game. And this is top 8 now. There were a couple of guys. I actually did a money match against some of the players. Yeah, Tiger Death was one of them. It was like Team Eclipse. One of them messaged me on Metafy and said, we play a best of 3 Miracle Draven Mirror, and if I win, they buy my guide and pay double for it. The robot thing that spawns 3, yeah, that makes sense. So we did that, and then I also like hung out and talked to them for a bit. and then coached one of them, and then was gonna coach another one before today for this event, but then they didn't have time. Schedule didn't work. Actually, message that guy, ask him how he did. But yeah, I used to like when TI was going on way back, I would have a multi-Twitch because TI would have like 5 streams at a time. So I would have 4 of them in a multi-Twitch and then one on main monitor that I'd be watching actively. Um, and then similar thing with it was mostly for Dota, but also a bit for HOTS and other. How are the games today? I don't know. I just started watching. I was watching a little bit on my phone and before I left to the skirmish, and a lot of what I saw was Aurelia players trolling out of their minds. Um, like that was something that my teammates told me was that I'm really good at Aurelia, and um, I thought I wasn't doing anything special basically. Um, but then now I watch other people play Aurelia and I can understand. Okay, never mind. All of the Aurelia players are trolling whenever they play the deck. Help with Aurelia some tech. All right. And I'm assuming this is untimed. So we can do a quick hop on over to the Victor, where they have in fact played the Imperial Decree and are in fact sending one recruit at a time. And this is, oh, that's Miracle Draven. Wait, it's Called Shot in hand? Oh, it could be mid-range with Called Shot in hand. We have a Tide Turner. We can flip that guy. I mean, what are we doing here? Can we concede? What the fuck is in his hand? How does he have 10 cards in hand? Okay, I mean, like, part of it is the Imperial Decree's fault, but still. Why do we have this many cards in hand? Does he get his draw trigger? Yeah, he does get his draw trigger. Does he get the draw trigger here? Do we have, like, a Bellows Breath coming up or something? Have, like, a set 3 purple card that says, you may play this to a battlefield that your opponent is contesting, and its action speed? Alright. Not sure what's going on. Okay. Now what? I'm not sure why this manufacturer has a die on it either. Oh, he does not get his draw. Alright. He does not know about the Imperial Decree interaction. Okay. Alright. I mean, you're entitled to taking those 2 minutes to sit there and let your opponent play out their lethal, onboard lethal, but um, if this match goes to time, I'm blaming this Draven player for it. Alright. What's going on? We have a Thousand-Tailed Watcher not accelerated. What is the score? Ah. 7 points? Dang, we came in at a bad time. Because we've ended up at an interesting position. I want to know how we got here. I might watch the VOD of this, at least the top 16, or I guess round before top 8 cut match. Because that was one of the guys that I was talking to, played that. At least I think that's what he's saying. So probably that Vex got Falling Starred, or maybe the 2-drops got Falling Starred. And then the Ezreal was very low on card draw looking at this. Also a Seal ended up in the trash. How did that happen? Weird. Draven for Vex. Number of road. Oh, just for the mirror. Oh, that's gonna be so disgusting. If they nuke Draven from orbit and leave Aurelia alone, and it's all just Aurelias, and they all start main decking Vex, it's like 3 Vex. 3 Vex, no purple Draven. Alright, so we have successfully cycled this Noxus Hopeful into a card, and he will now die. I mean, we were looking for lethal. There's 1 Ride the Wind already in there, so that may have been a 1 Ride the Wind draw. Don't tell anyone, but it's A-list. What, for the ban list? It's a list of cards? It won best of at Vegas. What, main deck Vex? Eh. Hella, apparently. Hella a list. Alright. You heard it here first. Tog confirmed. There will be a list of bans. Oh, it had 1. Okay. Yeah, that's different from 3. Hella bans. We're going back to set 1. Set 2, wiping it clean. Doesn't exist anymore. Set 1 meta was great. Let's go back. Let me get my chance to get a Teemo. Best of. Triple Vex was there? Yeah, I mean, in the sideboard, sure. But main deck is crazy. When it's only good against Aurelia and anti-opponent Vexes. Oh, 3 Vexes, 1 Draven. Okay, yeah. Interesting. But why? What costs are you reducing? You still have a minimum energy cost, so you can't, I mean, you don't pay a power for your Defiant Dance. You still pay 1 for Defiant Dance and On Guard. You pay 1 less for Discipline. You don't pay power for Defy and Not So Fast. I mean, eh. 2 Rebukes in main. Yeah, Rebuke is a good card to play with Vex. Why did we sacrifice our Noxus Hopeful? Why does Ezreal have every single rune open? Oh, because they left every single rune open. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, there's a new match. What is this? Irelia versus Lucian? Hmm. If you play around the axes, you are chilling. Rebuke is good against mid-range Draven, especially when they're all main deck 3 Ferris Forerunner. Ooh, why are we putting the Watcher in base? So that is an 8 with 6 on it. We're going to hit it for another 2. Trigger Ezreal. Okay. If we know we're going to be killing this Bryn here and preventing a Darius from either ending the game, then we save our Watcher from Darius getting equipped with the axe. The cat is sitting there meowing at me when I already fed him. How does that work? Okay, yeah. I'm thinking because he activated the Ezreal after the opponent let their unit die, but how it really works is the opponent has their response window to the Frigid Touch, passes it, and then you activate Ezreal, and this is like shortcutting. Because if you don't activate Ezreal, and the opponent, let's say they play a Draven from hand and don't equip the axe and pass, you would never have a window to activate Ezreal after the unit dies. Of course, that's not going to happen. They're not going to let their axe die. To deny a draw for Ezreal, unless he has one card in hand. There's no way Ezreal's one card in hand, right? No, that is a lot of cards in hand. Alright, please don't attack with this Draven. Darius. Oh yeah, I need to announce that Man, it's been a while. I'm so rusty at this. There we go. Thanks for the follow, Tamascan and Lucky. Oh yeah, it's something it's on my to-do list. I'm catching up on things slowly, being away for 2 weeks. Just behind on everything. Alright, what's going on over here? A gold got salvaged, it looks like. Wait, we kept the salvages in after sideboarding? I mean, I could see keeping one, but they only have 3 spinning axes to target, unless you saw your opponent play an Edge of Night or a longsword.
Pull over a judge. He was nodding towards them and talking to him.
Oh.
And
This is a judge call for the
He's
up to
talking
1
to
target
someone.
on salvage.
They could have escalated it. Could be.
I did go to skirmish. It was just 4 people, so it only took a couple hours. Oh boy. Is this a mistapped rune? That is a mistapped rune. 32 people? Yeah, I mean, I got lucky, kind of. I know it was just the closest one to me, which wasn't even particularly close, but it was at least a simple transit. Yes, that's a misplace. That is 7 runes instead of 8, which can definitely matter. What is the plan here? You could go for Bryn here, and you would get to kill one of the battlefields, maybe, if you don't get hit by a smokescreen or a frigid touch. If you have a 1 mana spell, you might be able to kill through that. You have 10? No, you can't. Well, if you have a Cleaver or a Bloodmush, but they don't play those cards. Alright, this is enough graveyard shuffling. Let's see what this Lucian's doing. Did see an Auction steal something at some point. Looks like it was not a Guardian Angel that got stolen. But the Aurelia's dead, and the Lucian's way ahead on points. Ooh, do they have the Skyfall combo? They do have the Skyfall combo together, too. So this is pretty much over. And you could get... Oh, he already has the Skyfall combo. That is already just Trinity Force plus Skyfall. Ooh, he's got the Bone Shiver, too. Damn. Well, Show me a fight or flight, opponent. I don't think there's anything else we need to be doing here. Yeah, if they have fight or flight, then we challenge off the Stellacorn Herder, and it's still fine. We'll just do it next turn. So, literally unlosable. If they have Rebuke, what happens? If they have Rebuke, we can still replay the Lucian, Weapon Master 1, equip the other, and still challenge, and it's the exact same thing. What are we thinking about here? What, like, I don't even know what we could have in hand that would require thinking. Beating Lucian as Miracle. Sandrunner is a nightmare. Just put the units on the board and don't lose them for free. If you have 20 might, then the Ruin Runner doesn't do anything. Also, they don't have card draw unless they have Kaisa. So unless they do a Kaisa Relentless Pursuit, they're not going to have cards. I mean, they do have card draw battlefields, depending on what they're doing. Like, they run Sunken Temple, and maybe they run the buff battlefield. And then they potentially run... No, they can't even run Dreaming Tree in that deck. They have card draw. Maybe they don't have card draw battlefields the way that Fiora does. Alright, let's go next. Ferris Forerunner. Do we have Bellows Breaths in the deck? We certainly do have salvages. Vex main deck, yeah. That is Yellow Seal. Not sure why his Victor next to the Yellow Seal. That's kind of unclear unless they have their chosen champion off camera. Which looks like they probably do. So what do we do here? As Draven, we're at 6 points. Okay, so we're just trying to play around an Imperial Decree plus Bellows Breath, which this does not. I think this Forerunner needed to go in base, because the only way you lose this game is to Imperial Decree Bellows Breath, and when you put them both forward like this, your opponent can pop both of them, pop the Kaisa, you'll have 7 units in base, and Bellows Breath will clear 6 of them. Why did it just get dark? What is going on? This should still be unlosable with 4 units in base. The Victor's going to have to do something in order to clear through these units on battlefields. And it probably still involves Imperial Decree. But then if you get Imperial Decree Bellows Breath, you get to keep the mech tokens out of the Forerunner. I mean, this game's over. Let's go see what's going on over here. I believe a single turn got played out. Did the Darius get rebuked? No, he got killed. Did he miss the Darius trigger? Let's rewind a little bit. Nope. This is going a bit too slowly to even be able to use the power of alternate player rewind to see what's going on. I mean, was it just a Stupefy and the Darius face planted? 2 Stupefies? 2 Stupefies. Let's see, there were 7 runes open, so no, it was more than a Stupefy. Yeah, this is going to be a judge ruling on whether or not he missed the Darius trigger. Because he noticed as he was equipping the axe. So if he didn't finalize the equipping of the axe, then they're still at a spot in the game state where the most recent thing to happen was the Darius getting played and him being able to trigger. But that is up to judges for whether or not that's the case. Pull up the VOD, see what happened to the first Darius. While we're waiting, we can take a look at what's going on here. So there's the Bryn here. Here's the Darius. So we went in for 8. We got stupefied. Trade is offered. Cane shift. Which put it to -4, and it's an 8, and then it just loses the combat. And then isn't this the first card played then? Wait, what are we even talking about then? Hey Yuki. What? Alright, I don't know what we even need a judge call for then. So why did I close this? I'm trolling. I need this open to watch the top 16. And honestly, I should just leave it open to watch. What happened in the earlier part of this game, because a watcher got rebuked and some of the weird stuff happened. Yeah, and you were off. Okay. They've even got a meta breakdown. Huh. That's surprisingly diverse for an event that doesn't have best of prizing. Alright. What's going on with this Lucian? He has been charmed twice. This is Obelisk of Power, so Boots of Swiftness, Stellacorn Herder. Send in the Stellacorn Herder, equip it, charm twice, and activate Aurelia to conquer a second point. And Lucian played Lucian. Did we Kaisa and send her in? No, she got charmed. They do have best of prizing, okay. 16 might. Yeah, I mean, if they get to that point where they have that much stuff and are at 6 points, then you're in trouble. Custom playmat, okay, nice. Only if they win at least 4 games. So you're telling me they didn't even bother making the custom Garen playmat? No, they errated the illusion signature to not need. I think they errated it. Let me actually check, or that might be something that needs to get errated. Yeah, that did not get eroded, but it should be. I'm not sure how they're ruling it in events. You do need, they have not eroded it, and they have not said that it should be ruled a certain way. Okay, yes, you must have an equipment on board to target. So you cannot play Relentless Pursuit in a deck without equipment, and if you manage to draw Relentless Pursuit and no equipment, nice brick in your hand. Aurelia burned a disgusting number of runes for how early it is. Why does this guy have a Rake? What if it's already equipped? I think you can target it no matter what. You just have to have a target, doesn't matter where it is. Yeah. Funny thing, actually, this counts as attaching it even if it's already attached. Same thing as Jax. Why is he burning so many runes? I don't know, for fun. But yeah, this you may attach. This is the same thing that was going on with Salvage, where it says you may kill a gear. When it says this, there must be a target. You must choose a target. There must be a target for you to choose to play the card, and then when it resolves, you can choose whether or not to kill it. And then they eroded it to say up to 1. And that is what also needs to happen with Relentless Pursuit. Like, this should say, choose a friendly unit and a gear with the same controller, move the friend and a target location, move that unit there, and then you may attach the chosen gear, chosen equipment to that unit. But you must choose the targets. Running Best of Vegas. I don't know why you would ever run Rake in your sideboard instead of Adaptatron. That doesn't make any sense. Like, you're already Aurelia, you can't afford to be burning runes. And Adaptatron is repeatable. Well, runes are gone. So if you can deal with this board as the Lucian, you're in a good spot. Talked about Detonate 1 or 2 times, opinion about it. I'm still not sure. It's probably more consistent for a good turn 3, and it gets Rosses out way faster, but I think it still has really awkward mid-game turns where you don't do anything too productive because you're busy playing gear and detonating it. Top 8 Bologna, buy entry to Lille. No, I think that was probably a one-time thing. I haven't heard anything about that. It was probably a one-time thing because the ticket sale situation for Bologna and Vegas was such a clown fiesta that they had to step in. Man, land. Oh yeah, you were the other Ezreal, right? The other Ezreal. Any info about Discord thing? Nope. No updates. Not sure when exactly Alan's getting back from vacation, but he will be getting back from vacation. That we have ranked now. Ranked what? Results from events. ELO Showdown. Is that the thing that Challenger TCG did? Or is this something else? Called Shot getting banned? It's probably Called Shot getting banned. The hell is this? Alright. What? Just type the ID? But I want to see the, like, relative to everything else. That doesn't seem to be working either. Yeah, it's not working. But I'll toss it over here. Alright. Has Lucian run out of accelerate units? Also, what happened? Wait, don't tell me he... God, did he send one unit at a time into the Stellacorn Herder and just die? Why? Your opponent has 2 runes, oh, you just died to discipline. Alright. We died to discipline. Why? Why would we do this? Well, now the game's over. Draven 1, game 2. As Victor has... Okay, this is the, what even is that card called? Man, I almost remember all the cards, and then I forget this one. Rally the troops, yes. Rally the troops, Victor. So that was a buff on that manufactor. I see. Alright. Oh, and we're 5 points to 3? What happened to the Draven's board? I'm so confused. It's like things make sense. Then I look away for a second, and all of a sudden the Draven has 1 unit on board and is behind on points. And just has no lead anywhere. Maybe he just got destroyed by Call of Week. Did he miss his 2-drop? That's possible. Missed 2-drop to get Draven Call of Week, but he has another card under there. He had to turn 3 Bryn here. Like maybe it was like 2-drop. He sent in the 2-drop. Had it get traded off, or maybe even got eaten by Victor, I don't know. And then the Draven got Call of Week. And then he had to play Bryn here, and now the game's completely over. Very aggressive to hide on each battlefield. But maybe it's fine. If they're both Hidden Blades, you're just going to do it anyway, but one of them's a Consult, probably. If we're playing Seals, we probably have to play Consult. Yeah, Imperial Decree makes this unlosable. Oh, there's a second hard bargain. Hold on. Hold on. Imperial Decree is going to be hard bargain 2 turns from now. And then the game might go on. Assuming Draven can hold this turn, and Victor doesn't. Like, Draven holds open 2 for hard bargain for the Decree next turn, and then holds 4 for the turn after that. And then also develops a base that's capable of pushing if the Victor goes to hold instead of pushing to Valmos. Nah, it's kind of over. I don't know where... Oh, was this Obelisk? Oh, this was Obelisk. So this was a turn 1 Draven, looks like. Why are we playing Falling Star? Do we have nothing better to do with ourselves? And we're shooting the unit on the battlefield? What is our hand? Treasure Hunter, Spinning Axe, and 2 cards I can't tell. I mean, we're countering card draw when the opponent has a full hand still. Oh, 2 fighter flights. Okay, yeah. I mean, we're just dead no matter what. This hand is unbelievably bad. Alright, let's see. We have this game, so we have an accelerated Kaisa. Why are we doing that? Because it taxes the opponent and prevents them from developing Aurelia. Wow, and it taxes them a Defiant Dance too. That's crazy. I don't think I like that Kaisa Accelerate. Especially we have Relentless Pursuit in hand. Holy, we had Relentless Pursuit in hand and we did that? Because we could have sat in base. Opponent still can't walk the Stellacorn Herder forward and develop Aurelia at the same time. And then we get the chance to Kaisa in Relentless Pursuit her and force a Defy. And like we're farming with Lucian the entire time. So opponent still probably has to go in, still probably has to charm the Lucian, and then has to protect themselves from the Kaisa. And then we potentially get to go like equip two things onto the Kaisa, go in. I don't know. I hate tapping out to accelerate Kaisa like that. Role playing as Annie. Still not sure what's happening with the match in the Runes League stream. They've just been off camera the entire time, unless I missed the match ending. Yeah, this guy, I don't think I've seen this guy put Aurelia into play. Like, that's the thing. Like, Aurelia might be the best deck in the game, but every Aurelia player just does the most random stuff and either doesn't play their chosen champion the entire game, or throws them away. Like, I have no idea. Okay, yes, I did in fact look away while the match got decided, very briefly. Okay, yeah. Yeah, the Darius got rebuked, and there was nothing left. Alright, did not miss anything interesting. If only we had Aurelia in play to fight this Rune Runner that our opponent showed us. That would be good, but we don't. We have a, I don't even know. What do we even have? We put Boots of Swiftness in play for fun. Because it's literally like your opponent telegraphs to you, like they put an expensive unit in play that's going to go into a battlefield, and then you put your Aurelia and say, you want to walk on the battlefield, Aurelia's going to come eat you. And then they are sad. But now what? Now we can't play the Aurelia because opponent goes to 4 points. I'm not sure how, but this game hasn't ended yet. But that's probably because the Imperial Decree didn't get played yet. And the Victor player pushed the Bryn here for no reason instead of taking their 6 points, and they pushed to 7 instead, and then are now in some weirdness. 6 units, 2, 3, 4. I mean, still just Imperial Decree and send it. That's what we did to ourselves when we hit all those cards. I don't know, why did we even hide fight, like, consult the past? Why did we even do that? Why did we throw all our runes away? Doesn't make sense. Disarming Rake. Another turn with no Aurelia. Hold open 4 runes. Like, God. At least we got to 4 points. We have the combo. Interesting. Can we just go for the combo right now? We could play and equip them. Or no, is it... does it cost 1 to equip the Skyfall? Yes, it does. No, we're 1 off of dropping the combo this turn. So we have to develop part of the combo. That's a bit more awkward. I mean, we're at 4. We could just put the combo on the table and we have Bryn here. And Bryn here, ride the wind, relentless pursuit, and we can't lose. Seems like a good plan. And we pulled off the combo, the 3-card combo with only 1 extra card drawn with Kaisa. Not bad. Oh no, and a Sunken Temple draw, probably. Hello, Grillo. Why are you disarming Adorans? I mean, I don't know. Irelia is too expensive, man. We also have Adaptatron. Okay, we played the disarming rig to bait them into committing the combo, and then we surprise them with the Adaptatron. Handsome Mr. Streamer. Couldn't be me. Watching Bologna Top Cut. Yes. There was some kind of massive delay for a judge call or something that I don't even know what was going on. And then the Draven player played a Piercing Light and conceded to Rebuke. I don't really get it. And then it ended. And I thought that was top 8. Did everyone in top 4 agree to split and they're just done? They split top 4? Damn, they're not even going to play it out for the trophy or anything? Let me see, because one of them messaged me. 2 of them in top 4. Yeah, they all just agreed to split. Nice. Congrats. Am I going to Lille? Yep. How did they really get to 6? Oh yeah, they were at 4. I guess that's the drawback of committing the combo. Their opponent surprises you with even more gear removal. That's a pretty big weakness, post-sideboard. You have this game-winning combo that doesn't even function. And this Aurelia player is just going to get away with it. They never put Aurelia in play. My god. They disarming raked a Doran's Blade that was doing literally nothing on a Ruin Runner that was just minding its own business and going to walk home. And we have the flash. Like, holy shit. Oh my god. I mean, like, it's the same thing as watching Miracle players, where they have the most disgusting, unlosable draws, and then they sit in their base with 30 might, because they don't know how to play the deck, and then make the game actually close. It's like, okay. And Aurelia is the same thing. They have this, like, nuts draw, Defiant Dance, Charm, Fight or Flight, Discipline, Flash, 2 gear removal cards, or, like, turn 1 Stellacorn with Obelisk of Power, and then they make the game close still. Boots of Swiftness. Yeah. Ooh, they're showing CCS meta breakdown. So 36%. Okay, yeah, this is more towards expectation. These are the tier 1 decks. Well, these are the tier 1 decks, these 4. This is the tier 0 deck. 2 of them. So that's the majority. Most played cards. Hey. These cards all are played in here. That's crazy. And then this card is also played in here. And this card is played in here, and sometimes in here. And this card is played sometimes in here too. And then all 3 of them are probably also played in here. Yeah. Are these 1-day events, both of these, or is there a day 2? How's it going? Not bad. I won my skirmish of 4 players, so I've collected my first set 2 playmat. Do not like this Aurelia deck. Yeah, Rake and Adaptatron is pretty suspicious. I don't think you need both of those at the same time. I think if you want to hate on gear, you can play 3 Adaptatrons, and you're probably good on that front. Are we rebuking? Why isn't this... Bryn here got played in base. So this Aurelia is just never going to get played. World Atlas. Oh, mine's not even World Atlas. Mine is Edge of Night. The card where half of the art is just background. Like, at least Blitzcrank had some cool stuff going on, but yeah. Look at all that wonderful background space. So much real estate. Skyfall's just for Trinity? Yep, and Trinity is just for Skyfall. I mean, I guess in theory you could have your Kaisa hold with a Skyfall, but, yeah, no. Let's see how this is going to get rolled up. I'm going to need to put all these playmats somewhere else, because I'm running out of space in the place that I'm putting them, but for now it should work. Got a big old pile of them, along with the Bologna Vein playmat, which, if anyone's interested in buying that, because I got the super sick Turn 'em Sideways Draven playmat. What the hell? LS deleted his X account. Interesting. Was that after? Huh. Ah. Turn 'em Sideways playmats are sick? Yeah. Jax has potential if Called Shot is banned. If they leave the ruling where equipping a piece of equipment that's already attached to the same unit counts as equipping it for triggering effects, then yeah, he has potential. Because then Jax, after Aurelia, is one of the best decks at abusing Stellacorn Herder. Deleted all socials except YouTube or TikTok. Huh. Does anyone know why that happened? Because I did see he had a, what's the term? Not even like a crash out tweet, but a, like, uh, saying a whole lot of stuff tweet after Vegas. Centered properly. Where is the World Atlas one? Because I asked the store, and they said that in April was not World Atlas, it was something else, I think. Or is it World Atlas in April? Randy's Miracle Draven, faster decks, what it's trying to do. It mostly plays Piercing Light, is what it does. I wish that they had any other matches that they could put up um for during breaks than this one, because they've shown this match probably 20 times at this point today, and it's probably a good match, but there's probably some other good matches they could be showing too. Or if pound no go bigger than the match, good question. Alright. We've got 2 remaining. I should pull up. Let's see, what do I want to watch? Not gonna have time for my match, the one match that I managed to play in Vegas, so let's just pull up like Bologna top 8.
Chaos represented.
This is the finals. Why? This is only gonna go to round 13, isn't it?
Down there, the
Oh no, it's not. Okay, cool. This says top 8. No, and they showed Aurora every single fucking game. God damn it. Watch a Kaisa match. There are no Kaisa matches in top 8. Unfortunately. Alright. MF Aurora. What set 2 cards is it playing? It is playing 2 Last Rites. Interesting. That makes sense, because you do need to find it when you're on a 5-unit deck total. 2 Punch Firsts, 3 Called Shots to play when you're looking for Aurora, or afterwards, after you already have it, and 2 Hard Bargain. And otherwise, it's basically just a set 1 MF Aurora deck, only has 2 Gust instead of 3, but 3 Challenge, 3 Fighter Flight, the ramp spells, main deck Sabotage, Invert Timelines is a bit different. Yeah. And the same battlefields, literally just the same deck. And then what do we have here? We've got a Switcheroo, Hard Bargain the main deck, and holy, look at that, it sure is mid-ranged Raven. 6/6 Rune Split is absolutely insane though. It should be 7/5 every single time, because there are going to be times where you want to play Falling Star on turn 2 when you go second, or on turn 3 when you go first. And then you also have the Darius, you also have the Kaisa, you also have the Ferris Forerunner. You have way more red rune costs than purple rune costs. And this might be the fault. Let me actually look. What does a Spinning Axe get counted as for color? 2, 3. It does get counted as red. So this does not have to do with the Piltover Archive issue where split cost signature cards get counted as one color instead of as either both or neither. Which I did, whatever. They should fix. I told them about that a pretty long time ago, but never got fixed, unfortunately. But for deck building, you are always going to have the rune to be able to pay for this cost, just as a fact in the game. Which means that when you are considering your rune split, these cards should not factor into it at all, which is a reason why it should just not get counted on the power curve at all, or should just be a separate thing. But it shouldn't be counted at all. Anyone that isn't paying attention isn't going to notice that, oh hey, my spinning axes didn't get counted on my power curve. And anyone that is paying attention will notice that and then say, okay, but that doesn't matter because I don't need to count these for my rune split anyway. So that's not relevant. But yeah, this deck's split 3, 6, 10, 12, and then 2 rebukes, and the Edge of Night and the Mind Splitter. 6, 7, 8, and then Switcheroo always gets hidden. In addition to the fact that these are all late game cards, which means you don't need them to show up early, the runes for them to show up early. Okay, this is still delayed. So yeah, this rune split's bad. And like we could actually run the numbers. So 12, let's say we want to play Falling Star turn 3. We have 6 successes, 4% chance to miss. That's not that bad. Let's say we have 5, 13% chance to miss. And I mean, let's say even like we have 8, we need to hit 3 of them. Okay, oops, I did the wrong sample size. This. Okay, it's the same thing. Let's say we have a sample size of 8 with 6 successes, need to hit 3. Still have good odds. Maybe the 6-6 split is more fine than I thought. At least with the 2 rebukes and stuff. It was more of an issue in the past when Dravens were running Longsword. And then they were on 6-6 split, and then they couldn't afford to equip their Longswords. In addition to all the other red costs. And I think that was also before Rebuke was really a main deck card, or Mind Splitter. So what's in his hand? We got Catalyst. Looks pretty nice. What's the Draven God? He's got a unit. Cool. Catalyst. Play Draven. We can Catalyst again. We have Aurora in hand. Could have played out Misfortune. Would that ever be worth it, actually? Even if she gets Falling Starred, we still hit 9. And then if she doesn't get Falling Starred, she gets to walk into Reaver's Row. Ready a rune, let us play Aurora, still hold open 1 rune. And then hold up Punch first, and whatever we hit, we just drop directly on Reaver's Row. I think that's a better play. I think it should even be Misfortune and Gust the Overzealous fan. This is open deck list at this point, so you should know they have no answer. I mean, there is no answer to Gust. This not getting Gusted is actually a pretty big misplay. I'm told it's a misplay counter. I think that is... And then, yeah, you know there's no Dead Bloom Predator coming out, so you can put everything in base and be fine. Most likely what the Draven's going to have to do... Well, no, they're going to hit 5 points, so they don't even need to do it, yeah. If this Overzealous fan got Gusted, then I guess Darius would have come out and just scored. Which that wouldn't have done anything. Maybe there's info about the opponent's keep. I guess like Kaisa and Darius both do it. Never mind. No, the Gust is kind of pointless. You save the Gust, but I think Misfortune should come out because that forces the opponent to commit more units forward to stop the Misfortune getting in. So then it would have to be Overzealous Fan here with something else, probably the Darius. And then that means on the next turn, after the Aurora comes out and puts down a unit, you're committed on Reaver's Row partially. Or you let the MF in. And then I think that's also bad for you. Because you don't have anything to do next turn anyway. Okay, he hits the called shot. If he didn't draw called shot, he wouldn't have anything to do with his runes anyway on the next turn. After Aurora. So with 9 runes, he would still just be able to play the Catalyst and hold open every single spell that he wants. Is that both the last rights that get flipped? That is both the last rights that get flipped. So that does open up a win condition for the Draven of killing all the opponent's units, potentially. Probably not. What do we have? A whole bunch of trash. It's either Spinning Axe or Hard Bargain here. Spinning Axe is annoying because it will counter the Gust if we try to Gust the Overzealous Fan, if that ends up mattering. Okay, there's still another round coming up. I don't know why there's an hour-long delay on this clock, though. And the Hard Bargain, especially with this Catalyst played, it's not going to do anything. Oh, alright, that was a fake 1 hour delay. They actually just started. Alright, so they get to 5. Then you probably... Do you try to defend? Didn't see any bullet times on that Aurora flip, I think. Yeah, there's too many accelerates to Gust that Overzealous Fan. And... yeah. Yeah, I mean, you probably don't take any combats and hope that you draw into some kind of an answer to bullet time. But then these fans suck. I think if we're putting the fan and the hopeful here, probably also need to put fan with Darius. Because we can keep the opponent out of both battlefields, and if we do that, that's actually pretty good. And it lets us cycle these Overzealous fans. Not sure why we even hit a card here. There's only 2 units left in the deck, so this Aurora is useless. I guess that Catalyst also sets up to go to Orange Volibear. But no, without Deadbloom Predators, this is actually the kind of play you can make where you put an Overzealous Fan on each battlefield, and then the opponent can't push. I'm not sure why we're doing all of this. Unless we're planning to bullet time now. We know, like, the other thing too, we actually know the opponent's exact hand. We know their hand is Hard Bargain plus Treasure Hunter. Because they hit a card. That was the one unknown card. Which is another issue with hiding this. Okay, there's actually a match starting. What the hell is this? Minotaur, Reckoner, Volibear. And the first one got Falling Starred. Huh. Well, goodbye, Treasure Hunter. And the Aurora comes down. Hmm. Alright. Well, we can go next game. Aurora's a deck of all time. Trying to figure out who went first. I think it must have been the Volibear. So the Volibear played turn 1 Mobilize, turn 1 Treasure Hunter, turn 2 Minotaur Reckoner, turn 2 Falling Star, and then, yeah, turn 3 Minotaur plus Mobilize, and now have infinite runes. Yeah. Second Aurora. Alright, I mean, we don't even need to watch this one. Why not back the treasure? You can't. Minotaur Reckoner makes everything into a Vile Muzzler. That's what he does. I don't know how he does it. He's a Minotaur. But that's what he does. He puts them in the labyrinth. That's what he does. He's very patient, and he makes everything else patient. And that means that they can't move to base. I don't know who that guy is. Well, that Mind Split is pretty good. Unfortunately, the opponent has second Aurora plus Cadrigrin. If they didn't have the Cadrigrin, you could take the Aurora and still be kind of happy with your life. Sending people back to base, yeah. That Falling Star was a bit suspicious, maybe. I mean, what would happen? You could have walked the Treasure Hunter forward and stacked Draven with it. And then just said, this is a Volibear, they don't have combat tricks. And even if they play Challenge, they'll still trade with you. And then you plan to pull back out the next turn when you Falling Star the Reckoner. That's probably a good plan, but the second Reckoner comes down, you still get fucked. So. Double Aurora, is there a way back in the game? No. This game's over. If Volibear is going to flip a Cadrigrin at some point, draw 10 cards, and then challenge every single unit Draven has, and the game will end. Stroke or DQ, yeah. Snapvine has to target battlefield. Wait, if Snapvine targeted base, it'd be such a good card. What the hell? But yeah, this is the situation where it'd be really good to have a CIA heart attack gun. You just covertly get him with it under the table. You don't even need a heart attack gun, you just need like a heart attack syringe. Get him with it under the table, they don't even notice, they think you're just bumping their leg. And then, nice match win. My list or Randy list? My list. I clearly outperformed him at both events. Where I beat him and had better tiebreakers than him when we both lost in top 8 at Bologna. And then he got fucked by a pair down in round 13 that he lost. Which made him miss top 8. He'll be playing in China. Next weekend, Shenzhen. Alright, how many cards are we drawing? 5 cards. Third Aurora. 0 mana. Sky Splitter. Why am I getting called Chad? I should really just accept this energy that people are giving me instead of trying to decline it. Because I need this Chad energy when I'm trying to talk to girls. I'm sorely lacking it. Didn't the Draven player scoop already? He gets to see the opponent's deck. You don't if like what you could do if you wanted to save time, if you were worried about the round timer, you tell your opponent, I'll concede if you show me your entire deck, because you're gonna flip the entire deck to Aurora, and then we can save time. How can Aurora beat Miracle Draven like this? I don't know. Looks pretty simple. Is it allowed? Good question. I would be like, I mean, I haven't seen a judge take issue with it. Not on stream, you don't think it's allowed? I mean, I guess, like, by the game rules, if they do it before you concede, then they're looking and showing you their entire deck during a game. So that would be illegal. So it would have to be some kind of an agreement where you say, I concede to you, and then you show me your entire deck. And then they would have to honor that when you concede to them, and then they show you their entire deck during sideboarding, which should be legal. I don't think there should be any issue with that. But it is important because you want to see if the opponent plays any Volibear signatures. An agreement for conceding? I don't think there's any, like, for conceding a match for some kind of, like, out of game incentive. I mean, you could just say, I mean, okay then. What you could say instead is, how about we shortcut the next X turns because you're going to score 2 points a turn. So this game is going to go for 4 more turns. So there are going to be 3 more turns of Aurora triggers. Let's shortcut the next 3 turns, or the next 4 turns. I pass every single turn, you can do whatever you want, but I want to see every single Aurora trigger for the next 3 turns. That would probably be legal. We like these Ari mats. Same. Yeah, let me find... There should be, yeah, secret information. Privacy. Neither player may read or look at the face of cards. Yeah. Yeah, so... Yeah, you'd have to do some kind of a shortcutting agreement. Sounds suspicious. No, I've heard of players doing that. I mean, I don't know, if there's a judge in chat that says that's illegal, you can't do that anymore, then alright. Well, everyone has to stop, but... I didn't think about it, the legality of it, but I don't think there's any... hold on, let's go back to this. Is there anything... The hell, where are the rules on sideboarding? Also, where is my tournament rules document? Hold on. I think while you're not in the middle of a game, there is no information privacy. But not sure. Does that make you a judge? No. It definitely doesn't. Gray zone interpreted different ways, yeah. But that's not an out-of-game reward or incentive. That's an in-game reward or incentive. That is, I will concede if I get to see your deck. But with the context that I will get to see your deck anyway and we're saving time. And there it is. There is the Volibear signature, which Draven did not get to see because he conceded too early. I don't think it's out of game. Like, out of game means money, or like actual like other things not related to the game. To the game itself being currently played. 416 taking notes. That was that. That's 416 over here. No, that has nothing to do with it. Guide is amazing, thank you. It was a good week's work putting that together. Including the staying up until 6 a.m. to get it done, because I missed my deadline that I set for myself. I was being a filthy procrastinator. When Aurelia guide? What do you mean Randy has an Aurelia guide? No, he does. He does. He does hate the Stellacorns. It's not a joke. I don't know why he hates the Stellacorns, but he does. Yeah, he did finally concede to putting, I think, one Stellacorn in the deck, but... I mean, I don't know. Like, if I don't know. Even if I were to play, let's say Draven gets nuked from orbit, and I play Aurelia. Or let's say he doesn't, and I play Aurelia because all the Aurelia players are bad, but Draven isn't nuked from orbit, so everyone doesn't switch to her. Let's say I do that, and then I top an event or win an event. Would it even be worth it for me to write a guide when there are already a lot of Aurelia guides out? Like, would I have anything? I mean, maybe I would have something useful to say if everyone else is trash. Perhaps it would be worthwhile to teach people how to play the deck properly. Million 2-drops in their Aurelia list because she's an aggro deck, but she can't afford to play too many of them. If I have a different perspective, yeah. Yeah. What is the Volibear signature? I keep forgetting it. Alright, hold on. Give me super type signature. Stormbringer, yeah. ROI on my current guide. I mean, the ROI is pretty good, but, well, not if you take into account, like, all of the time spent learning the deck and playing with the deck and all of that stuff. I mean, it's still pretty good, but... Yeah, Aurelia wants to have her one or two stupid, unfair Aurelia turns, where she readies her units 5 times and makes Aurelia a 20 might unit and plays 3 Defiant Dances, and then she wants the game to end. Getting cooked by Jax. That's weird. This Tide Turner, I guess it doesn't matter if he goes home or not, does it? Yeah, it probably should have been Mind Splitters stacked with the Tide Turner. Stellacorn is cringe. It's pretty true. It is a silly amount. Oh, we got 80 people watching. How's that compare? Oh, I'm almost beating the CCS stream. So what do we do with this pile of trash hand the Volibear has? We also just Mind Split. Well, no, Mind Splitter was before. So what were we scared of? Dead Bloom Predator plus Sky Splitter would be pretty punishing. Oh, we have a... Wait, why do we have Targon's Peak? Wait, why does the Draven have 2 runes ready? He conquered Targon's last turn. It's a mattress against my wall? Yeah. It's my spare mattress. When your mom comes over. Because the problem is my cat sleeps on my main mattress, and then he just gets it all covered in fur and dirty. So I gotta have a spare. An entire spare mattress. I feel like with... Well, first of all, I feel like this Draven, for some reason, has 2 runes untapped. When he went Tide Turner, he went Obelisk, turn 1 Tide Turner, turn 2 Draven, turn 3 Mind Splitter, and just has 2 runes magically. He didn't use them, so I guess that's fine. But I also think this Mind Splitter should have been played forward against the Yone. With the Fight or Flight and the Tide Turner that he could have hidden, it would have been fine for Mind Splitter to go forward, and with the hand that Volibear has, wouldn't have needed to commit too much anyway. Oh wait, no, there's a Sky Splitter. Stormbringer. God damn it, these Volibear spell names. No, but you hide Fight or Flight to stop that. You could put Mind Splitter on one battlefield. His opponent's not even on... Was his opponent on 9 runes or only 8? Because if there was no Aurora coming out... Like, there have to be... There's specific combinations of cards, and even with those, then he could use hidden cards to survive them. I don't think there's anything that could punish Mind Splitter on battlefield, and then have Fight or Flight and Tide Turner in hand to hide. Unless it's... I don't even know. Like, double Dead Bloom Predator... Sky Splitter doesn't work. I mean, I guess you lose. You can't hold both of the battlefields. I feel like the setup that he took was not the right one, even though I can't think of what the right one would be. Dragon's Volibear better than this build? Yeah. Could be. He should be at 5 points as well. I'm not sure where the 6th point came from. turn 1 Tide Turner. Turn 2 Tide Turner holds. Or well, turn 2 Tide Turner conquers. Turn 3 Tide Turner holds. Draven conquers. Mind Splitter to base. Oh no, then the Mind Splitter conquered, then it got swapped. Over the Yone. No, yeah, 6 is right. How to counter Victor with Ezreal. I don't know. Bellows Breath their tokens, they can't score. Because they are completely unable to build real boards. You don't even need to combo the Bellows Breath with anything, it just kills everything on its own. And then they run out of cards. Any intel on Ahri? Nope, looks terrible. There was one match that was happening on stream earlier today where the the opponent, the Ahri played Blitzcrank and had blue Ahri on the battlefield, pulled in a Draven, the Draven player paid to pump Draven, and it just died. Not a knower. Don't play the seals. I think you should be able to draw more seals than they can draw pickpockets. But it is possible that you shouldn't play seals directly into their on-curve pickpockets. Maybe you delay the seals by a couple turns. Also, with Ezreal, you could sideboard them out, because the Ezreal deck is not nearly as reliant on the seals as Miracle is. You don't have battering rams that the seals combo with and enable. Just don't even give them... Well, don't give them good pickpocket targets. Well, I think we're going to be able to tell what the result of this match is going to be pretty early on, and then we'll swap over to the EPG event. Because there is a mid-range versus Miracle Draven matchup happening. I mean, I could just show that for a second. I'm not sure what happened here, but there's no runes. Where are your runes? Really confused. Volley has the nuts. The big bear nuts. Oh yeah, that looks good. He can go other stream. Hold on, the Draven might have gear removal. What do you mean? Might be a detonate in here or something. Um... There's no turn 3 Aurora, this isn't the nuts. This is a Yone creeping on the opponent's base, though, and forcing them to huddle up on one battlefield. It's actually pretty good synergy between Yone and Minotaur Reckoner. You force them to put everything on the battlefield, and then Minotaur Reckoner keeps them there. And they can never develop into base without sacrificing anything. So you at least tax them out of 1 point. Yeah, and then or then you Volibear signature, true. Or they just throw out a bunch of trash. That is not a bunch of trash. Well, half of it's trash, but the other half is going to die to Yon. Or we have fight or flight. We could just have fight or flight and then be chilling because Volibear can't do anything about it. The tragedy of Volibear. He has no interaction. Don't need interaction, you got fat dudes though. All 6 seals. Maybe if you're playing 6 seals, that's part of the problem. One month in a row. Holy. Legendary. Thanks for the sub, Funk. The Aurora's gone, though. See, we got gear removal. Just play the Mind Splitter on turn 3. Before the opponent can play their Aurora, because they did not have the nuts. And now this Treasure Hunter can tank the Yone Death. Stack deck last, but it's honestly fine because Mind Splitter gave you information. Normally this would just be bad. Hey, thanks for the Prime sub, Yuki. We got a hype train. Wow. Limited time. Alright, whatever. What is my hype train record? It's probably like 2. I'd like to stay there. Nobody sub. Nobody move. Why is the game not over? The Aurora got Mind Splittered. He didn't have a Minotaur Reckoner to play on turn 2, so he couldn't hit 9 runes on turn 3. Yeah, you can use Downwell against equipment decks, like Lucian. It's annoying. Cadrigrin. Are we sacrificing this Yone, or are we going to stack with him? We could stack with him with the Cadrigrin. Yeah, that seems reasonable. They both enjoy playing game that should be scoop. No, we just put down Cadrigrin. We just find the Aurora. There it is. And now we move this Dead Bloom Predator back to base. It should not stay forward. Good. And now we've got a very nice Stormbringer counterattack if the opponent somehow pushes this 14 might battlefield. And we're on Aspirin's Climb, so we are just chilling. But the opponent, I think they took a second Mind Splitter off of that stack deck. So the second Aurora might also be getting removed. Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, the match should be over already, sure. Second Mind Splitter, but that does mean they are not going to be able to push this battlefield. And the Volibear is going to get to 5 points. The Volibear is going to be able to get to 5 points, and I think they have 10 runes, so they could put down their chosen champion, which is very rare. So you don't really want to put down the Minotaur Reckoner when you're ahead on board. And have Yones moving around. Oh, another Cadric. Yeah, and that's a pretty good play too. You could just move the Yone Cadrigan back, Dead Bloom forward, play another Cadrigan. That's reasonable. Go to 11 runes next turn, and then you can do challenge plus Aurora. Okay, we're doing something different. We're challenging. Why are we challenging? I don't think I like this challenge. I mean, we could... I don't think this challenge was necessary. I guess Cadrigan Deadbloom is 17 and they have 18. So that's not amazing. Like, challenge play Yone. Do not play this Minotaur Reckoner. What the fuck is this? We're just griefing ourselves. Thanks for the Prime sub, Dr. Callisto. Yeah, I don't know why we're doing this. I mean, this is why you don't concede, because your opponent is winning the game, and then just decides to troll out of their mind. They just get all their units stuck on a fucking battlefield. We're just gonna go sit there. Alright. I mean, Draven has a win condition now. He needs to find, against the odds. Or Switcheroo plus a Treasure Hunter would do a lot of damage. I don't see any of those. I see two Dariuses and I think a Noxus Hopeful. Turn my head sideways so it's easier to see. I don't think that's a flash, but I can't tell what it is then. He has the Switcheroo. Oh, is that a Switcheroo? He does have the Switcheroo. He just doesn't have a good target for it. But yeah, I mean, challenge plus put the second Yone in base, move everything back to base is reasonable. Because then your opponent either stays in base and Yone, you get two Yone chops and kill everything, or they go forward and then you just walk over them. Or you Stormbringer them. Like, you absolutely just annihilate them. But instead we did this, like, what the hell is this? What is happening? This chooses unit in base, right? Oh my god. Unbelievable. Alright. What do we got? Miracle player did not choose to go second on opponent's obelisk. Misplay. Because Draven's going to get played. I'm assuming. I don't know what we're thinking about otherwise. Okay. What is in our hand that we need to think right now? Alright, we got there. And now this merchant can't walk forward, because if you walk the merchant forward and put your Draven with him, you die to a spinning axe. And if you hide a card, then you just burned a rune. And then your opponent just goes to the obelisk. And is not unhappy at all. I mean, maybe it's fine, especially if you have a hand that needs to hit Zonwarns. No, we're just going to... What? Okay, no, we don't want this merchant to live. What does it do? It's like Showstopper, but it kills everything at the battlefield, instead of giving a buff. His hand is probably unplayable. But it could be less unplayable next turn if he keeps the merchant alive and doesn't throw him in the trash can. Like, you could always just sit in base, and the opponent is probably not going to walk their Draven in either. Or even if they do, you still get to go to the obelisk. Like, you lose a Zonwarns trigger. Alright, we have a Vi. And we sure are stacking with literally everything, because this Volibear player did not want to win the game. Oh, he had Aurora, and his Aurora hit a Vi. Oh, wow. He found the third Aurora after the first two got discarded? I mean, then he can't lose. I guess he can just do whatever the hell he wants. Alright. At the end of the day, that was 8 might for 7 runes, but we did draw a lot of cards at the same time. What do I think of Lucian? He's not bad. Bit fragile, because he's low on card draw. And only good at attacking. Classic, still have Ferris Forerunner in the deck. Card's just that good. I think going to Obelisk is good here. You get to 3, opponent goes to Zon Warrens and stacks it, but then you get to 4. Yeah, especially when against Miracle. They're not going to do anything to you. You could just stack a bunch there. Don't think... I don't even know if the detonate list... hold up, hold on. Does it play against the odds? Doesn't even have against the odds. Yeah. So you're not worried about it at all. I'm not sure what's happening here. I can't even tell whose turn it is, to be honest, because they've been sitting here, nothing has moved for a while. Are we waiting for a judge call?
Insane amount of time ago. It was like 6 years, probably 5 years. That's when I started playing TCGs.
Yeah.
And
No, we were just doing some math or something. All right. All right, what's the miracle player got? A lot of cards in hand. Can they catch up on points? Do we really need to be tracking number of cards played in turn though? Especially for a turn like this. Piercing Light would be sick, but this version doesn't play Piercing Light. Piercing Light would be pretty disgusting. You pop Tide Turner, Fan, and Draven, and then you can send... then it's a bit difficult to deal with the Hopeful. If the opponent does nothing. If the opponent drops an Axe, then you eat the Hopeful for free, so they can't drop Axe. Or if they put Axe on Draven, then you can trade it off with Ram, and then you kill an Axe, and they have to pump, and you might have more. It's not that clean into an Axe. Meta without Called Shot and Broken Draven. We'll see. Maybe Called Shot and Draven are holding back the real demons, which is like 30 removal spell Kaisa and other silly things. I mean, not quite 30, but you know, like 25. Maybe Aurelia is just going to be everywhere. Yeah, I mean, Draven's keeping Aurelia in check, and Aurelia's keeping Kaisa in check. And if those two are gone, Kaisa's going to roll everything. Update the definition of winning combat. I guess. best defy targets. Don't defy the stack deck. That's silly. Detonate Called Shot, good. Otherwise, Bushwhack. Or Piercing Light. Or not Piercing Light. Bushwhack is always behind Bryn here, really. They go Bryn here, Bushwhack, and then dump everything. I mean, I guess if they're that far ahead. But Bryn here, the game should be over if they're getting a Bryn here down around 6 points. It doesn't even matter what they have after that. Kaisa insta-lose to Ruin Runner. I mean, Time Warp beats Ruin Runner. Thousand-Tailed Watcher beats it if opponent taps out. But Punch First with Ruin Runner is a problem, for sure. It's not that bad of a trade for the Kaisa, though. Assuming it's just Punch First and you trade. Oh, we're just bushwhacking right now. Okay. It seems a little bit aggressive. Like, we're gonna need another battering ram and another Rasa. And then we have 16 against the opponent's 10. And then they can fight or flight for a trade. If we have less than that, then this is terrible. When they will announce bans? No. After Shenzhen. Not before then, but they didn't give any dates. Hemolith weapon, yeah. When is Shenzhen? Next weekend. Yeah, they said they were considering it, so make sure you go to Dave Guskin's Twitter and give him a strongly worded reply to his tweet, encouraging him to consider harder. The hell is this? Any specific cards I want going? I think Cold Shot, Ferris Forerunner, Stellacorn Herder, maybe Bellows Breath. And then let's think of an orange card and a yellow card to get rid of, to be fair to everyone. Now let's leave those alone, those colors are bad. Oh, no, Aurora, Dazzling Aurora. Hold on. Hold on. Alright, we just need a yellow card. Vanguard Attendant, yeah. No, Call of the Week's fine. Call of the Week is not a problem. I think Bellows Breath is a bit of a toxic card. Alright, where are we now? We've advanced one turn cycle, and the Volibear still has a pile of units on this battlefield. I don't know why the Vi's on this battlefield, that's kind of random. We have a Trinity Force, because when we're in winning situations where we can hold with units, we really need to hold even harder when we're that far ahead on board. Alright. It's a bit win more. And the Draven is still... I mean, he should be dead by now. But... I mean, this is actually a bit of a problem because this Ferris Forerunner trades. Is Volibear gonna run out of units? Oh my god. Should have been an unlosable game 5 turns ago. Well, 3 turns ago, 2 turns ago. Not that long ago in terms of turns, but pretty long time in terms of clock, because what are we at now? Yeah, it's been a while. So we did have the second Rasa. Do we have the second Battering Ram, or what are we doing? We passed our turn. What the fuck was this bushwhack? Can anyone tell me what this bushwhack was? Can anyone explain to me? Bushwhack, Rasa, send it in, get overzealous fanned, play second Rasa in base, pass? The fuck? The fuck am I witnessing here? Also, where did this Tide Turner come from? Was this guy just in base the whole time, just stealth mode? Oh yeah, he was just in base the whole time. Oh yeah. So he doesn't, the Ezreal die? Like, what the fuck is happening? Clearly, I mean... This is like watching Aurelia players. Reason Miracle Draven's only 65% win rate? Yeah. Oof. Alright, now the game's probably over. Took a long fucking time. But I think the Volibear players managed to pull it off. How does he not have runes? Well, he played Bushwhack, and then he played 2 Rossas. They didn't do anything, but he played them. He certainly played them. That's probably how he lost game 1, too. Because I was trying to figure out where his runes went game 1. It's probably where they went. On some random bullshit. This guy's too afraid to even show his face. No, I think their camera broke. That's funnier. I'm flying out to Pittsburgh tonight. I have to talk to the Brandon guy. Disgraceful. He's actually, this is intentional. He's trying to make sure that Miracle doesn't get banned. How do I get crisp for OBS? Why does Fizz recycle instead of banishing? I don't know. But yeah, he's intentionally playing as badly as possible to try to not perform well with the deck. And he's unfortunately failing at that. With a 6-1-1 record. But that's what he's trying to do. I caught him. I'm onto him now. Yeah, I don't get it. Did the Bushwhack get hard bargained? No, he played it. He played it. He played 1 Rasa. He attacked with it. His opponent used Overzealous fan, pushed it back, and then he played a second Rasa and just left it in base. And then his Ezreal died for free. But yeah, he did play it. It was played, and it created this gold token to prove that it was played. If he had a Ravenbloom student, he would have gotten +1 might. If he had a pit crew, it would have readied. The misplay counter. Yeah, I'll save the misplay counter for top cut. Ooh, there's against the odds. It's a good card. Wait, is that 2 against the odds? Holy shit, this guy's ready. See, Miracle Draven is fine, guys. You just need to play mid-range Draven. And have your opponent play like absolute trash. Though I guess they were playing around against the odds by not... I don't know, that Bushwhack made no sense no matter what. It just made no sense. Like, even if you Bushwhack in the 4 units you get against the odds on... Then you have 22 to the opponent's 12. Against the odds goes to 20. They kill 2 of it, push back your 5. You have 17. They have 18. That's pretty bad. That is pretty bad. And then you kill their Draven and you trade 3 of your guys for their against the odds. Plus Draven and they draw a card. And Overzealous Fan. It's a pretty bad trade. But that's why you don't play Bushwhack at that time. Ever called slow play? I play too slowly to call slow play. I do remind my opponent of how much time is left in the round, but that's as far as I go. I think it's like been maybe once or twice total that I've told my opponent I need them to do something, and they were just about to do something. There it is. What is this, only based off of locals? What are these stats from? Oh, we had Bryn here, and we've been sitting thinking the whole time when we have an easy board wipe. Alright. This is just participation, Elo. Is this literally the same rank system that China has? And this is only tracking locals. It's kind of useless. This guy's got a crazy win rate. Like, what is this? What is this? 55% win rate? 1200? Rank 1 in country, though. Alright. Okay. So an axe got played in response. So what do we have? 12, 17, we have 20 total. We have 2 against the odds. So we can send... So that's plus 12. We have our Draven alive as well. So what we could do... actually, what can we do? Sending 9... and double against the odds? Reasonable. How does that site work? I don't know. It seems like it only tracks Nexus Knights and skirmishes. So it's not that... No, there's no way it even tracks that. Like, there's no way... For Season 1, it has me at 6-1. Like, this is not tracking anything. This is tracking one event. This is literally tracking one event. And it also does not have the skirmish that I went to earlier today. But that, I mean, I don't know. W5 coded site, yeah. $16 character limit. What? Thanks, Mania. Congrats on the win. Alright, and CCS is done. And this game is done. And the mid-range Draven has 4 cards in hand. You sit there, you ask them cards in hand, they say 4. Next turn, they play a few cards, you ask them cards in hand, 4. Yep, that's when you know you're not playing the matchup properly. Oh, that's your Riftbound name. Oh, okay. I thought there was a character limit on the subscription message. Second Bushwhack. Alright. There are still 2 battering rams available. There's not much else. We never got Last Rites in play. We discarded it. Vi. Okay. There's also no Ride the Wind in the deck. So, something else is going to have to clear off this Hopeful. Probably a battering ram. Probably a battering ram. I'm assuming we have Called Shots available in hand as well. But we should recycle, this is correct, to recycle with Vi first before playing the Called Shots. So that you can be as close as possible to all the Rosses you're going to recycle. So, recycle 2 Rossas, 3 Rossas, probably recycle... Oh, do we not have any Called Shots left? Overzealous fan for Aurelia? I don't think that's necessary. I think if you want to beat Aurelia, well, maybe these Vex versions with Rebuke, you can't bring in Ferris Forerunner. But against any standard Aurelia, you just play more Ferris Forerunners and they are sad. This is game 2, by the way. Game 2 BTW. Should have put a limit on how many redemptions. Oh, no. This one is fine. Vi lets you order your deck? Yes. It's one at a time. Do not need to randomize it. Second win condition. No, it really should be the first win condition, because you shouldn't be losing to 3 battering rams and 3 Rossas over the course of, like, 5 or 6 turns. Okay, there's the third called shot, so we can get started. Like, it's very possible that trading Draven plus Hopeful into a Rossa was wrong. Because the opponent was always going to have to Bushwhack anyway. Which means you effectively traded Draven plus Hopeful for the Rossa. And if once this Hopeful dies, you might have some difficulties winning next turn. He shouldn't be in the spot? No, he definitely shouldn't be in the spot. It should be a better spot, but... Eating the cord of their hoodie, maybe. They gotta do something to pass the time, right? I don't know, can't tell. Opponent detonate player will mess up? Yeah, they probably already have. I'm not sure where they put their bushwhack if they recycled it yet. But they're very likely going to need to have another bushwhack because they won't be able to hold both battlefields. Putting shirt in mouth, yeah. Touching their hair repeatedly. Three runes, yeah. Well, I sure hope they set something up that can deal with the opponent walking Bryn here over Vi and then holding. Fight or flight is odd. I mean, it keeps the Bryn here off the battlefield, forces the opponent to have an accelerate unit. You're gonna have to end up playing the fight or flight either on your own unit or the Bryn here next turn. Hopeful being the card played is very strange. Raven must have a very strong hand to do that. Yep, overzealous fan, probably hide a card. Looks like the last rights got recycled. If last rights and bushwhack got recycled, and the top card is a called shot, then Ezreal can pick off the overzealous fan and then use to lose to rebuke. But, you know, nice try. Looks like that was a Rosset run. Maybe there's already a called shot in hand. Okay. Maybe our best plan is just to rebuke the Darius. Guess we win this turn. Oh, we did put the bushwhack away. Okay, yeah, and then we've got the third Rasa, fighter flighter Rasa. Probably still have Ezreal trade into the fan. But we need to make sure that a spinning axe doesn't grief things. It doesn't, with only 3 runes. Hey, we're going to game 3, everybody. Great. Good. Why was a Thermo not played this game? It's not good against Miracle. Alright, why are we taking so fucking long, though? Can we hurry up? Play the third Rasa, play the battering ram, send them all in. We don't have the third Rasa. Where's the third Rasa? Is the third Rasa dead? I don't get it. I think the mid-range Draven player lost this game by... Yeah, the Noxus Hopeful plus Draven trade into a Rasa. Why didn't he trade off Fan? Gives the opponent an extra card? Not sure. Would have been better to trade off Fan. But now we're going to have to just send the battering ram back in and trade. Where's the third Rasa? Where's the third Rasa or the third battering ram? Um, I don't know. Like, at least if you're going to go this far, like the least you could do is stack your deck properly to hit the third battering ram and the third Rasa.
Sheesh! Wow,
Wow.
well fought. Very well fought.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Don't ask me what happened there. I have no idea. The Miracle Draven player probably had double-digit misplays. Easily had double-digit misplays for that match. Maybe even for that game. Honestly. No other deck can give you such a high quantity of misplay opportunities per game. Both players played pretty bad. I think other than the Noxus Hopeful Draven trade, the mid-range Draven player played fine. I couldn't see their hand often enough to know what other options they had. But they set up a hold that would be difficult to push even with a bushwhack. Though it could have gotten pushed, but I mean, they just had to take that risk. Opponent would need to find all three Rasas and all three battering rams. Or no, they would need to find two Rasas, two battering rams, and one of the two bushwhacks to be able to push it, but it was possible. Feel about Fiora? I guess she does well against Kaisa. How does she do against Aurelia? Probably not well. So, the ban list kills Draven and kills Aurelia, then yeah, Fiora's not bad. So we got, alright, we can actually see the opening hand here too. Nice read, thank you. If you have any feedback for it, anything that could be improved, okay, Rasa Nocturne, and then looks like Stack Deck Seal. Or like write a review, because I think I've gotten, I think there are like no reviews. There's like one review on the guide so far. Oh, I got 4 reviews. Nice. Hell yeah. Aurelia. Nice. Were you one of the guys that got into top 16? Because Prime messaged me and said, I think you guys got 5 top 16, 2 top 4. Yeah. And make sure it's a 10. I gotta keep that perfect score. Randy showed me some of his previous guys, and then showed me there's like one guy that wrote like a review, had no issues, and gave a 9, and then Randy was like complaining about his perfect 10. And I think he even responded to the guy and said like if there's anything that could be improved, and the guy never answered. Do a 9.5? Oh no. That's even an option. Oh, you couldn't join them? Damn. Work stuff on the weekend? Alright, and it does look like he's playing my list. I see the Ferris Forerunner main deck, also the Trifarian War Camp. Not as good. And his opponent brought Obelisk game 1, and looks like they chose to go first. Is this... Because I think there was some, this is like Challenger TCG side of things potentially with the Obelisk? I'm not sure. No, I think the Detonate guide, I read it. I think they said to match your opponent's Obelisk and make that a double Obelisk game. Called shot's the only thing that makes the format tolerable. Interesting. Running your own business. Oh, okay, yeah. Alright. Work stuff, aka big boss stuff. So, Detonate Draven only plays 1 Rebuke in the main deck. So yeah, I do like going for this. They have to have Rebuke plus Spinning Axe, and you could even hide the Fight or Flight. We have the Seal set up to hide Fight or Flight. It's not bad. And this also threatens the opponent a bit. We get the point tempo lead. I think it would have also been reasonable to stay in base for a turn and not go for this hide. No, that's kind of pointless. Like, we're going to be in the same spot anyway. We end up hiding. As long as the 6 runes works out for our turn, which next turn is going to be Ezreal plus something else. Forerunner so broken? True. True and factual. So yeah, if they want to rebuke us, and then walk in, and then Spinning Axe us, then they do get a pretty good trade. Well, now they don't because the Forerunner survives. But they would have gotten a pretty good trade, because we would have to pay red for our Draven. Assuming they flip a single red rune. They didn't flip any red runes, so their Draven can't pump. So now even if they have the Rebuke Spinning Axe, we don't have to pay for our Draven. Which is funny. But assuming they had a red rune, we'd have to pay, and we'd go to 5 runes. But then they'd be at one point, they'd be here, they'd spend 4 runes, they'd get to play maybe an Ezreal and do nothing else. Probably with the axe, maybe they have to hide a card to protect the Draven with axe, and then we get to go to the other battlefield, get to 2 points, and then with our 5 runes, they're not putting any pressure on us, and that's the Rebuke gone. Intolerable Casino deck. Yes. True. Tip for playing faster. Yeah, I think you should know At least for most stack decks and called shots, you should know what you're looking for already. And then try, if you're trying to do like Nocturne min-maxing, then try to keep track, think about those cards on your opponent's turn. The hard part, like I played pretty slowly in my skirmish, which partly was just rust, not playing in person for a couple weeks, but then partly was also trying to figure out the right breakpoints against Aurelia. But against anything that isn't Aurelia, you just make bigger number better, whereas against Aurelia, you can get punished for putting too much, as well as too little. But also, don't sit and think about your fucking turn 2 Draven play. Just play the Draven. Unless it's a very specific matchup where you'd want to play double 2-drop. Thoughts on Baron? Seems like a pretty good Aurora card. Opponent doesn't even score the Obelisk. Damn, that must feel good. Discard Rasa, yep, that's our first discard. It's looking like the way this game's going to play out is opponent's not going to fight us. I do think leaving a unit with the Forerunner is pretty good, but in this case the opponent's on a weak draw, so we are setting up to push with maximum. The reason to keep an extra unit with the Forerunner is if the opponent sends, like let's say they just axe their Draven and walk in, if you fight or flight the Draven, then you're vulnerable to Rebuke. And if you don't fight or flight the Draven, then your fight or flight doesn't do anything. I mean, I guess you fight or flight your own Forerunner, but then your fight or flight gets broken, and you don't get to break the Forerunner, or you don't use fight or flight at all. The Forerunner dies, which is good, but then you lose the fight or flight for nothing. Whereas if you stack a second unit, your opponent will always have to commit more, and then you could fight or flight the other unit and let the Forerunner die, potentially, depending on what they do. Or you just let the trade happen, but then they have to trade in more resources. Like, I mean, I guess you still end up in a similar situation. Like, if they send 11 to your 10, I mean, this is 12, so let's say that they send 13 to your 12, you're still in the kind of awkward spot where the fight or flight is there for the Forerunner, assuming they're holding up Rebuke, and you don't want to use it to win the trade, and you also don't want to use it to save your other unit, but then at least they had to trade in a lot more. Like, it's a lot easier to get to 7 and kill the Forerunner for free than it is to get to 13 and kill both for free. Like, you're going to get to trade into, presumably, their bigger unit that has the axe equipped, or whatever other buff spell. Or whatever higher quality unit, if they send, like, a Darius plus some smaller unit. And that's a lot better than a Darius killing the Forerunner for free. Because it kills the Forerunner and the fight or flight. But yeah, this looks like a very good spot. I mean, going second on Obelisk basically makes you player 1 in the mirror match. We did burn one more rune than the opponent did, hiding the card. But it's turned into a point lead. So, no issues there. Maybe our hand is a bit awkward. The Rasa discard isn't amazing, especially in this matchup, because it does come down to how many units you have a lot of the time. Top down, much better than the side view. It is easier to see Newroff's hand. Johnny, not going to be able to see his hand too much. 1 minute choosing the first called shot card. This is untimed, probably. So they're allowed to take their time now. They've earned the right. So we took Scrap Heap, yep. I mean, we have the Merchant already, but also Ezreal. And this is good sequencing. Discard the Scrap Heap with Ezreal first, because then you get to draw 3 cards to potentially find a second one for the Merchant. If you move the Merchant first, then you only see 2 for the Ezreal. But if you could draw something that would make you not play the Ezreal this turn, then maybe you don't do that. They played nearly 2 hours. Oh. Alright, what do we got in hand? Rasa, 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 Detonate, Detonate, Vi, Battering Ram, Bushwhack, Last Rites. That's such a crazy brick, actually. What the hell? So, I wonder if it was even correct. It was probably... It's probably better. The Scrap Heap Detonate draws 4 cards, and it was probably better to do that rather than play this Ezreal. Because our hand doesn't do shit. We are probably going to have to discard either the Last Rites or the Vi. Or is that a Morbid Return? No, that's 3 mana. That's the Last Rites. All these purple cards look the same. Let's full screen this. Discard a Detonate. Sure. So we've played 2 cards so far. So we could double Battering Ram. We have 5 left. It's just going to be a double Battering Ram and Prey. If we give this Merchant away for free, our opponent will stack on us. Kill Merchant. Actually, no, they're going to be so far ahead, they probably... Okay, yeah, we are stacking. Detonate is stronger. Not sure. Stack 12. Opponent can send 13 into this, so I think the Draven needs to go. Or the Ezreal. We need to send more. Because right now, opponent's going to get a very good trade over us. This at least forces the fight or flight on the Forerunner, and then everything will trade and the Forerunner will live. Opponent gets the 4 points and gets a combat win. But that's the best we've got. Rebuke looks pretty bad. Any deck that has a chance to beat this shit. Ezreal can, but you have to be good at Ezreal. Irelia can, but you need to draw well. And, I mean, by draw well, I mean have a sneaky deckhand on turn 1, is the biggest factor. If you're not Alan, yeah, then do Irelia, or maybe, like, Aggro Victor does decently. Ride the Wind stacked deck. Does Ride the Wind open up any possibilities? Not really, when we already have the Fight or Flight for the Forerunner. I mean, I guess we could put a unit here, attack in with these, Ride the Wind the Forerunner over, walk it back to base, and then try to get it back to the Fight or Flight, but that's not happening. No, I mean, the best thing to do, Fight or Flight the Forerunner, send in the pile, find a second Fight or Flight for the Forerunner. Rek'Sai? I don't think Rek'Sai is good. Yellow Hook Rek'Sai. Nope. Don't think that's good. So, I mean, this is a clean trade. Like, if we take this Fight or Flight, we've traded Fight or Flight and 3 of these units into their 4. So it's a 4-for-4 trade. We get a combat win and a draw, and we get a point. And if they kill the Forerunner, like, the Forerunner is the biggest unit out of all of them. If they kill the Forerunner, we get the mechs, and we don't care about Rebuke anymore. And then, like, maybe they leave the Ezreal. And then even the Ezreal himself, the only stuff left in their base is 2 Ezreals. So it's fine if we have Ezreal 2 mechs and we can just develop in base. Hide Bushwhack to fake a Fight or Flight. Oh yeah, I did miss the question. No. Only time I had Bushwhack is before I play Invert Timelines. Or I guess if I'm in a very desperate situation. Okay, we are going for the Rebuke. What was in his hand? Are we stuck with Rebuke for some reason? Oh, we took the Ride the Wind. I don't like taking the Ride the Wind. Your opponent's in a spot where they're going to have to start stacking battlefields immediately, so the Ride the Wind's not going to work. I think it would have been better to take Stack Deck and probably play for that first. What was the option instead of Rebuke as well? It was an Ezreal? Like, this isn't bad. You Rebuke the Draven, maybe get them to pay for it, and the Draven's really slow. And then what, they have 12? And you have 14, and you don't pump? 10, they have 16, you're sending 14, so you're representing a Spinning Axe, so they pump, and then you Rebuke the Draven. It's okay. I think the rune cost of the Rebuke is going to be really bad, though. But yeah, we dropped the Rebuke. Wait, did we pump our Draven too? Hold on. No, they pump theirs. Wait. Why did he pump his Draven? What? The plan the entire time was to rebuke their Draven. And then we already have 14 to 12. We just threw a red rune away for no reason. That could be game losing. Because they have 12, they can still kill 2 no matter what. Just did nothing. And we're stacking on the... Why are we stacking? This is the point where we can let them rebuke our Ferris Forerunner because we're so far ahead on points. Oh, God. Yeah, that's just bad. Yeah, I would have preferred, like, take the Ezreal instead of the Rebuke, take the stack deck instead of the Ride the Wind, play the stack deck, just send in the Ezreal to attack, we have the second one in hand anyway, and then worst case scenario, if we can't find anything to do, we just play Fizz Called Shot. And then, like, Fizz Called Shot, or, like, I mean, we play the Ezreal first, save the Fizz, but it's like Ezreal in base, Ram in base, take the trade, don't do the Rebuke, save a ton of runes. I mean, and with the runes saved, that can pay for Ezreal, or that can pay for the Fizz Called Shot. And then we're just in a way better spot. Like, this is bad. Like, now we're losing our Forerunner to Rebuke, and we're gonna lose a Battering Ram on top of it, potentially. Yep, get rebuked. Triple Rasa. I don't know why we need 3 of them. Last rites. That's gonna get a Battering Ram out. Yeah. Yep, and now our Battering Ram's dead. We didn't spend 4 runes, we burned an extra rune for no reason. Like, opponent could have sent... maybe they can't send 2 Rasas just to the Battering Ram. Because it is so weird to leave 4 runes open like this. I mean, it's so weird to even play on the battlefield, like... None of it makes sense. If we had a Battering Ram in base, 1 extra rune, and everything else was the same, this spot is fine. And probably just don't have this Ride the Wind. Far from tier 0 unbeatable. I don't know about that. No, yeah, I mean, this game was just winnable. Yeah, I mean, the game kind of got lost off of that turn. I think all the wrong cards got taken off of the called shot. And then runes were wasted and units were put on battlefields that shouldn't have been. Don't consider Ezreal a miracle deck. It's basically a miracle deck. But instead of just drawing a bunch of like 1 and 0 cost units, it draws a bunch of 1 and 0 cost spells that kill the opponent's board. Okay, opponent gets the 6 first. We still have no runes. The double fizz draw was definitely awkward with only 1 seal. How do we win? We don't have an answer to this Vi, do we? And that Draven came back too. Opponent's on 2 cards in hand. So that Draven came back to matter. The fact that he got rebuked, he wasn't dead. Whereas this Forerunner's actually dead. We need to get to 7 points. China refusing to play. I mean, we'll see. We'll see next weekend. But also China's not good enough. Okay, I can't say that when I witness this miracle gameplay all day. Alright, we just have a bluff. And a noxus hopeful in base. No, yeah, 100% with how top players draw panned out where they ran out of cards. Bottom player should have won. Hasn't won in the West either. That's true. Only because I'm a dogshit player. So the Bushwhack bluff worked. This Ride the Wind still hasn't been played. And it's over. No PPS wins. What? What? What is PPS? Like it won an SCG 10K. That was split. So you're saying it specifically has to get first. Alright, we passed turn 1. Opponent's only on 3 runes though, so it's fine. They do a... Sure. 2 card net neutral on rune Draw 1 overall. Not dominant in representation. Players on mid-Draven. I don't know where you're getting that stat from. I have not seen at least any public stat splitting the representation between mid-range and Miracle. This Veiled Temple is going to be very nice for bottom player. We have Seal. Maybe we stack deck first, look for a scrap heap. Can't tell what exactly is in his hand. Oh, the last 2 cards, last 3 cards. Yeah, stack deck, look for a scrap heap. Seal, Ezreal, hit the Veiled Temple. Why didn't we hit the Veiled Temple? What? What if we hit the Veiled Temple, readied our Seal, played Called Shot, repeated, and then played 2 Battering Rams? I mean, I gotta tell this guy about all his misplays. Looks like 3rd Seal in Fight or Flight. No, that's a scrap heap. Maybe hit both. What the hell is this play? What is happening? Hold on. Okay, we tapped Seal to play a Seal. We did the Called Shot. We go in. All good. Ish. This Piercing Light doesn't make any sense. And then we Called Shot after doing this Piercing Light? What the fuck is that? Now a stack deck, so we can't even play the Noxus Hopeful plus battering ram that was in our hand. Or did we just find both the battering rams? Second, third battering ram. So definitely on the turn 3, if he had gone forward, Veiled Temple, and played the called shot, he would have found one of these battering rams. Well, not guaranteed, but very likely. Yeah, that Piercing Light made no sense. 4 and a red to kill a Draven, like we're just playing Rocket Barrage. I think if there were no best of rewards, then it would be significantly heavier Draven field. Whether that's Miracle or mid-range, it would just be way more Draven. Second seal, is that a Piercing Light or a Bushwhack? Hold on. Looks like a Piercing Light. Yeah, no, way more good players are just going for best ofs. Like most of the Challenger TCG team is going for best ofs. Most of the players on L&D. A lot of other good players. Because, I mean, the EV is way better. Yeah. The EV is way better to just go for a best of on some off meta. Don't even have to make top 64, like as long as you day 2, you probably get it. Depending on the card. We fight or flight the ram here because we want to get the axe killed. Playing to qualify for nationals. You could qualify for nationals. What the fuck is this Bushwhack Hide bluff? Fucking Bushwhack Hide. Who has the best chance to counter Draven? Ezreal does pretty well. Fucking Bushwhack Hide bluff, man. Like, what is that? What's the other one? Be a Bushwhack too. You don't even want the second Bushwhack in from the sideboard. Draven broken, not due to miracle. I think they're both. I mean, I don't know. As I accidentally close my dashboard and lose chat. I think mid-range Draven's very beatable. There are a lot of decks that exploit him. Like, I think if you take away Ferris Forerunner, he's probably close to fair. he's going to punish any bad player. Any bad player is just going to sit there and feed him infinite cards. But if you're prepared for the matchup and bring a deck that doesn't, that isn't garbage into him, which to be fair, there are some that are. Like he still forces every deck to be built a certain way. But very beatable without Ferris Forerunner. I don't think you have to take away more from him than that. They put the ram in base and hold up 2. Okay, what can we do about this? We can repeat Piercing Light for 3 and double red, and then play Fizz, replay the Piercing Light not repeated, and kill everything. That looks pretty good. If opponent has hard bargain, then we can at least send our Ezreal into trade. Get rid of their axe. If they have a second axe, then it goes on the ram, and then it's a bit sad. But this deck doesn't play second axe. Oh, we have no balls, man. I think hard bargain isn't even an issue. Oh, there it is. Meanwhile, we burn 2 runes. But we kill their Ezreal and their axe and trade it for hard bargain. And then they only have a ram in base. I guess then we get bushwhacked on. Maybe it's a bit scary. But what are we doing instead? I mean, we're in such a terrible position because of the stupid Piercing Light on the previous turn. Return it from trash? No. Needs to be in play. And this bushwhack hide. Is Lucian the truth? No. Not right now. Maybe later. Throw Fight or Flight in the trash. Why? Why would we do this? I don't know. Like, the Fizz called shot's fine. I don't know if this is open deck list if we know the opponent has hard bargain in their deck. But not going forward on turn... That's turn 2. Not going forward on turn 2... No, it was turn 3. No, this is no obelisk game. What am I hoping for in next set? Even more reliable counters to Aurora. A card that you can play from your trash that kills a gear. So that if it gets Mind Splittered, you still get to play it. Other than that, I don't know. Pay 1... Yeah, it's +1 energy and power cost. Yeah, because the Aurora next set is going to be 3 Mind Splitter, 2 Baron Nashor, maybe even 1 Baron Nashor, and then last rites. Probably 2 Baron Nashor. And then you're just going to get Baron Nashored off of the Aurora, and if you can't kill him immediately, you lose the game. Or you're going to get hit with a Mind Splitter. And then, I guess no matter what, if Baron comes in off of the Aurora, you can't hide a card with him. But if you have runes up, it's fine. Like, you're going to get Mind Splitter off the Aurora, then next turn you're going to get hit with Baron while they have runes open. Might be Troll and Aurora. Swing over the Baron and you lose. You don't lose. It's just another battlefield. You think Aurora's on the ban list. That'd be cool. Where's this Tog guy getting his info from, though? It's ban list info dealer. Better gear removal in green? What do you mean? It's like 3 different cards that are gear removal. What? What? Okay, 2, but still. You've got plenty of gear removal in green. They can't even interact, like, neither of these can be sabotaged. So they're partially Aurora proof. And Adaptatron you can put in play in advance. So this guy dodges Mind Splitter and dodges Sabotage. Baron first hit puts you in a bad position. If your opponent can push 12 and score the other battlefields, then maybe. Called Shot stack deck. I take Battering Ram. Yeah, I'd rather take the unit in general, unless you can play the Called Shot for free. Or you're looking for like a Nocturne or something. So opponent just gets a massive development turn. Most decks will have enough Might Ready turn 3 or 4 to overcome Nashor. Sure, but they won't have enough to go overcome the Nashor and get the other 2 battlefields. Or have enough left over to hold against something else accelerated. Oh no, right, there is the everything can move to the... There is the everything can move to Baron Nashor. Or to Baron Pit, yeah. Okay, so we got the Ride the Wind down for value. Could have been possible to trade Battering Ram in instead. I'm not sure if that's better. Three or 4 points, but they're fight or flighting or gusting you potentially. Here you definitely should not go to 5 points. Here you sit in base and just develop. Why are we readying a fucking gold? Oh my god, don't tell me this is another piercing light through our own unit. Fucking second. Fucking piercing lights are disgusting. Like, your opponent has Ezreal with a spinning axe, a ram, and a Vi. And they don't even have anything good in their trash. I mean, they're probably gonna pick up a battering ram. Is what they do with this last rites. And then it's 3 and a power to get a battering ram and +2 might. And then it's fine. Well, time to die to bushwhack. The fuck is with these cuts? We even have against the odds. Like, why are we? We had invert timelines. Oh my god. What if we just chuck their entire hand in the trash? It's a bit harder when the shovel out, but no, if this game was played better, he just wins. Like, he just 2-0s. Defensive spinning axe. I mean, he's still gonna win this game. Looks like, because opponent's so low on runes. The against the odds still got a ton of value. Falling Star. That's an insane card to have in the deck for this matchup. Now we get Vi hard bargained. Can't tell what's going on. Double Rasa hard bargained. Okay. I think we've used both fizzes at this point. Is that the bushwhack? Alright, we go to game 3 still. Alright, be right back. I'm gonna go to the washroom. Alright. Holy shit, so much chat when I leave. Anyone's stream froze. God damn it. Thanks for the follows, Oso Plays and Kuta Tally, and a whole bunch of other people. Lots of follows today. Neat. And Hugo Boss, 1997. Alright, we go to game 3, where... Oh, this actually... This match has still not ended, while a quarterfinal match is still going on, or has finished. Top 16 match still going on. Holding up the entire event. Maybe that's why they split. Alright, so we got Obelisk. Correct decision is to go second on Obelisk for the turn 1 Draven. Bushwhack, Ride the Wind. Let's get rid of both of those. Let's find a unit to play, unless we're going second. If we're going second, then it's fine. If we're going second, then it's very good to have the turn 1 Draven, turn 2 Ride the Wind him go to 2. And just develop something else. Kaisa in the semis, apparently. Turn 1 last rights. Holy. Look at the first player advantage. Look at the Ride the Wind. Should have played Ezreal first to discard the scrap heap. This is the same thing. Because he discards more cards. How does he lose? This is an insane start. I mean, this discard is hard. And honestly, this shouldn't even be an Ezreal play, actually. Well, it depends on what he had. Yeah, he had the battering ram already. You want the Ezreal in play for Piercing Light? Yeah, it just should have been Ezreal first, discarding the scrap heap, then go in and Ride the Wind. And then you get to see one more card, and we'll see what he draws off of the Ezreal when he picks his discard. What is the discard here? Probably the second Ezreal. I think the Piercing Light is going to be pretty good. Yep. Draws Fight or Flight, Fight or Flight. Yeah, so then it would have been an easy discard. You would have just discarded one of the Fight or Flights and kept everything else. But yeah, now opponent is forced to stack, which means Piercing Light's going to get great value. But yeah, it could have also been Battering Ram. You go to 7 runes, and then you have Ezreal Piercing Light next turn. And the Battering Ram puts more pressure on the opponent to stack. Opponent has Seal, Called Shot, Stack Deck, double Battering Ram turn, leave Draven on the battlefield by himself. And this is where we wish we had a Battering Ram in play instead of an Ezreal. And it might have even been premature to go for the Ride the Wind. The opponent only has Draven in play. We could have just walked forward onto Zonwarns. Played Ezreal, played Called Shot, played Battering Ram. I think the Ride the Wind was too early. Yeah, with this hand, the Ride the Wind was just not good. That's a good turn. But we didn't go on the battlefield. What are we scared of? Against the odds, I guess? Does the opponent even have against the odds? Saw Falling Star and Hard Bargain? There's no way they have room for against the odds in here too, do they? Like we stack 20. They have 10. There's no way they can have a Bushwhack turn yet without Rasa fueled. Even if they need to get against the odds Spinning Axe pushes us. double one of, which, to be fair, their hand has been pretty awkward. But I think this is, again, not putting pressure, unless we found a fizz. If we found a fizz to ride the wind with, then this is not bad. But we're going to be in the same... If we don't have a fizz to ride the wind, we're going to be in the same situation. But yeah, the ride with the wind was too early. If we just went forward and stacked, opponent would go forward and stack, we'd pull back, they'd pull back, then we'd ride the wind to 4. And all of our development would be way better. And we get to get the piercing light down on the turn that they stack. I mean, maybe they don't stack. Maybe they still just do Draven forward by himself, double ram in base. But then we get to walk back anyway. And be at 2, and then they still don't walk forward. Because they've got Draven here who has to walk back. It's the exact same situation, just a turn earlier. And then we haven't used Ride the Wind. I mean, this is still fine. It's just awkward that we never found a seal. And just didn't push for the point advantage, like the safe point advantage, while we had the advantage of the Draven turn 1. Giving the opponent too much time. Opponent has to discard Vi. Discard Rebuke. They still have Rebuke in the deck, too. Traumatized. Why are we paying? Why are we paying? Why do we pay for Draven? They trade our Ram anyway. Like, we should just start with Noxus Hopeful Ram. I'm assuming we have something in hand. I mean, if we're that traumatized by Fight or Flight, we could make a different attack. Like, we could send double Ram. I don't know what's in his hand. What is with these fucking piercing lights? The... I don't know. We could have held up open double Fight or Flight and just not played the piercing light. There goes all our stuff. And he hasn't played the invert timelines a single time either. But no, yeah, I mean, this should have been a 3-0. For Newroff. Obviously, I'm saying that I don't know what misplays the opponent on the top is making, because I can't see their hand almost ever. I mean, they misplay by having Falling Star in their deck. That's for sure. But yeah, these Piercing Lights are absolute fucking trolling. Like, you would think, after the first two, maybe learn from it, and don't do that. And then you could send double Ram into the first Ram. And then send Draven plus Hopeful plus Fizz into the other Ram. And then you don't need to pay for Draven and you save a rune. But yeah, how the game should have gone, Draven goes forward, stack a Ram with him, go to 1 point, opponent goes to the other battlefield, goes to 1, hold, go back to 2, opponent holds, goes to 2, goes back, ride the wind, score, develop board, or develop base, be at 4 points to 2, and then opponent either immediately has to go forward and stack, or if they don't, then you fizz ride the wind to 6. Alright. Let's get back to this. Let's get our misplay counter back. So, Misfortune... I think the Misfortune misplayed by not playing the Misfortune the turn before Aurora, and Draven misplayed by not putting this Overzealous fan with the Darius, and that lets the Misfortune player to get on a battlefield to start deploying with Aurora onto battlefield. And I also don't... don't understand the double called shot too much either. Just chat out of my face. Because that does take you off of Orange Volibear. I mean, even that... Wasn't this challenge insanely risky? Don't you lose the game to a Spinning Axe? What was in his hand before these called shots? Wait, he literally... No, we know the opponent doesn't have a Spinning Axe. No, yeah. Okay, the opponent doesn't have a Spinning Axe. That's why this is fine. Right. I'm remembering now. Opponent has just like a Treasure Hunter and some other garbage in hand. Like a hard bargain. So this challenge is completely safe. But did we not have it in hand already? We do not. Okay. Do we need to challenge off this Darius? Why can't we... like, opponents on 5, we're never stopping them from getting to 6. So why don't we walk onto the Reaver's Row that we know they can't do anything about because they hit a card from hand, which was their one unknown card. So we walk onto Reaver's Row, Darius walks back, and then we just dump the orange Volibear on Reaver's Row. Or do they have a Switcheroo in hand? Or is that... No, that must be the hidden card. I don't think they had a Switcheroo in hand, because we took Spinning Axe. If they had Switcheroo, we'd have taken that instead. So why don't we walk Mind Splitter onto Reaver's Row, dump the orange Volibear on Reaver's Row, trigger Aurora, dump that on Reaver's Row, and then pass. An opponent goes to 6 and cannot push us. And then we also get to start farming orange Volibear triggers when they move over to the Citadel of the Storm. Because we do all of this to challenge a Darius who isn't going to do anything. Even if he was alive. Oh, we're just bullet timing. We're just blowing everything. Opponent's on 5 points. We don't need to do it this turn. Like, we could literally have waited until next turn to do all of this. We could have just dumped an orange Volibear and said, here's 27 might. And also, I'm going to be taking that hard bargain from your hand now. Like, why did we do? Like, we're gonna win anyway. But this is so unclean. Because we are running out of units. And we don't have last rights. Like, we can actually lose now. Yeah, the Aurora's out of units. He has 2 Mind Splitters and play nothing. We could just have an entire extra orange Volibear in play for nothing. For free. And now we're dead to enemy top decks. And I think also one other misplay too. No, this is even more misplays. I'm giving this like, just make this 4 because it's actually ridiculous. An even worse thing, when those called shots were played, he was at a point in his deck where both of the last rights were flipped. So he hadn't gone through his entire deck yet completely. So it was known information the last rights were somewhere on the bottom of the deck, and you would never find them with those called shots. And that's one of the most important cards that he has to find, especially in this situation. So it's even worse than that. Win anyway, find the second out of 2 bullet times. But very disgusting. So we bring in Mind Splitters, we bring in Switcheroo. How many rebukes is he on? They show the deck lists. I don't see any rebukes there. Don't see any rebukes anywhere. So you bring in the Ferris Forerunner, the Mind Splitters, and the Switcheroo. And you take out... This is going to be Obelisk go second, so take out, like, Treasure Hunters. Take out Falling Stars if those are in. Yeah, take out the Falling Stars. Falling Star, Treasure Hunter. Maybe take out Edge of Night. We'll have 3 Mind Splitters, 3 Ferris Forerunners. Yeah, very heavy. Yeah, I mean, we have 5 easy cuts we can fit in wherever we want. But no, like, that was easily losable. Like, just a top deck Bryn here, and then that attack works. Kills a Mind Splitter. Draven draws 2 cards, draws into a Fight or Flight and some other useful spell, and then is able to deal with everything. Well, then you still get bullet timed, so you're still fucked. But, you know, 2 out of 2 bullet times, but no. Should have been a 100% guaranteed win for Misfortune, and instead it came down to drawing into the second bullet time to not lose. He makes the Draven go first. Alright, that's interesting. Is that good? Pretty sure you're not supposed to do that as Misfortune. Especially looking at the deck list, the most 2-drops that Draven's going to cut is 3 of them. And then with stack deck Noxus Hopeful, they still have very good odds to find one, even if they cut out 3. I don't think that's correct. Because I think being on 3 runes, denying the opponent the point, I mean, they have the double 2-drop turn 1 potential. But when you get to go 3, 5, 7, then you just need Catalyst to get a turn 3 Aurora. Catalyst or 2 Mobilizes. And you also put the opponent, that's another very important thing actually. If you turn 3 Aurora going second, your opponent can get a turn 3 Mind Splitter before your Aurora comes down on their 7 runes. Whereas if you go first, if you get the turn 3 Aurora, then you get that out before they Mind Splitter you. Is this Giga Brain though? I don't think so. And called shot once into Cattle. But what if you... Called shot once into Catalyst. What? What? But what if you just... I mean, you could also just mobilize, skip turn 2, and then turn 3 it out. You're getting a turn 3 either way. Why did Draven go to Targons? That's a Draven misplay. There's no reason to go to Targons when your opponent is not doing anything on this turn. If they accelerate with their Misfortune, they're a complete crackhead. And then they have 2 runes left open, and you can just go kill her. And then they also take themselves off of a turn from Aurora. This is a good play to play the Misfortune, though. You know your opponent's taken out the Falling Stars, so you can rely on her to ready a rune to get you to Aurora mana. But there's the Mind Splitter. Which, to be fair, we missed on the Catalyst anyway, so if we went first, we would have played Mobilized, gone to 6 runes, not done anything, gone to 8 runes, and then still gotten Mind Splittered, but the opponent would have less points. Time to hit the called shot button. Wait. Why is Hard Bargain even in the deck? Time to hit the called shot button again. Oh wait, he hit it twice. Never mind. Guess we lost this one. Alright, game 3. I think it probably would have been good to bring in the invert timelines. It's probably still good to have the invert timelines in. I don't think the hard bargain is good. One gust in the sideboard. Yeah. Oh, it's just 2 hard bargains main deck. That seems a bit crazy to me. I mean, I guess that you need them for time warps. But I'm not expecting time warp or hard bargain to do well in this matchup. Wouldn't expect time warp to do. I mean, you don't even need them for you have Mind Splitter. Like the issue is if you're mind splitting the opponent and making them run out of cards, then they're gonna have more runes than cards, which means they're gonna have too many runes for you to hard bargain. Okay, this time we go first. Oh wait, I guess the Draven got to choose. Wait, whose obelisk was that? No, that was the oh wait, that was the Misfortune's obelisk. Never mind. All right, I got confused. MF1 game 1 with more misplays. So Draven chose to go first on his Targon's MF's obelisk. Sure. Catalyst Aurora. Is there a Mind Splitter? No, there can't be, because this is turn 3 Aurora going first, so there's no Mind Splitter. It's a good Kaisa Accelerate. We play the Aurora. We hit a Volibear. Pass, opponent's at 4. They can play the Mind Splitter now. They get to take the second Aurora, at least. Is it even worth taking that second Aurora? There are 3 units in the deck, which means that 2 of them will get pulled by the first Aurora, and the second Aurora will only pull 1. So no, it's better to take the Mind Splitter. Because that will cost the opponent more. Also, these gusts don't make sense. I mean, they're still good against Overzealous Fan. Yeah, it's fine. I don't think there's enough cards that are worth cutting to take out the Gusts. But they don't make sense, at least in the early game, because the Draven's not going to give you any Gust targets. I guess they could double. He could double 2-drop on turn 1. Then you'd have Gust targets. No, yeah, the Gusts are still fine. Why are we hiding cards? Why are we hiding cards? One of these hidden cards is a Tide Turner, and that card doesn't work when your opponent has 2 Gusts in hand. Hidden is cool. What if we just walk back to base, though? What if we walk back to base? Also, we took the Aurora instead of the Mind Splitter. Alright, well, Raven's catching up on misplays. Like, what if we went back to base? What if we went back to base, let them have their second Aurora, and then they have 4 units total? And as long as they don't find a last race, we can beat that. Why are we challenging the Kaisa? Are these both fighter flights? I guess we stop the opponent on card draw. That's more important than the Draven? Sure. This takes probably Darius. I don't think the Kaisa is going to be able to do anything when the opponent has a hidden card there. They've already shown that they're going to sit there on the battlefield. Like, that's actually crazy. We have a second Kaisa in hand and we decide to try to hold. I mean, GG, I guess. I guess taking the Aurora is better if the opponent finds last rights, because then they don't get to get back both of the last rights units every turn. If they even have 2 units die. Concede. Alright. Close. Man. Yes. So this is the no spells, almost no spells Ezreal. Stupefy, Wages, Fight or Flight, Gust, Rebuke, and Arcane Shift, and then Last Rites, and a Downwell, and Ride the Wind. Did they actually make them hold until the other match finished? No. Okay, yeah. Alan lost game 1, which makes sense, because the Last Rites is a problem in game 1, but now he has the solution. What's the discard? Drawn to called shot. Looks pretty good. Opponent is also going to play an Ezreal. Discard Hard Bargain. Cycle a Stupefy to maybe find a better discard target. Oh wait, no, we have an Arcane. Is there an Arcane Shift? That's the discard if there's an Arcane Shift in there. Oh yeah, you discard Arcane Shift every time first. Yeah. Not sure why we cycled the Stupefy then, if we already had the Arcane Shift in hand. What, mid-range Draven list? Just literally just go find one that topped at Vegas or Bologna. Does not matter. They're all basically the same, with maybe a couple of card differences. I'm not sure about the Stupefy cycle, especially when this guy's deck is so limited on targeting effects to trigger Ezreal. That's a pickpocket. Opponent didn't play a seal with their Ezreal, and we already have a pickpocket in hand, though. We have 3 in the sideboard, so yeah, I don't think we need to take the second one. Especially we have Arcane Shift in hand as well. So we have 2 seals covered, and coverage for a 3rd seal available. We are going to nuke the Ezreal, take the card draw. Are we going to put Ezreal on a battlefield, though? Opponent has Wages of Pain. 3 copies or 2 copies in their deck? How many copies do they have? 8, 20, 14. 3 copies. Yeah, probably not worth going in there. Do not want to feed them the gold. Alright, there's a seal. Nice. We got... Oh, is he 3 Ezreals as well? Looks like 3 Ezreals. What is the discard this time? Is it Hard Bargain now? It's Called Shot. Wait, what? Ezreal Last Rites, Called Shot, Hard Bargain. Does he have 2 Called Shots in hand? I still don't like it. I don't think this Hard Bargain's going to be good, but we'll see. I mean, look at that and the Stupefy play. Both don't seem like the optimal play. But we'll see. Maybe I'm wrong about Hard Bargain. I mean, he does have the double Ezreal, which makes Hard Bargain way better when you can repeat it for nothing. But I'm still not sure. What did he take off the first one? Stupefy and couldn't see. Okay. And then is that, I think, a student? Max card draw. Opponent doesn't have invert timeline, so I don't need to play around it. Pickpocket, and then we can Stupefy, trigger Ezreal, draw 2. Is opponent going to hard bargain this? No? Alright. Because you're never going to hard bargain a called shot, because the opponent's always going to play called shot when they have runes to spend on the cards that they're drawing with it. Second seal. Gust. I guess that's a self-targeting gust to use with Dreaming Tree. And this is where having the other Stupefy saved would have been useful, because you could play both Stupefies and draw 3. That is another reason why Dreaming Tree is a bit weird, is because Stupefies already draw 1.5 cards for Ezreal. Two Last Rites. Okay, I didn't realize this guy had 2 last rites in his deck. That does cover Alan's 1 Rocket Barrage. But I guess Alan also has Mind... Does he have Mind Splitter in this version, or is that a later version? Is there one in the sideboard? No, there's only 1 Rocket Barrage. Huh. Interesting. Because he said he solved this matchup and couldn't lose after sideboard. And I thought that meant he had 1 Rocket Barrage to beat 1 last rites. Okay. The Pickpocket Wars. He did have Mind Splitter in main, top right card. Oh, yeah. Why is it up there? Okay, he does have Mind Splitter. Okay, so he has 1 Mind Splitter and 1 Rocket Barrage. So as long as he hits 1 of the last rites with Mind Splitter, he's fine. Alright. Does Arcane Shift need to have a target? An enemy target. Yes, I think it does. I don't think you can Arcane Shift this. I don't think you can Arcane Shift this Pickpocket. Ah, we have Retreat. Okay, that's pretty good. Slight misplay to replay the Pickpocket before the called shot, but you're always playing the Pickpocket. So I mean, it's not even a misplay. Just a good habit. I think he takes Fizz, 2 seals, pauses for a second to make it look like he's thinking about it. Don't want to burn runes at this point. We have Stupefy, we can draw 2 with the Pickpocket. Passes. Okay, we're holding 3 open for Wages of Pain to stop them from going on the battlefield, and we're saying we can get the Stupefy cashed in another time. Reasonable. And this is where Wages comes out, and this is where Hard Bargain stops it. I mean, it doesn't. If we're not going to Wages here, it doesn't really make sense. Like, the whole point is to hold open the Wages so the opponent can't get the Dreaming Tree value. But they have Gust. Is that surprising for the Gust to come in? Was main deck Gust? God damn it. There it is. Yeah, there's just main deck Gust, and it's still there. It's also a retreat. Interesting. I mean, no matter what... I mean, yeah, they just aren't going to Arcane Shift. So if they're going to walk forward, they're always walking forward to either use a Gust or Retreat. So this Wages never works. But I guess we have 2 Wages. So the point of this Wages was just to... We denied a point and got a gold out of it. I mean, I wonder maybe the stacked deck didn't need to happen, because then we could have gotten the draw 2 off Stupefy. Unless the Stupefy is getting saved for another Bellows Breath. This matchup is silly. Counter of good plays. I mean, when good plays happen often enough, then maybe. I guess they do. They don't happen so rarely. I could make a counter for good plays too. Were there any good plays so far this game? Ezreal, Stupefy Bella's Breath. Hasn't been anything this game. But yeah, there were a couple of good plays in the previous match. Alright, how does this look? Recenter it. Alright. An opponent used their pickpocket replay to hit a gold and get the draw. We are going to have Fizz. Why did he pay? Oh yeah, no. Base cost blue, and then reduce the repeat blue cost with Ezreal. Yeah, 1 and a blue. We have, in fact, Bellows Breathed. And it looks like that was the plan, because now we're going to Stupefy, kill one, and Fizz, Stupefy, kill the other. Or we're going to Frigid Touch and save the Stupefies, because we're getting our Ezreal trigger. Frigid Touch with repeat, hit both, recycle. We already Ezreal drew with the Bellows Breath, save the Stupefy. I mean, the Stupefy can just be 1 mana, draw 2 cards whenever we want on Dreaming Tree as well. Do we go on battlefields now? Do we need this Ezreal? This is the only Ezreal that Alan has. He does need to keep it safe, and he also used his only retreat. So it would make sense if he continues to keep it in the backline, because the opponent has nothing that hits backline. I think, like, literally nothing. He has 0 Bellows Breaths, 0 Singularity. He has 1 Rocket Barrage, some number of Rocket Barrages. Is the only backline removal. It's maybe slightly suboptimal. Well, it's open deck list. I think there's only the 1 retreat no matter what, so it doesn't matter. If it was closed deck list, it would be better to put the Ezreal on Dreaming Tree, because the opponent might think that you have another retreat when you do that, whereas when you put the Ezreal off Dreaming Tree, they know that you don't. But open deck list doesn't matter. Draw for the Ezreal on the right has been pretty weak overall. No Ravenbloom students. And it's not like he has any more units than Alan. I guess, yeah, I mean, there really hasn't been anything. Is this just going to be a Stupefy to draw some cards? Oh yeah, we have Arcane Shift. So we're going to Arcane Shift, Fizz, kill off one of these units, probably the Ezreal. We need to pay for that, which, let me just see. So we had 2 gold, 3 in that, use the gold. Okay, we did pay for it. That gets us Ezreal draw, and then Fizz is going to replay, it looks like a Stupefy. And Alan did Stupefy on Dreaming Tree to draw 2. Or did he just reorganize his trash for spells and non-spells? I think he has the third Stupefy in hand still. Maybe you can only afford to use one Stupefy just for card draw, and the rest need to be saved. It's pickpocket guy. Everybody's too rich. So now we're up 4 points. Oh, is this where hard bargain gets him? No. This is an order misplay. No, this is definitely an order misplay, though. Alan gets one right here. He needed to play the Singularity first before the pickpocket to play around hard bargain. Hard bargain has still not done anything. If Alan walked into it, then it would have been, it would have done something, but... yeah, that and the very early Stupefy cycle, I think, has definitely cost Manlanda a card at some point if it was comboed with a pickpocket. Not sure when exactly, but at some point. But yeah, Alan's way too far ahead now, 5 points to 0. I don't see any way to come back here, especially with a Singularity that Alan flashed from his hand. Okay, yeah, we just pick it up. Two hard bargains, 3 pickpockets, only 1 rocket barrage, and second shovel. I mean, ideally he would have had... the main discard targets are Rasa and Arcane Shift, because you play both of them back. Double Void Gate. Hell on Earth. Though actually, wait, why does this guy have Void Gate? Hold on. Wait. I didn't even realize he was playing Void Gate. Did not look at the battlefields when I looked at the deck lists. He has Void Gate for 3 Arcane Shift, 3 Wages of Pain. I mean, it does give you good breakpoints against all of the 4s from Draven. And these aspirants climb Dreaming Tree. Interesting. Alright, easy play. Oh, did he make Alan go first? Hold on. He made Alan go first. That's really weird. I don't understand that. Like, you get your Ezreal out a turn earlier, but I don't think that does anything, because neither of you is walking onto a battlefield. So you're down half a card for nothing. And yeah, that hard bargain did nothing the entire time. Whereas a third called shot would have been very useful for potentially finding something useful to do with yourself. What was the discard? Morbid Return. Yep. His target. I feel like I'm just seeing the same cards over and over again. Got the Pickpocket. I think we also have the Stupefy to draw 2. No, we're gonna play around... Interesting. I wonder if there was... if he walks forward, he just trades for Wages of Pain. That's not great. He gets the retreat out. This seems too passive. Either this Ezreal needed to walk forward and then use retreat to dodge wages, or he needed to play the Stupefy to draw 2. I think when you do this, you tell your opponent that you have retreat in hand, because it's way too weird to leave the one rune open. And, like, especially to think. Like, that's another thing, too, is he plays the pickpocket. I mean, to be fair, he could just be thinking about whether or not to go forward. But if he's thinking about whether or not to go forward, he has something. Yeah. I mean, what happens, let's say that there is like a Bellows Breath Frigid Touch combo. He has a second Ezreal in hand. Wait, if he just has a second Ezreal in hand, there's no reason for him to care about this. Okay, yeah, no, he should just Stupefy draw 2. I don't think this is good. Especially with the delay. You're telling Alan that you were considering either going forward or you had multiple different 1-mana spells in hand. And either way, that tells him that you have multiple different 1-mana spells in hand. Like, I think especially knowing that this is Alan's only Ezreal, and Alan does have retreat. It's only 2 Bellows Breaths. Morbid Return doesn't give too much information. Yeah, I think I mean, if you walk forward, you give him gold, which isn't good, off of the wages, even if you dodge it. You get your own ramp, but you're ahead because you pickpocketed. So going forward isn't good, but I think letting the 2 of Bellows Breath plus 1 of Frigid Touch, or 2 of Bellows Breath plus double Stupefy go through isn't even that bad. And that you even run into an annoying situation, and it's going to happen no matter what. But if you get Bellows Breathed, I hope they show the board, so it's easier to explain. No. Okay, so if Alan played Bellows Breath first, you end up in an awkward spot. If you retreat right away, then he'll Stupefy the other unit and kill it. If you don't retreat and he has the double Stupefy, then if he plays the first Stupefy and you try to retreat in response, he'll play the second Stupefy in response to that and kill you anyway, and you lose the retreat rune. Which, that's going to happen no matter what, if there's double Stupefy, but... Yeah, I think we're just down card cycling. Playing around a play that was way too unlikely. And now I'm not sure what we're thinking about. I wonder if Alan would have gone for... He probably wouldn't have anyway. This one rune is too suspicious, when it could have been spent on a stack deck or a Stupefy. I mean, I guess if Alan had the Bellows Breath double Stupefy, he would have gone for it, because there's no drawback. Because you either get the retreat anyway by Stupefying in response to it, or you get the pickpocket and get the retreat. Both of which are fine. And you get to cycle through your hand, and you don't have to commit the pickpocket to only kill a gold. Not sure what we're thinking about now, either. Now we cycle the stupid. Okay, yeah. Now it's a definite misplay. He's just down a card. I mean, like, he made this play, made the Stupefy play now because Alan couldn't Bellow's Breath Stupefy him anymore, but I don't think that's something that need to be worried about with a second Ezreal in hand. If he didn't have the second Ezreal in hand, then it makes more sense. For sure. This is the most do-nothing matchup imaginable, though. Both players have all of these 3 might units, and all of their spells deal 3 damage. Seal play is interesting. I guess no matter when it happens, if you get pickpocketed, your seal did nothing. So if you get it out earlier, then you potentially get some value out of it, though this does cost you a rune next turn, because this played a called shot that, at the end of turn, costs you 1 mana next turn. Why did they not call it mana? Why did they call it energy? Can you not call it mana? Is that something that MTG has copyright on? I guess these cameras can't move, can they? They're just stuck at one angle, because I can't see any of these cards. God, we're just doing nothing. I always call it mana. Except for when I was writing the guide, I had to call it energy. And then I was originally calling everything like Fury and Chaos, but then I was worried nobody would know what the hell I was talking about, so then I switched to just calling them red and purple. Maybe not nobody would know, but that, you know, enough people wouldn't know. Do we have a way to trigger Ezreal this turn with the pickpocket? It's actually so silly, the pickpocket draws half a card too. That's crazy. No, we got a Ravenloom student though. That's the first Ravenloom student, at least on stream. Well, it's time to keep on trying with the seals. One of them will stick eventually, surely. Especially when Arcane Shift can't be played without targets. Oh, Call to Glory. That's the card from yellow that should get banned. I figured it out. Mana could be a mechanic. What do we discard? I think the Rasa? It's either Rasa or one of these hard bargains. It looks like we have 2 of them. Yeah, we have 2 hard bargains, but we also have double Ezreal in place, so they're good. I think the Rasa is the best discard. That sets up for a shovel. Fight or Flight's also reasonable. That card's not very useful. Rocket Barrage is nice. We could snipe the Ezreal now while they're tapped out. That is his only Ezreal, and Morbid Returns in the trash, but they could have a Fizz by now easily. Buffs become even worse. True, but make a card that isn't Call to Glory to make buffs playable. instead of a stupid 0-cost trick. Hold open 4. Does Alan have something else that needs to get targeted by Rocket Barrage? Hold on. Alan doesn't have a shovel in the sideboard, right? No, there's like nothing in Alan's deck that's a target for Rocket Barrage. No gear. I mean, I think this Rocket Barrage should have gotten played. Oh, he's waiting to repeat it. I guess he can repeat it for like 7 in the blue. I always forget that card has repeat, because when the hell are you ever going to play that card repeated? I mean, could we have played the Rasa then? We have a stack deck in hand, too. We're holding double hard bargain. I guess tap out for Rasa's bad, because we get singularity'd. And our hard bargain's main target is the singularity, because there's nothing else expensive. Hold open 4 sucks, though. Wish we had one more card in hand. But yeah, I guess we're holding open double hard bargain and then planning to repeat Rocket Barrage next turn. I feel like you never win playing like this, though. The only way you win involves last rights. But I guess you haven't found one. But if you do find one, you want a Rasa in your trash. So I think discarding Rasa was better. We'll see about that one, though. That'll stay on the table the same as the hard bargain keep. Called Shark card looking mighty bannable. Do I think one last right should be in Ezreal? Makes the deck easier to play, so probably. But it does mean you need to play 3 Rasas, which can make you less consistent and takes up valuable deck slots. Mind Splitter. Card's pretty good. Rocket Barrage or Singularity. Rocket Barrage just better. Need that for the last rights. So we probably are playing... When an opponent holds 4 open like this, does that mean they don't have a last rights in hand? That might mean they don't have a last rights in hand, but it's getting to the point where anytime they find a last rights, they're going to play it immediately. So this Mind Splitter might need to get saved. Check for wages, opponent doesn't even flinch. I think you have to save Mind Splitter because, and you have the setup where you have Rocket Barrage and Mind Splitter. So if they put both last rights in play, you can repeat Rocket Barrage, kill them. And if they play one, hold the other, then you can Mind Splitter one, Rocket Barrage the other. It's like the very long-term setup, but you don't play the Mind Splitter until they play one last rights, and then you think about it. Man, at least we get a window to play stack deck. We don't need to hold open double hard bargain anymore. Unless we're just so traumatized by Bella's Breath that we need 2 hard bargains to deal with it. I mean, we did already play around the Bella's Breath double Stupefy earlier, so... Yeah, we're just not going to play it. Ugh, we're just gonna hold 4 runes every turn then. Not looking good. I'm gonna assume this guy didn't sideboard out his students, but maybe he did. Because I haven't seen any this entire time. I've not been paying attention to his stack decks and called shots to see if students were showing up there, but... What to cut? I don't know either. Okay, Arcane Shift popping the Pickpocket. And we're Arcane Shifting the Fizz instead of the Pickpocket. What is Fizz picking up? I don't think he has anything good. Oh no, it is the Pickpocket. Yeah, we're Arcane Shifting the Pickpocket. Yep. Yeah, that makes sense. Now, how do we deal with this student? It's a theoretically infinite-sized unit. Might have been better to Arcane Shift the student. Hmm. Because it would take... No, there's no way the student could even survive. Yeah, I think Arcane Shifting on the student was better. We'll see how the rest of this turn plays out, but I'm marking that one down. Have there been any good plays made? I don't think there's ever been a point where there's like, oh, obvious play that doesn't get made because there's some hard to see issue with it or some better play available. Like, this really is a sit there and do nothing fest. Until at some point Alan said, okay, I have enough units in play, we can walk forward. Which did immediately give an arcane shifted pickpocket. Draw a card play off of just Fizz and 2 runes. But I guess Alan is still pressured to score because of the 2 last rights. He can't guarantee that he can get rid of both. It's gonna stay at 0, yeah. And the next 2 matches on stream are both Aurora matches, so we're gonna skip those and go to the Vegas matches. What do Ezreals do against Camel? Yeah, Student is enormous. Watcher is enormous. Vex is pretty fat. You can downwell the Camel if it's really that big of an issue. Looks like about 20 cards left in Alan's deck. We're also going to retreat the pickpocket? No. Oh, we're just going to find another one. But this student getting to live, I think, is very bad. Because, like killing the... If there was only one pickpocket, killing the pickpocket makes sense. But since Alan has 2, I think killing the student is way more important. Makes sense to not score points here, leave your opponents. Oh, now we play the Rasa with the 1 rune open. And killing the seal is good. I don't know. Would Alan have taken and played Singularity if there wasn't Hard Bargain mana getting held up? Maybe. If there aren't any Rasas to target? I don't know. Now that a Rasa came out, now you start thinking that they might have a Last Rites in hand? But yeah, now the board disappears. 1 damage to everything. Thousand-Tailed Watcher. Seven and a blue. We haven't spent the gold for some reason. But this should kill literally everything except the Rasa. Yeah, I'm not sure why we tapped out with 2 hard bargains in our hand. On the turn that we developed a ton of units. Like, the turn we held open hard bargain, we had 3 units in play. We held open double hard bargain. But then this turn we have 6 units in play and we don't hold anything. And it's turning out that the student kill isn't really mattering, so I'll just leave it alone. But I mean, the game's kind of over now. There's no coming back from that. I wonder if I'm in the background in one of these clips. Maybe near duo. No, I think I was sitting way over there. There was like an office chair. Or I might have been playing my match still. No, I think at this point I just finished my match. Was close to finished. Replay some stuff. Time for it to all die again. No, maybe not. Yeah, kind of skipping through at this point because the game's over. I don't even think Downwell would have fixed the issue, even without the Mind Splitter. Yeah, I think it's just slightly inefficient plays. Like he missed the Stupefy draw and held open Retreat instead, and then he held open double Hard Bargain on a turn that I don't think was necessary. He could have at least played the stack deck to get a little bit deeper. And then if he had played the stack deck, then on this turn where he had the 6 units in play, you could have at least held open single Hard Bargain, which would have been, let's go back to the turn with the Watcher. Yeah. A 1 more rune open would have given a Hard Bargain repeat, which would have stopped Bella's Breath, plus Watcher combo, and then he would have been safe. So it's just that 1 rune that got spent on stack deck, I think, on this turn. Let's just go back to make sure that there was a stack deck played here. That I'm actually properly talking about things. Or did he just never play the stack deck? Or did he play it on Alan? No, he didn't play it on Alan's turn. So he thought about it, didn't play it, started his turn, played Fizz, played the Arcane Shift, then he played stack deck. Yep, there's the stack deck. Oh, and he also paid for Stupefy. And he plays another stack deck, which finds the Pickpocket, which then he taps out 1 too low. So if he played one of those stack decks on a previous turn, he would have had 2 runes open, and he would have been able to stop it. Stop the Bellows Watcher combo. Hey, Madara. I'm doing pretty well. How are you doing? You still rank 1? I'm still choking in playoffs. I guess that's my one issue. And then, yeah, we're not going to watch an Aurora player beat a Victor that can't draw an Imperial Decree to save his life. We could watch Alan play against the Aurora player. He makes some good plays. If that even was on stream, I don't know where that is. It would have gone through? No, it would have been Hard Bargain repeat for 2 runes. So it would have been impossible to pay for all of it. He had 2 Ezreals in play. Alright, I want to watch a lot of these matches before top 8, and then I also want to watch top 8. Alright, let's see. How good am I at this game? Pretty good. Not the best. No, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I would need to be able to watch back my own games to see the misplays, which fortunately there is one game in this VOD. Who ends up winning this match? Shizzle wins it? Okay. Can flex me. know the rank 1, rank 2, one of the, I guess like, what was it off of the stupid MMR thing that Challenger TCG did? Third highest ELO. It's kind of fake no matter what. Oh, this is Rossum. This is the guy playing Detonate. I want to watch this, actually. Assuming we've got Call of the Week. Oh yeah, we do. Sure, I'm moving cards around. All the battering rams. Not sure why that hidden card's by itself. That's very weak to Singularity. Okay, we are sitting in base as the victor. We are going to set up for some kind of Imperial Decree play, which I don't think there's main deck hard bargain to deal with. Singularity Axe gets dropped defensively. So you're telling me we can send 3 tokens into that and trade it off? Well, it's going to get fight or flighted back, but yeah. Or we can... Okay, we can just bait him by sending fucking pickpocket token and stupefy gets him. Alright. Alright then. That's pretty game losing. Could have made it to Houston. Yeah, I should be going and farming while I got the busted deck. Imperial Decree ends the game as long as Victor's ahead on points and doesn't just die to repeated bushwhacks, which looks like it isn't happening too much, at least. I mean, Victor's getting to 6 points first, so good spot. Which, how did the Victor get to 6 first? How was he... Oh yeah, it was just like 2, let the opponent get 1, and then get 3. Oh yeah, very patient play actually by the Victor player. Very nice. And then what happened? Then we couldn't push to 6. What do you mean we can't push to 6? The hell's in our hand? I can't even see. Wait, you're telling me we had an Imperial Decree? Known in the League Pro scene. It does sound like a kind of familiar name. Hard Bargain, Time Warp, Bellows Breath, it looks like, and I can't tell what else. No Imperial Decree. So we get the wages trade. We have nothing. You're telling me we have... What? Hold on, hold on. If you don't get to 6 points this turn, you're conceding the game. Call of the Week, Bellows Breath, Time Warp, yeah. And we only have 10 runes. So we can send a token in. Play Call of the Week, sack the token. Kill one of the opponent's units in base, they get to 6. Hold. No, you have to Hidden Blade the Ezreal and walk Victor in. Hidden Blade Ezreal. Walk in on both. Zon Warrens, chuck the Bellows Breath. Play Call the Week. Kill the token, I guess. Opponent has 1 unit left. We get to 6, we make a token in base. We've got token, token, pickpocket, time warp, and 1 more card. And we're threatening time warp next turn. No, or we just concede the game. Scared of hard bargain? He didn't have Imperial Decree. So we are not going to get a time warp off against this. Especially if we don't play our cards. No, it's definitely not Imperial Decree in hand. I'm pretty sure it's a call. But he doesn't shuffle his cards. No, yeah, I think Victor had the win, and I don't know what's going on. Oh, he does have Decree. Okay, I don't know. I don't even know then. If it was Decree instead of Call, I don't know why he didn't just play the cards. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Victor had the win here. I think without him, if it was Call the Week, he had the win. If it was Imperial Decree, he easily had the win if he just plays it. There was no hard bargain. Opponent had 2 runes open, and the Victor was on 10 runes. Looks complex, yeah, but that's a good thing. I mean, so is Marvel Rivals watching that game. Can't tell what the fuck is going on. Someone's getting shot at, they don't take any damage, and then someone randomly gets 1 shot. Go in, don't pay the red. Ferris Forerunner, okay. I mean, yeah, maybe if I've played the game at all, then it would make some more sense. Oh, it's time for Ferris Forerunner to ruin Victor's day. Oh, we got to 6. Show me Imperial Decree and GG. Turn 1 Zinzao. That's a catastrophe. And we're gonna give away... Wait, we just concede to Call the Week? Progress Day? The fuck is that doing in there? We can't even kill the merchant. Okay, never mind. The game's just over. Victor draws that bad. You're telling me Draven's just going to be ahead on points? For free? Oh yeah, it's over. Beyond over. Alright, this is one worth watching. Oh, and it's Casanova.
Play.
Yeah.
Casting.
Quality
Alright,
of
we're
play.
unmuting that.
Even carry over to the interview.
Yeah.
Just
Good
sounds
Chris.
so clear and confident and knowledgeable with his deck, his preparation. Which is what you love to see. You love to see preparation turn into a payoff, and that's just great stuff.
Yeah, I mean, it may be the new best way to play Miracle. It really remains to be seen. As he said, he was beating down all the Nocturne enjoyers within their...
Ezreal, two of our undefeated players.
So yeah, he's basically on my list. He has a second Nocturne, one less Bushwhack in the main, and then has an Overzealous Fan and a Last Rites, doesn't have the Ride the Wind, doesn't have the Piercing Light. And then it's sideboard has Thermo Beam and Vex. And he runs Targon's Peak as third battlefield.
One of the first 10Ks on Set, and kind of brought Set to the forefront where everyone thought Set was really good.
Guy baited everyone to thinking Set's good.
One of his teammates.
And then Alan put in the third Bellows Breath, put in Mind Splitter. Did he cut a Watcher? I'm not sure. Maybe this Hard Bargain's new. Don't remember. It's all blending together at this point.
So I think
That's the run that Alan
forced the run to try and make that top 8. And, you know, Colin is an absolute powerhouse when it comes to Riftbound already in his own right. So this
16th in Madrid. That's a very small ranked pool. You get to see Colin's mulligan? I can't fucking tell what those cards are. I think there's a battering ram in there. Or is that a Noxus Hopeful? Yeah, Casanova Gem was insane casting combo. Alright, hold on. Let's do some paint. I want to see what these cards are. I need new glasses. I need to go get my new glasses. Alright, let's go 1,000 on each. Hold on, let's make the box bigger before we do that. Yeah, that didn't help.
In his own right.
Whatever.
So this is a clash of absolute
Very weird as commentator? What do you mean by that? I don't know if he does commentary in MTG, but he's a big content creator. 626. Doesn't know at all, he just knows how to commentate. Yeah, there's worse commentators.
in that last game.
I mean, he does know the game also. He got Best of Jinx at Houston, so... I don't think you can say he doesn't know the game at all. I mean, I'll listen to his commentary. We'll see what he actually says.
Ezreal is the same vein. Bellows Breath can wipe your entire board. If Colin decides to commit everything out there, Alan will try and hunt down the pieces to remove it all in one.
It's a second seal. That's pretty good.
There, it becomes very hard for Miracle to redevelop.
I think he did. I thought he did.
Things off in the aftermath.
So, Colin starting off here
at Houston. First regional, set 1. I thought he did.
Stack deck, kind of like a consolation prize when you missed your first drop. But a little more of a setup here too. This is a deck that's not as important to have that early play as long as you're setting up for your big Miracle turn, correct?
He got second, lost in tiebreaker. Okay. Never mind. Unlucky.
And, you know, for this game, Alan, also the Vex being one of the cards that was talked about quite a
Easy
bit,
Arcane Shift
but this
discard.
matchup, there's not a lot of spells that Vex gets
Oh no,
to
we
hit.
discard
So we're gonna
Vex.
see him bid this
Interesting.
Vex early. They may even come out in the board in game 2 and 3 because against Miracle Draven, yeah, they have
Really?
spells.
Because he normally played for Vex against me. Because he knows this is... That's really weird. I'm surprised Alan discarded Vex. That was even a card he was playing for where he would, like, skip Ezreal turn 1 to turn 2 Vex against me. Like, that would easily be a play that he makes, especially if I miss on turn 1. He skips his turn 1, and then I play Draven, and he plays Vex, and the Vex is immediately threatening. He had a second one in hand? Oh, okay, he just has a second one in hand. But even then, with the Ezreal turn 1 is potentially even, not necessary.
And that is going to be finding Bellows Breath, that's finding Watchers to go along with it, or you're going to want Bellows Breath, Fizz, combined with something like a Frigid Touch. These are some of the cards that Alan...
Because the Ezreal in play, I mean, it's let him call shot and dig more cards. But he'd be able to do that anyway if he turned 2 to Vex out, and then opponent wouldn't be able to score.
Doesn't want to give combats, but he does want to score and look.
Yeah, you can easily play Student first.
So stack deck once again after called shot. Tons of library manipulation here. Ezreal hanging out in the back row also.
I mean, like, maybe the Vex discard makes sense, but
Similar sort of package, but in different sort
I'm
of
surprised he
phases,
didn't just
where
go for the turn 2
in the
Vex.
Graven deck, we see Battering Rams, kind of this big like pop-off turn, where this is just a lot of setup, and a lot of kind of crafting and finding the right cards, right?
Yeah, and there's the student that he finds just wanting to have this setup so that he can start going to maybe 2 points on the next turn. I think a really good
I'm gonna message him,
result for
actually
Alan.
wondering.
Is that Colin actually goes for a big development here, and then Alan has a good answer and punish to remove a lot of it, and is able to still push in and score. I think that's exactly what Alan would want to see. 6 runes is a little bit hard pressed, but Ezreal can do a
He should play the
lot,
seals before he plays the
right?
stack
You
deck.
got Bellows Breath with repeat.
Yep,
you
he
can
sees a
reduce it
Nocturne.
with the Ezreal, then you can still go Frigid.
I'm gonna put
You
like,
can reduce a bunch of units all over the place.
I don't know,
trying to get
0.25
that
for Alan. I'll wait for his response to see what he actually says, but this is a full misplay. You need to play the seals before the stack deck if you have a Nocturne. And
clears.
all right, good night,
Instead
Funk
of
Monks.
going, gonna take it slow from the start. This hand,
Yeah, playing
not
student
on
before
that
Ezreal is
card,
often
does play
better,
Nocturne off of the search on the
especially
back
with
track,
Vex
so
turn
we'll
2.
see how much he can put together on this single turn.
Yep, so Nocturne.
Especially
and then
opponent
Frigid,
misses their turn 1, then you
card off
could.
as well.
You probably
Two
don't play for a
seals in hand
defensive
for
student
Colin,
against
too,
a
so some
Draven.
explosive potential here. Here's a seal. And another seal. All right, so starting to stack these cards.
I played 0 events in Toronto? No.
That is now 4 cards played.
Played plenty.
That's a magic number for the
I mean, he's going to spend it
Rams.
anyway on the Ezreal, looks like.
Looks to be an Ezreal with that
So, I mean, I guess
steady
that's not
energy.
really a misplay because he already had a way to spend it.
All right, both players doing the thing.
Yeah, gets to draw 3. I mean, this is a lot of played cards. I think he wants to.
But if he doesn't walk forward, then Alan plays Vex next turn.
The 6 runes, as I said, it's not quite enough to really go for full clears. It's not super easy for Alan to find the clear just on 6
Ooh, he's
runes.
going to walk forward
There
afterwards,
are
too.
particular outs he can find that all kind of crux around the Bellows Breath Frigid Touch combo when you're at.
Because this is another thing, too. You want to walk forward.
And as we see, Colin had to slow.
And I guess you're conflicted. You'd rather find Scrap Heap, which he did find for Ezreal. Yeah, because you're more likely to find Scrap Heap for the Zonborn's Conqueror than you are for the Nocturne, so this is reasonable. This isn't sequencing. Not using card IO? Yeah, they are. I can literally pull up my events right now. So this, Toronto. This is in the future. This one I just did today. This was in Vegas. This was in Toronto. Pre-Rift, pre-Rift. Skirmish, 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 skirmish. Nexus Night, release event. I haven't gone to an insane number. But yeah, the ladder is completely useless. That it does not. It literally picked up one event. So nothing on that ladder is useful.
Raven will come in. We'll see a loot on the Warrens, kind of a desperation. Let's try and find something else to do here, discarding a rebuke. And that is it. And that is not exactly.
We're just going to pass and play for the fight or flight.
Rockets, something like that. Sparkler. Okay, it's fun to look at, but not what Colin was looking for. So
UVS MM. What do you mean by MM?
Seal Discord. Those are some nice seals. Those are really cool looking. And here is Vex.
Yeah, just gonna jam the Vex.
Play for the Vex.
Time.
What is Alan's hand?
And that is okay.
Because this is a situation where he would,
Bottle rockets, Sparkler. Okay. It's fun to
he would potentially go for like Wages of Pain Stupefy, or some kind of. I guess he already used all the stack decks and called shots. But if he had stack deck called shot left over, he'd walk in with Student, and then potentially do something like, I guess Fight or Flight plus Draven pump stops it no matter what, so you do have to just Stupefy Wages if you want to get rid of this Draven. He just doesn't have the Stupefy Wages.
but not what Colin was looking for. It's really cool looking. And here is Vex.
I mean, I know that the pairings don't give a shit about
Yeah, just gonna jam the Vex. Still time.
tiebreakers
for
going
Alan
into the
to
round.
set up, right? you know, talking about wanting to find a big removal and then look for the score, that's if it's a bigger development from Colin. This was slow. This was just a small start. 7 might on the board. Alan can wait for a bigger commitment.
People that are close with Elo are likely to get matched. I don't think that's real. Because the site's not accurate. But yeah, this is where, like, if he had Vex in play a turn earlier, this Draven can't walk forward, because then Vex would just bully him. There'd be no hold-up fight or flight. Vex would just walk in, and then if he gets pumped, just one spell deals with him.
Just has to push the Vex in and then pop off, because he's going to have the reduced cost on every single spell that he plays. Vex is now more about the first part of her text, friendly spells costing less, than it is about the second part of the text, where his enemy spells costing more, where in most of the
Like, everyone's going to have similar Elo. The website doesn't pick up anything. Yeah, this is a very good draw. Double seal, 1 scrap heap, double cold shot with the Ezreal, and hitting a Nocturne. It's kind of accurate for your city? Okay. Did people actually check if all their events show up? Picked up every event in your city? Okay. Hello, Forio. Why do you have a Chaos Orb as your... You just have a Chaos Orb, alright.
Yeah, he's gone to 2, so I'd like to see Colin not push Void Gate at all, just stay at 2.
Yeah, I mean, this is the awkward spot. Opponent walked backwards, and now there's no Vex target, so she's gonna have to sit in base for a turn.
So even playing, we saw 2 hopefuls in that search. It was like with a fighter flight, so I think you're probably grabbing a hopeful, develop that. And you can still go
Given for an event. Neat. That's a fancy...
If Alan is able to completely
I don't know, image next to your name.
good, but he can still just take it slow over
We're gonna sack the Nocturne.
efficiently. Alan doesn't have points yet. You don't
Or are we gonna stack on him?
too early.
We're gonna fight or flight him. Okay, reasonable.
So, Nocturne moves in, just a fight or flight to back it up.
Just cash in the fight or flight.
Extremely, a weird looking
If we aren't gonna be able to spend the rune.
game looking right at it, but being extremely cognizant of
Hold
the
open 2 runes.
and the cost of
Threatening
resources
spinning axe, so
behind
there's no
combat.
easy board clear.
Even just going to 3 and the retreat, so using that kind of like interactive spell isn't fantastic in this kind of matchup in a cool way.
Hater of Detonate? I'm not the hater of Detonate.
Now we're going back
I haven't gotten to play the
I mean,
deck.
it's Colin showing that he understands this matchup. He understands that he needs to score points.
Or play
he
against
can't
it.
give away
So I don't know
material for free, and he can't overdevelop.
how
And
good
I
it
don't
is
think he's
compared
overdeveloped. I think
in
this is
comparison.
fine. You know, you got 2 more battering rams in deck. You have 3 Rosses, 1 more Nocturne. You know, you have cards in deck. There's not a concern there. And he's going to force Alan to have to start moving a little bit. Alan is not going to be able to just sit back forever. And
Oh, is this where Alan gets
want
Vex
to
rebuked?
get a Warren's trigger himself, 'cause I'm looking at the hand.
And just loses?
It's not perfect for Alan, right? There is going to
He
be
was,
this arcane shift, which is going to allow draw 2
at the
from
very
the
least,
middle
on a
of
lot
that,
less
deal some
sleep
damage.
than he was on at
Just gonna
Bologna.
bring back a Vex, because I think Alan recognizing, hey, I actually don't have a lot to do right now with this hand. I need to wait for a more perfect combat to come a bit later. And he is just going to play 1 at base. So very, very slow and methodical for Alan. The hand not allowing him to affect the backline just yet.
So Student moved into Void Gate, not Zon Warrens, putting Alan up with just a single point. Why Gate over Warrens?
Yeah, I mean, this is a bit interesting because usually you would just go Warrens, but he must not have had something in hand that he actually wanted to bin. He probably, I haven't seen this whole hand. It's really tough to catch a good glimpse, but I'm imagining he actually has part of the combo pieces needed for full removal. And so he actually wants these cards, but he's not in the game state yet where he can start spending them. I am a little interested about the Student going at all, because being only at the 1 rune, there's not a lot of interaction that he's going to have access to.
Did I know about Detonate before
Protect
Vegas?
the
No.
Student is very likely just going to go down for free, especially with no hidden card. No, yeah, there's not a lot of interaction that went here. So
Yeah, I don't think they have the technology for that.
I want to see what the plan is, or if
Like,
it is
one
just
thing with the
a-
UVS website, let me see if it'll just happen here. If I pull up my profile and settings, yeah, look at this. This is someone else's stats and someone else's tournament history. It's not showing me mine until I refresh the page. So, if you think they have anything, they don't. Don't even know whose this is. It still shows my name, but yeah, this is just some other guy's. Let's see, where is this guy from? Where are the Boca Raton, Florida. Cool. Yeah. Oh, there's mine. There's my actual stats. But yeah, no, if you think they have matchmaking or anything going on,
Drop a student here, just for
no.
1 point, which is a bit surprising.
I think this is bait trying to get the Vex into combat.
Yeah.
I mean, this works too. So sure, Stupefy,
Stupefy's gonna let it trade.
that's fine as well. You know,
There's probably a spinning axe here.
to commit to one of the battlefields to get Vex in, because that the 1 point.
No,
isn't
we just
even
trade.
That impactful, but there you go. That's a trade. Pretty good
Okay.
exchange.
Well, it's great for Alan.
Yeah, this is like,
Doesn't get a draw here,
if there's a
so
spinning
it's
axe,
it's like exactly what Alan wanted.
I mean, I guess the Vexes are set up to still counter push. But if he was going to play the second Vex, student probably shouldn't go forward. Because it is like, Alan wins in the late game. The Miracle deck has to score, because if the Miracle deck sits and develops in base, at some point it's all going to disappear.
I don't think I'm fully grasping it, because the bait is fine for the Nocturne, and it works great for Alan. But what if the battering ram just...
I don't know, people are asking me my opinion, and it's like, I haven't played the deck. It is surprising, why didn't Battering Ram go here instead? Like, if Alan wants to commit, I guess he's threatening also playing a Called Shot repeat, but if he's doing that, then Stupefy plus Called Shot would have just won. I mean, this didn't get punished, but I think I still call this a misplay. It should have been Battering Ram going to the student. Or you send 2 units.
So Colin goes up to 4. Warren will trigger, discard and draw. Goodbye Nocturne. And now, again, that opens the door for Vex to possibly come in. Start utilizing that ability that is only applicable in combat.
I mean, maybe he had spinning... Oh, he does have the spinning axe. Okay, never mind. He had the spinning axe, and he was fine with the trade. He's just playing to deny Vex. Does he have another Fight or Flight? He's going to Fizz Fight or Flight? Yeah, it looks like he's going to Fizz Fight or Flight.
So, next step is a Fizz. Are we going to see this Fight or Flight play?
Get the points, deny the Vexes still.
Very well could be, yeah. I was thinking, like, usually you just want to fizz into the stack or the Called Shot, but...
I mean, this still would have... No, this still would have made more sense. Why didn't we send the Ram to the student? No, this is a misplay. We could have sent Ram to student, even if they make us axe, we axe, and then we Fizz Fight or Flight back.
Combat, and but you also need to go to 4, right? So going to 4 is very important. You need to push something in. I like this Fizz play a lot. Continue.
And 10 runes without Vex combat isn't enough to pull off a board wipe that also clears the axe.
Both players kind of baiting, setting traps, you know. Alan trying to get the Vex into combat. Colin saying, no, the scheme will not be about that. I disagree. You know, using Fight or Flights in kind of his unique way. At 4 points.
The triple Rasa in hand for Colin. I think he's still holding off, which is, you know, what I've been saying. You can't triple Rasa.
You know, using...
He just has a Called Shot he's not going to play. Interesting. Oh yeah, he's triple Rasa Bushwhack. No, I mean, it makes complete sense not playing any more units on board. 4 units is the right number. But I don't see any reason not to play the Called Shot, at least. Yeah, Alan... I don't know. Yeah, I feel like Alan would have played Vex turn 2 and skipped the Ezreal turn 1. But maybe there's some context I'm not aware of.
Which is, you know, what I've been saying. You can't over-deploy, but I think I saw 3 Rasas sitting there ready to go for Colin as soon as this board...
But yeah, that is basically the nut draw.
Yeah, Bushwhack is there. Bushwhack triple Rasa to end from 6 is going to be the main out to deal with Ezreal. You cannot allow Ezreal to just have a clear, and then a redeploy, and then a re...
It's like holding axe open every single turn makes a lot of sense, because that keeps your board protected. Because Alan's not going to go for a board wipe that gives an axe away for free.
I love the kind of look on Alan's face, like, you know, ugh, I just want to get my stuff, you know, like you're just doing such a good job of keeping me off what I want to do. So here comes the Vex. Going into combat is not combat, it is just a non-combat showdown, so the Vex is not active right
No
now.
good turn 1 play? No, you just skip turn 1, because opponent skipped their turn 1.
Here's Raza.
Pays 3 for it.
And just a pass. Now, of course, Vex can be in combat on defense too.
Correct.
So if Colin wants to move into this Vex, that does open the window for...
And then is this where he gets rebuked?
cost reduction to really stack up alongside the Ezreal.
And this is where we hit the inflection point of
Hmm.
the match.
Because you can't put the 2 Vexes next to each other, opponent goes on Void Gate,
Because you called out the Bushwhack in this
and just throws 1 unit there and throws 1 unit there the next
So that when
turn.
this board is gone, he can Bushwhack Rasa, end the game, right?
And probably uses fight or flight to score last point.
Okay.
What the?
Little live look in here.
All right. Oh.
And
Yeah,
There
this
you go.
this is a future, a little bit of the future, a little bit of the future. It's sneaking out,
What just happened?
creeping in, and
that
Just
was
hit my mute
bad
hotkey and it rewinded a billion.
with the Raza. Now did burn the bushwhack. There are, but of course, Colin not.
They fucked up the stream?
on
Oh.
the void gate. It means that the only, yeah, I mean, up here.
Okay.
But
Well,
no,
I
let's see. Yeah,
I think if the Ran comes in, Alan just concedes the Ravenloom student, but now has a way
yeah,
to
as a
get
4. Ploy, not
Okay then. That's weird.
future, a little bit of the future, a little bit of the future. It's sneaking out,
Okay.
creeping in.
little live.
Well, let's take a look at the board state. I am holding opponents at 7, and I think they just accelerated out of Kaisa.
A little bit of the future, a little bit of the future.
Last.
A little bit of the
You
past.
have a fizz.
Oh god, what the hell happened? Okay, they really messed up the stream.
As Colin did go.
Let's take 1 second here and try and get this organized or whatever. Everyone, close
Your monitor.
so is
Spoilers.
Get right back
Okay,
into
we're good. We're good. They
Like
fixed
we're
it.
saying Colin really wants to go to 6 this turn if possible. So back Colin's way, getting back into the game. Again, both players have so many cards to work with.
To further set the stakes here, Alan has not.
Yeah, I'm not sure why that call
played
shot didn't get
set
played last turn.
in a regional qualifier.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna upgrade the Vex play to a full misplay as well, until Alan gets me an explanation.
Love the match.
Yeah, he ID'd 1 round at the end.
But probably not gonna have that come in until tomorrow.
Still a loss, yeah. Wow. That is something. So what was that? I mean, how many rounds is that plus top 8?
I mean, it's 13 rounds and then top 8, 16 rounds,
16 rounds.
25 rounds.
That is unbelievable. That is true dominance. So we see Ezreal here. Colin working through. Colin looking to topple Allen and try and say, you know what? That win
So
streak
I'm
is over. My
curious
win streak
where
is
all
over.
of Colin's
And
runes go on this turn.
You want to be the person to do it.
Oh yeah.
You want to be the one who said, I was the one who got Alan, who finally beat Alan.
And for Allen, obviously being on a heater like that feels amazing. But there is an inherent amount of pressure of like.
Oh, he still has the sleeve. Oh yeah, I gave him the sleeve on day 1. He needed a sleeve for his legend, and I had a sleeve that had like a tail.
When's it gonna end? You're gonna lose eventually.
I have a bag of
It's
clear
gonna be
sleeves.
And I will
None of them
say,
match, and he got one with a tail.
has the most insane mental of any competitor I have ever met. Nothing gets to him. But when I talked to him before this event, even in an interview, we even showed that interview that we were talking to Alan. He did say, you know what? Even with my mental, I am still feeling a little bit of pressure after top 8 Houston, win Bologna. Everyone kind of just expects him to win.
All right, so we got a combat here. Draven's
Okay,
coming in.
I like not
A
sending
one
3 units at
Draven.
once. 3 units at once is really bad to Bellows
One with
Breath.
Fury, so this is Draven.
Like this would be 14 total. Bellows Breath plus a wages would trade completely.
It's now up to 6. So you have 6 on Draven, 5 on Ram.
I'm shuffling triple sleeve decks, bigger hand.
Alan's been trying to get this
Bigger
match into
hands.
combat for multiple turns. Colin's been saying no, 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 will not allow it to happen, but now it is finally in. This is the turn. Soup by to start, so -1 to the Ram. And now again, Vex will reduce friendly spells by energy and power.
Just
So
don't
we
triple
limit 1
sleeve.
energy, but a lot of things can happen here. And you can see Colin kind of sitting back like, all right, I've been trying to avoid this, but we have to get that 6 point. Colin on 5 with Fizz taking the Void Gate.
I had very good optimization from Colin playing around Bellows Breath on this turn. Look at how he split his units. 2 at base, 2 at the battlefield, 1 over on the Void Gate. It means that the only way it can really punish you is 2 of these locations, and you still keep the Fizz.
All right, so.
So that's 6 to 5.
Breath.
Frigid
touch, sorry.
-4 with the repeat.
Bellows Breath, Frigid Touch, just all things you don't want to be involved with if you can try to avoid it. So now we're -2 on the Draven, so it's ++2, -4 down to -2 total overall.
But
So we got
white
2 on
borders don't want to
Draven,
get nasty.
5 on Ram.
4 on Ram.
Yeah.
4 on Ram, right.
But yes.
I was just doing the math in my head, and I was like, that doesn't add up. And here is Bellows Breath. So, going to see a repeat. And I imagine that'll be 2 to Draven, as well as 2 to the Battering Ram, only at the same location. I guess the repeat can go to different locations. If
It
you
can.
want.
So now this is a rune burned
And we're going to see a spinning
But
axe.
on spinning axe because the
Wanna kill off the Draven, so
called shot Ezreal already got played. If the
off
called shot
this
was
on
played last
board
turn, a seal would be untapped.
for this Bellows Breath. Good timing for Colin with the response on the spinning axe here. There's no reaction speed damage Alan can do to deny this attach.
Yep. So the axe is on. And now Draven is back to 5. 5 on Draven, 4 on Ram.
But now this is trading.
5. Ain't done yet, though, of course. Arcane shift time. So
I feel like Alan could have passed here, maybe. Maybe not. Because right now this is a full trade. Draven's a 5, Ram's a 4, and they have 4 damage total on them. If he takes this trade, Axe gets attached to this Ezreal and tries to go in. And then he can try to Arcane Shift plus something else.
3 damage. And then a
I don't know
banishing
what's in his hand.
play. Banishing Ezreal, dealing 3.
It seems like this was his plan.
And that will
Was to
kill
set up
Draven.
to get rid of the
Damage
axe.
mark from the Bellows Breath. The +3 from the spinning axe means that this will hit, as it is going to be Ezreal just drawing 2, as he is the one kind of getting flickered here by the Arcane Shift.
So, that noting that the axe falling off on your turn is not nearly as bad. You're able to re-equip it and not lose it. But this combat has gone kind of sour. Now we have a 4-power Ram into the 5-power Vex. But of course, Colin not done yet. These players have been building up to this turn for almost the entire game. Here's a Fight or Flight.
Fight or Flight on the Vex.
And this is going to get hard bargained with
One
repeat.
power, but Colin had ramped runes the entire game before ever taking a fight with Vex, so he has the resources to deal with it.
That is fortunate for Alan. He drew into that hard bargain. He's actually low on cards in hand.
Repeat here.
I don't think he got one cold shot.
Ezreal on board.
Wow. All right. So, point goes to Alan. When the dust is settled, Vex is still there. Colin has not won the combat, so now stuck at 5. Really wants to get to 6, but coming right back in for round number 2. Ezreal picks up the axe, and Bellows Breath number 2.
Free.
So, why is this free?
So, the reason this is free, Bellows Breath costs 1 and a power, and its repeat cost is 1 as a power. The way repeat works is it's going to create a total cost. 2 energy, 2 power. Then you have 2 different reduction effects in play. Vex is going to reduce by 1 energy, 1 power to a minimum of 1, and Ezreal is going to reduce any repeat cost by 1 energy. You decide which order reductions happen in Riftbound. So because the total cost is 2 energy, 2 power, you apply Vex's cost down to 1 energy and 1 power, and then Ezreal is able to either reduce the energy or the power from there, so you can reduce the Bellows Breath down to 0 energy, 1 power if you have Vex and Ezreal on board.
Okay, so that makes a trade. So again, Alan trying to keep Colin off this 6 point, but the last.
And then he burns the bushwhack. Okay, that's how we end up where we do, because he has to play all 3 Rosses with the bushwhack burned.
Which often we've seen some of the 2 fizz in this spot.
All right, Colin's all in. Down to 1 rune, just shove all the chips in the middle and saying, all right, here are my Rosses, here's my stuff, you do your thing. So, Alan's going to play a Fizz, going to flashback a called shot. Didn't quite get a good look at those cards there. But, I mean, even though Colin's at 6 and has accomplished the task, Alan has a lot of resources available here to try and defend.
And look at Colin's rune situation.
Is there a situation? Like, I only see one.
So because, he had already used the seals on the turn, and he needs to develop these Rosses to try
So
and
Colin should have one more
these
rune here,
points
which
on
could
the
matter.
turn. So he's gone down to a single rune. Now he does have the seals in the gold, so he can pay power cost.
I'm wondering, I guess he doesn't have anything else. Yeah, he has no more power cost that he needs, because Vex could have gone into combat and made this called shot free.
3 energy is not a lot. You're not going to get a lot done with that.
So, Alan, you're just called shot. Got to go through and try and find the right answers.
And he needs it because he was on 1 card basically going into this turn. So it was
Finds
the fizz,
Rebuke.
Find the called shot, try and get another
Yeah,
one,
because he could have made the
find
called shot
one,
free,
rebuild this
but he's
hand
trying to figure out how he can
so
play
that
the
he has to
combats.
defend against 24 might. 'Cause he gets to
So he's gonna need Rebuke on defense.
24 will be left over. If he can eat the Ross,
He could
then the
fizz
then
Frigid
the
Touch.
total of, what is
So
it?
he was looking for something else like Smokescreen. Oh yeah, he was looking for Smokescreen. I don't know where the Smokescreen is. But if he finds Smokescreen, Vex can go and Smokescreen the Rasa, get rid of it, and then Rasa can eat the Fizz, and then that's clean. Whereas with the way things are going, it looks like he's going to have to use
Honestly, it's pretty easily
something else.
But it comes down to still having the right cards. And he had to spend so much on that. first
No, he's
turn,
gonna have to
so
Fizz
see
Stupefy.
if he can actually
Yeah, so he
find
puts Fizz on the
Fizz.
battlefield and then has
It's
to
gonna be
Stupefy
another
to get
play
the
here
Rasa over
that's
the other
very
Rasa.
hopeful for Alan to keep finding more answers, and Stupefy being a nice one, not going to spend power and allow him to continue with these free clears.
So the Vex was in combat. I didn't use the Vex ability though once the combat was done, but little Rasa trade here. Stupefy making that one look quite nice. Conquer the Warrens, discard and draw. Alan up to 4. 4 runes left. Having Vex at the Void Gate does mean that if Colin wants to engage and try and take that 7th and 8th point, the Vex will be active. So let's set up here for Alan.
Very important card in Alan ZQ's hand is going to be the Arcane Shift. He has Fizz on board. That Arcane Shift is not only 3 damage, not only
So yeah, Alan ends up
Fizz
burning.
on the other battlefields board. Energy is
How many called shots did he play this turn?
means you won't
No, he played Fizz called shot and then called shot. Yeah, so he burned 1 extra rune.
Having Vex
And then he hides 2
the
cards.
repeat costs can be very cheap when it comes to Vex and Ezreal existing. either
Putting
in combat
Fizz on
or
the
something.
battlefield was a misplay.
Trade Touch online,
Interesting.
Nuke online. There's a lot of options that can be played.
Oh,
for
is that
Alan.
because he has wages hidden here? So when 9 comes in, he just flips the wages and trades, but then the Fizz dies for
And
free
that
as
is
well?
One of the biggest defensive tools in the arsenal. For
It seems right.
All right, so we saw Colin last turn really shoving.
Oh,
everything
is this
his
the last
way.
rights?
Now Alan kind of saying, all right, well, if you're shoving, I
He can't play it too early, though.
We see multiple units at each battlefield, a hidden card at each battlefield, and now we're going back Colin's way. And like you said, Colin is light on resources, so only 3 energy, a lot of power available, but a lot of might on the board as well. So trying to get a peek at the hand.
Because yeah, if Fizz on battlefield isn't necessary, then he definitely should have gone for the called shot first. Oh, is it because he gets piercing lighted? Ah, yeah. Well,
So piercing light repeated.
no, they just get shot no matter what. If Fizz isn't on bat, no, there's no way this is a punish.
Punish for being on the Void Gate.
And now Ezreal can possibly go in.
But yeah, Vex had to go on Void Gate because he needed. I mean, he could have used Frigid Touch to get Vex over the Rasa, but then he loses a card draw, which isn't realistic.
All right,
No Vex for the reduction, just sending 9 in to force Alan to flinch.
so Roz is in. There's a Wages of Pain. Looking at a trade currently, but we got the shift. So now it's time to shift.
Oh, or is it maybe moving this Fizz to the battlefield?
Yep, Fizz wages.
Yep. So
No, it's probably putting this Fizz on the battlefield.
this is gone. A lot more work for Colin to do.
Yeah, this Fizz on the battlefield. Yeah, yep, this Fizz dies for free, because this is just a trade and then an axe.
Not having
So now
Yeah.
6 power.
Yep.
Ezreal on the Warrens. Colin at 7. Possible here.
because he does have a rebuke in hand. So it's never actually happening, but low. I did.
So he needs the Fizz. If he had the Fizz alive, he'd go to 5
Fizz in the
points.
hand of Crack
For Colin also, but
And then he'd hold the 6.
Ooh, stage in the fan. The Warrens. So what's these left? Fanning him out. One.
A lot of the player vote for Colin.
Yeah, yeah, so he had Fizz alive. It makes a huge difference here.
Looks like
He's home.
hidden card as well.
Yep.
Alan's gonna scoop it up. It
That
looks
cost him
like
the game.
Doesn't have the answer in his
Oh, because if he had Fizz alive, he could snipe the fan and then go over top. He'd be at 6 points, he would have walked back. And then he'd send Fizz in, get bounced back, and then walk over top. Or, well, he'd trade. Opponent would let it trade, draw a card, and then walk in over top. And opponent's out of stuff.
It's gonna be game. Colin
Yep.
patience, finding spots to gain some purchase back in the
Yep.
matchup. Cleared both cycles from Colin, but just couldn't deal with the chaff remaining at the very end. Too many points that Colin gained by being able to cascade that equipment, doing everything perfectly. Really well done from Colin to take down the champ Alan in game 1.
Yeah, truly awesome game. Just a masterclass for both players. So we go to game 2 here, and the clock is, a bit of a factor with 30 minutes left for 2 more games. We see a turn 2 Draven and Ezreal on turn 1. Sigil of a Storm and Obelisk of Power. Sorry, turn 1 Draven. Apologize. Obelisk of Power and Sigil of Storm on the battlefield. So
And now there's time pressure because Alan lost game 1.
both signature units coming in.
That first game took 25 minutes.
And Alan has some work to do here.
Even longer than that, we're 30 minutes on the clock now, after shuffling and sideboarding.
And it's a student.
Speeding through, shortcutting the double student play, 4 runes.
Yep. Okay.
We saw another called shot picked up. Alan just waiting till next turn when he's got his seal available again, so he can cast that for free. The student's going to be a lot faster for this game. He can try and get underneath Colin with this kind of start, as long as he still has...
Game 1 is the hard game anyway in this matchup, before you get the
advances.
pickpockets
I
in.
think the record we've seen is one
But
I believe it was 12 or 14 when we were in testing, and I think he even got one up to 10.
I
or
think with either
11
the Vex
during
play or
the
the Fizz
so
staying
these
alive, Alan
things
would have
can
won.
become monsters
He had to get
when
lucky
they
with the
begin
Arcane
to
Shift
go
Ezreal
down.
draw to find something useful, but when he did, then he had very good winning chances. Thanks for the sub, Paper Towel.
Colin in the driver's seat, up a game. And this is one of our undefeated matches. At the conclusion of this round, we will have either 1 or 2 undefeated players, barring draws. And Draven's in.
Badge my cat, yeah.
But nothing else. Just a single ram. So back Allen's way. Ezreal and Raven Bloom.
Ram,
has
hold
the
up.
advantage.
Okay.
That's a called shot again. You know.
And we'll keep account of the Raven Blooms here. That's going to be 1.
So ideally, Alan has Stupefy wages, because that punishes this very hard.
Is going to be relevant, pushing
If
into
he
the
doesn't, then things are a
combat
bit
that will follow.
more difficult.
Flurry of spells.
Okay, so both the students coming in, they are both 3s. And now, of course, Draven is what Draven triggers. Does Colin want to spend a Fury to make Draven into a 6 or leave it as a 4? Again, tough with these students not knowing how big they're going to be.
Yeah, the thing with Alan is when he sends an attack like this, I think there's no correct answer for Colin. Because if he takes it, then Alan is going to have a punish in hand. And we actually see this with Stack Deck can either find an answer, or we also saw a Frigid Touch, which can completely blow out spending the rune. But if he doesn't spend the rune, Alan also has the option to blow out in a much easier way, where he just has to push above 4.
All right, so we're going to see Stack Deck play at action speed. Focus back to Colin. Fight or flight, targeting the Draven. So before Stupefy is even played, both players playing fast here, but focus does pass back and forth. So Draven goes back. A little reveal there on Stupefy. And now that's the point for Alan. And on the board, Obelisk of Power.
I think, yeah, Alan messed up here too. It should have been walk students in, play called shot, see what Colin does. Because the fight or flight might have come out that early. And then he gets to save the stack deck. Yeah. Yeah.
And those Raven Blooms
Yeah.
can be
And
pretty
this is, I think game 1,
Alan starts to
I don't think
pass
game 1 there was
all
time
the
pressure
way
involved, but now game
slowly
2 there
and a
definitely is.
lot of
And that's like
things.
one of
So
the
curious
playing too quickly
what
things.
more he's willing to play on this turn.
You've already seen it. I'll just cash it in.
Yeah, does go for the Stupefy. Still 4 runes remaining after this.
Ooh. All right, so Bellows breath time.
Yeah, it means
Okay, and then
he's-
we're frigid touching and clearing
So
everything.
he's Bellows for the draw, and now it's going to be Frigid Touch with repeat.
Yeah, we
And
stupefied
that's
the
just gonna
ram.
Get rid of everything. So Alan going to tempo this out, recognizing, you know, you showed me a little.
And he could even go to
down
Sigil. I think Sigil is
of
good to go
these
to here.
rams and not much more. Seems like not a lot of
I think I would have
depth
liked going to
so far.
Sigil.
Have the students out.
You sack the rune
and
for
still
2
keep the
points.
tempo out this game.
All right, so great sequence from Alan. Cleaning up the board, double student in play. Ezra's hanging out too. And now it's back to Colin. Try and rebuild. Called shot's a great place to start.
Yeah, it's the best way to start, right? I mean, the only better would be like Ezreal first, and then the called shot, but just doesn't have one.
Because you're already, like, if the opponent has Bushwhack, you're already in trouble against Bushwhack. They only have enough to Bushwhack out 1 unit. They're not going to be able to Bushwhack out 2. And I guess they could Bushwhack, Called Shot, Noxus Hopeful, Ram is possible. But yeah, if he saved the stack deck, he's in a way better spot.
Alan has to be very wary of the potential of a Bushwhack here. Bushwhack is actually a complete blowout of the current position on the board.
Right.
Yeah, because if he had the stack deck, then the students are safe.
With the stack, you're there and yet.
Okay, there's no Bushwhack.
Colin could not find the perfect combination of cards. So going back Alan's way, we got a hole for the students. Alan up 2-1. Interesting to see the different pacing of game 1 and game 2. Game 1 was paced so slowly, so patiently. This game more aggressive.
Yeah, and we already see a seal as the first play.
So you just put down a Vex.
Seal
Does he have Vex in hand?
He did end up keeping
He's
Vex as
pickpocket?
a
Okay, he's got like
okay,
pickpocket,
important.
fizz plan.
Game, he's like,
Yeah,
Yeah.
even though
I mean, this is still a mass,
game
like,
1
huge winning
is
position.
Actually spent a lot of time doing things
Because there was no Bushwhack
that
punish.
revolved around it trying to not do things.
Correct.
So a lot of might
And yeah, this is just the suffering of Miracle without...
has the initiative.
And yeah, this board is going to get wiped. Maybe not this turn, but next turn.
I have to worry about on Colin runes and
You know, on field, push in.
oh,
So now I score hold.
Ooh, the Bryn here's a problem.
This is very big.
the
Walks into a
Thunderstorm.
Bryn here.
Thunderstorm comes down, and the whole plan always runes up is not a good one with Thunderstorm. And now, of course, there can be some reactions.
Yep. Gonna start with smoke.
So smoke screen will target. We'll see what the target is, and it's going to be the battering rams. Battering ram down to -4. Shields down for a point is scored. A rune's recycled, and now we 7-6. Margin of error. We have 4. That's a
Having one response.
Yeah, the Bryn here's a huge issue.
Ezreal is able to fire off, you know, smoke, frigid one coming to the field. You'll see him keep full runes in a fight, and then he'll cycle back where it's like, okay, opponent.
Damn, because yeah, he could have developed Vex and just had one student go over and just been 3 points to 2 and then have Vex for the clear.
Because off the not a perfect
still holding the fort. And now, what's the next step?
And then no matter what the opponent does, you have a Vex Combat Watcher full clear. And then you don't get punished by Bryn here. Yeah, so we could have played around Bryn here.
That's always where he doesn't just lose to Allen on the next turn, and that can buy space. That can be hopeful.
This has been a slugfest. Both players playing phenomenally. Now it's a handful of cards. Here comes Thousand Tail.
This is how you can conquer both, though. Push the Thousand Tail in.
Oh, you can play in Allen 3. I would be very disappointed to not see an
right
the Allen for King of the Hill. Oh boy.
16 minutes for game 3. This is plenty of time.
Yeah, and Allen going to be on the starting.
Is that Downwell?
Yeah,
Surprising.
Allen going to be on the starting Obelisk of Power. I think that may have been a Downwell that he shipped to the bottom. Is something you like into the Miracle deck, but only.
I wonder if he plays for the turn 2 Vex this game.
Start the game with it. It can clog up your hand quite a bit, especially if you don't have the rest of what you're looking for. On the Obelisk game, the Vexes definitely come back in. Turn 2 play that you can make. We'll often see.
Oh wait, no, he's going second on Obelisk, so yeah, of course he.
There isn't a good discard target, but usually Allen likes to get the Ezreal in and online right away.
Turn 1 Seal Ezreal, we got the Scrap Heap.
Turn 1 Ezreal
No.
Colin. Discarding a Nox, so full draw 2. Alright. Targon Speak for Colin. Obelisk of Power for Allen. Allen right to 4. And getting to work.
Got a
Going
student.
second, so it can still be Ezreal on turn 1. Vex on
Student
turn
into
2.
Vex, yeah.
But he does have a
Yeah,
second
so if he doesn't have
Vex.
Seal, he definitely doesn't play the Ezreal, but I still wonder if, even with the Seal, if he skips the Ezreal turn 1 is better when the opponent misses their turn 1.
That he wants to discard. Student is still going to be able to actually contend with the board, play for Targon's Peak. Resetting those runes with a student is incredibly potent. You already saw how potent student was just in general in this deck, but now when you get to actually spend your spells, develop, and then get 2 runes back that you can play with the student, it creates a lot of crazy ranges, because with 2 runes back, you have Stack Deck Stupefy, you have Stupefy Stupefy, you have...
This is a Draven hold up.
Called Shot,
We
Stack Deck
stack, okay.
Stupefy. I don't need to go
Full
over it.
respect.
There is
So
a lot
student
of
can get on the other
a lot
battlefield
of
for free
ways that you can
and score
increase this
points,
might to
and we can get Vex out.
ridiculous.
And then opponent's gonna walk back and we can walk back.
Nearly impossible to correctly play around every time. You sort of have to put Allen on a hand and hope that you can play into it.
Alright, so we do see the Draven played to Targon Speak.
I mean, the Vex is awkward because she's not going to get a combat next turn.
Trying to stop that student move in Targon's untapped.
But if you have nothing better to do, like there's no point playing Ezreal and then not doing anything else. If you had Pickpocket, it'd be Ezreal Pickpocket every time, but if there's no Pickpocket, I don't think you play Ezreal and discard something. Because this Vex also forces them off the battlefield, whereas if you play Ezreal and maybe nothing else, they'll just sit and hold Targons again.
Yeah, I mean, that's the look. Turn 3
Score 1 extra point.
1B. And it's
And I guess I should say, like, Colin's plays, like, what were good plays? Like, I think the Colin, like, Fight or Flight and Fizz Fight or Flight is a good play. I think a lot of players wouldn't do that. Were there other good plays? I mean, I think the double student push, force the Fight or Flight, and then have the... I mean, that's just drawing the 3-card combo, though.
Exactly what Colin wants. I think this game, from the outset, is very good for the Miracle side. You start with Ezreal on turn 1 because of the Obelisk, with a Seal.
You got
then
2
you get
called shots, yeah.
Draven. Now you get to
And we
go
don't
to
get
your normal turn
pickpocketed.
3. I mean, we see a called shot and Stack Deck already, you know, getting played is getting to dig through this deck. There's really nothing more you can ask for as a Miracle player at this stage.
Alright, Seal number 2.
Second Seal.
Here is Ezreal number 2.
Ezreal, this is presumably discarding a Scrap Heap. That's surprising to discard a Hopeful.
Hopeful again. Right, yeah. I was gonna say power cross play on Ezreal. There we go. And
Third Hopeful. Like, I would have preferred called shot and just double hopeful and save the Ezreal in hand. Because we're also burning through discard outlets for the scrap heaps
So many hopefuls.
when we do this.
Brings everything home.
Hopefuls in, back out at 2, say go. So Allen goes up to 2. Players are at parity at 2. Vex hanging out in base.
Probably a
Students
Rasa
going home.
discard on Ezreal.
And now what's the next step for Allen? We've seen patient Vex playing from game 1. Game 2 is play a little faster. And here's just an Ezreal. So
Or does he have something else?
discarding
Second Vex,
Vex
yeah.
number 2, draw 2.
If he
Draws
finds
a
the
stack
gloves,
deck.
there's a pretty big clear on the back
Have to
line
find a
with
pickpocket.
Frigid touch.
Yeah, I don't like...
I don't think he has it. I
Ooh,
think
we're
the
putting
Bellows is
Vex on
the second.
Targons.
Okay, so Vex goes in. This will trigger Targons, put Allen to 3.
I feel like if he was going to do this, it would have been better to just play second... Go here and play second Vex. And then have 3 runes open with double Vex. And then you get Bryn here'd.
Put
Bryn here's a
Allen
problem no
aside.
matter what.
Allen wants to contend with the Targons. Vex gets into that combat, and the cost reduction begins to happen.
With all these runes.
Right, with all these runes and an Ezreal, I don't even want to try and calculate how many cards Allen can play, potentially.
All of them.
There's all of them.
Yeah, I would say all of them is a
I feel like
reasonable
sit in
number
base...
at this point.
Stack deck to start up for
Yeah, I would have rather seen sit in base. Like, especially knowing your opponent brought in Bryn here. Sit in base, play stack deck, try to find pickpocket. Even if you don't, just chill for a turn, because opponent scoring points is going to be difficult,
different.
and they're overdeveloping the board.
Cool way. So,
Called shot.
stack deck, called shot. Train, choo-choos on, more cards. Can Colin find the right combination to put himself up to 10-0 here in Las Vegas at the regional qualifier? Ooh. Ooh.
Yeah, there's the Bryn here.
Bryn here. Very good. Ahead.
I mean, there's nothing you can do about it.
Ezreal stays,
Yeah, this is just...
so fire up a shot. More
Ugh.
cards.
Wants to maybe find a good
My NA,
answer
yeah.
at 2 runes to this push in from the Ravenbloom student, because Colin's going to want to go to 4 here. If he can...
The next big turn for Allen. That Allen needs to kind of fire back here. Great turn for Colin. His Thundersong
Yeah,
is
because it's just like, oh, if X stayed in base, you can let the opponent go to 4.
to figure out the puzzle and figure out what to do.
There's no Ride the Wind, because Ride the Wind was something that I added
Plenty of options.
in between Bologna and Vegas.
Down on the point tempo.
Because Ride the Wind does punish
Bella's breath that we've
the
seen
staying
so
in
far,
base.
which is the
But
key.
Bryn here, we already saw Bryn here game 2, so I think that's what should be played around, and we haven't seen a Ride the Wind
Draw.
the entire time.
He's digging. And he's played thoughts last 2.
Act to 5. They know they're doing it. And now he's limit. Is it a trade or
I think it's trade deploy new student.
student?
Wanted to see these
But now
active
Colin gets the
students
6,
Big deal. Check
and we burned through a lot of runes, never got to Vex.
Second option, I believe.
Targon.
The
The edge forever. 25. I want the streak to end.
You just get bushwhacked on now.
Colin may be marching towards being the Ezreal.
Get taxed out by Hard Bargain. Yeah. No, the Vex going on Battlefield was... That's just like the
Never
one...
seen in my entire life.
Yeah, I mean this is perfectly forged into the side
Didn't
of
have
the
gas or Rid of Protector. Yeah, I mean, that's what you get for... That's what you get for playing,
Unbelievable. So
Irelia
let's sit down and see what Colin
sometimes.
say, if he can even talk after that match.
Thank you so much. I'm here with Colin.
Yeah, the Bryn here destroyed the defensive Vex hold.
In Las Vegas, taking on none other than Alan TQ. How was that match?
It was very difficult. Alon is a great player, and
Alon.
he definitely gave me a run for my money. But
I get made fun of
I
for not knowing
navigated
people's
this
names.
Very, very tricky, different style of deck. I think pretty well, especially for my first time seeing it. I think I played it well, and it certainly worked out for me.
Certainly did. Now you're on Draven for this event. How has the deck been for you this weekend?
It's been excellent, honestly. I love the deck. It really kind of rewards my style of play. I think a lot of it is just being able to understand the order of your deck and stacking it in such a way that I know when I'm going to get to the rest of my cards, because you draw so many
Playing any
cards,
Slay the Spire 2? Yeah, a little bit.
things that you get to go through your deck multiple times.
It's a bit of a
And
grind to
that's
get
how
to higher
really
Ascension where
works.
there's actual
It's a good
difficulty, though.
player, I think, and hopefully I've been representing that to show people at home what it's like.
Well, you're undefeated, so I feel like you are doing a good job there. As far as metagame goes, especially on day 2, how's it been kind of early on?
Yeah, I ended up actually playing Prismat last round on a mirror, so that was also a difficult match, but I was able to beat him, and then now I just played his teammate Alon today, so was able to 2-0 Prismat, and then Alon got me for 1 game, so at least there was that. So it's been performing extremely well, and hopefully, I think I need to win one more in order to secure top cut. So hopefully we'll be able to do that, and you'll be able to see more of me playing.
I was gonna say, getting pretty close. How are we feeling about top 8 if we make it?
I mean, honestly, I never really thought I'd get this far. I've done well in some of the unofficial events, but when it comes to the official events, I felt like I've been cursed up until this one. My first runs have been not too lucky, but for now we're doing okay. So I'm excited to be able to hopefully go there and represent my team and all of my friends, and I think I'm going to try and bring it home. So if you're out there, root for me.
Best of luck.
Thank you
Yeah,
so much.
that's a nice move. I gotta pick that up.
Takes down
Gotta steal that.
Alan. We've heard the word. Gotta say, it's kind of hard not to.
Yeah.
Takes down Priz and defeat
Allen, one legacy here in Riftbound early on.
top.
They show my match, right? They literally, I'm pretty sure they literally show my match at some point.
Welcome back to Governor.
Go to, I'm sure.
Don't ask me. It was basically what they said. On stream, I believe for the first time today.
I think so, as Miracle package.
Let's zoom. See my opponent's deck at least. That's not my opponent. It's a very weird game one.
Q3 at once, but 2 to start your first turn is pretty good. It's going to be followed by a battering ram as well.
Didn't have another turn 1 play. And passing turn 1 would just be probably game losing. Opponent would just get probably a 3-0 lead and be difficult to come back from. And developing double seal is pretty good value. I think I could have maybe, need to think. He didn't go, yeah, he denied me Zon Warrens. Wondering if I should have gone to Reaver's Row instead and developed my Draven. Felt like I wasn't happy with that for some reason. Probably because it lets my opponent score too many points. Did I draw another card to play? Am I able to coach Aurelia? Yeah, I can coach Aurelia. Because I have a Rebuke in hand, and that's what the play that I end up going for, is I walk in, get his defend triggers, see what he does, and then I'm going to Rebuke his Draven, no matter what. Which he makes the best possible play against that, which is sacrificing the fan and not pumping Draven. But I slow down the point scoring by a lot by clearing his board on this turn. And my hand is very awkward with what I've ended up with. Wish I could see it. Need to hold it a bit further forward. I was even trying to hold it a bit further forward, too.
Die and go to the trash pile, which may seem bad to go down 1 unit, but again, another card to the trash pile is going to be so...
Yeah, I'm thinking a couple turns ahead. It's turn 2. Planning ahead already. If he didn't flip a red rune, I could have just rebuked the fan and killed his Draven. But he wouldn't have made this play. He would have just gone to Reaver's Row instead. So, ends up being a 1-for-1. Worst case scenario. This play only works to have the double seal in play. But this cuts off his scoring. So it's 1 point to 0 going into turn 3. He goes for a really weird play here, actually. Where he accelerates out a Darius and hides a card with it instead of just developing units from hand. I should have written down, like, this wouldn't make sense unless he didn't have a 2-drop to play with his Draven. This is extremely high risk to go for. Because I think I have the hard bargain in hand. But this play is so unbelievably ballsy that I don't even go for it because it's just insane. I can't call my own plays good. Someone else will need to do that. But I will give him a good play for not pumping the Draven. I mean, it was risky, though, to do that. Because he does get... or no, it's not risky at all. But yeah, he goes for this, which I don't think this is a good... Fathered me in chess? When did you father me in chess? I don't remember this. I have hard bargain, so if I walk in and hard bargain this, then I just win. The issue is this could be a tide turner, this could be an edge of night, and if it's either of those, it's an issue. So I think I go for a safer play, where I play on the Reaver's Row instead. Late night Chinese co-stream. I won, but you shocked me with your genius. I don't know if that's fathering me then. That's like sunning me. I fathered you. My chess elo, I don't know, like 15 to 1800, but I never really took it seriously. But yeah, this is pretty slow, god damn it, it's been 6 minutes, and we're on turn 3. I do think a lot. Would he really risk those versus a spinning axe? Probably, I mean, I don't know. Spinning axe is a one-of, hard bargain is sometimes a one-of. So, I let him have his hidden card. I don't walk on Reaver's Row because it'll give him a card when he moves Darius back and sends it to Reaver's Row, which is probably what he's going to do. That's like what I expected him to do.
Which is what a lot of Miracle decks can do.
Oh, he has a Ferris Forerunner in hand? Holy shit, he really made interesting plays. Did not think he'd have a Ferris Forerunner in hand. Because he could have just dumped that with his Fight or Flight. Would have ended up in trouble if I have Fizz in hand. Axe was a 2-of in Bologna? Yeah, it was a 2-of in my deck. Maybe I should have played for that. That he would play around Axe and not hard bargain. Though it was a 1-of in my deck in Bologna too. Bologna. Nope, single sleeve, white sleeves. Why attack like that here? I have hard bargain in hand. And I think I found one other interaction spell, so I knew that this attack was safe. And then this ensures that I clear off his units and he only has Darius left over. Whereas if I attack into the Darius, he could just go back and then push back into me, potentially. I really want to give like the Darius play half a misplay, and then like maybe even another half misplay for not developing the Ferris Forerunner. I think both of those were very strange. Because I don't think he ever plays this Ferris Forerunner this game. Oh yeah, and he doesn't pay for Draven, and I do. Because this also, I'm playing around Edge of Night this entire time. Edge of Night or Tide Turner this entire time. So I guess if it's a Tide Turner, what happens? I have 8, he switches, and then he has 9. I guess I'm not playing around Tide Turner. Just didn't make any sense for him to have... I don't think I'm playing around Tide Turner because it doesn't make any sense for him to make this play if he could have just played Tide Turner Draven in base. So it's only Edge of Night that I'm playing around. Do I like the new Baron card? It's interesting. It sucks that Aurora's in the game because that's, you know, meatball of a card. Noxus Hopeful discard is interesting. I think I have a second one in hand, is why I do this. 2-hour session on Monday, nice. Don't think it's good in Aurora. Unsure about that. So he gets the 5, but he hasn't gotten a single combat win this entire game, so he's running low on cards. Does he play... He has to play the Ferris Forerunner now, right? I think my plan at this point is I want him to not get to 6 this turn, and then on later turns, I think I discard the Hopeful, I have like Called Shot in hand or something. Shuffling at your hand like that is against the rules. The fuck are that's that guy talking about? What? What? Okay, no, he does play the Forerunner. He just plays it on a later turn. He said he's the judge. Everyone's a fucking judge. You just have to answer 10 questions, and it's the same 10 questions. You could look up the answers to become a judge. Quotation marks. What? I'm a judge, by the way. If it's your opponent's birthday, you have to concede to them. And it's my birthday. I think here... What am I doing here? I think I end up using this Fight or Flight anyway to push the Darius back, so I could have done that and denied him the draw from his Fight or Flight, or gotten the trade. Because I think what I end up doing here is I Fight or Flight back... Or maybe I don't. What do I do here? I forget if I think what I'm thinking about is if I want to break this Fight or Flight in order to push this Darius off. I think I decide against it, though. I can't see any of the card selections or anything. Alright, I'm asking a judge if I can shortcut pain for the Nocturne. I just don't want to forget, because that did something that happened. I think once in Bologna's I forgot to pay for Nocturne, my opponent pointed it out. Yeah, I didn't need to walk into this fight or flight if my plan wasn't to push the Darius at all this turn anyway. Giving him that card draw was unnecessary. Also lets him pull off of the battlefield and deny me a card draw on the next turn. That's definitely a misplay. Unless I find a reason that it isn't later on in this turn. Like, sometimes it's fine to just let them turn that fight or flight and, like, let it cycle for no value otherwise. But in this case, if I'm not doing anything to the Darius afterwards, it's kind of pointless. I just gave him a draw to find something useful to do with his hand. So I think I'm looking, because I had to play this Fizz to play Stack Deck to unbrick my hand, I'm looking for the second Fizz to get Rebuke. Can tap my... God damn it, I'm playing so slowly. I gotta flame myself for this. I think it's partly on stream, or like against players that I feel pressured by. I try to play more carefully. Oh yeah, I do use the fight or flight here. Do I end up stacking both battlefields? A little bit. And then I think I have a fight or flight held up. What was the reason for this? I'm not sure. I'm not sure without looking at my hand, which does not have that many cards in it. I think it would have been better to leave the Darius with the fight or flight alone, and just leave my fight or flight intact over here. Because especially I did this at the end of my turn. So the card that I drew didn't do anything for me. So I think I should have left the Draven with fight or flight here, left Ram in base, left him with his fight or flight, and left him with one less card in hand. Because that one extra draw gave him potentially like a Falling Star or something. That Ferris Forerunner is new, that Falling Star is new. Gave him one of those two cards. And then I can potentially deny the draw from the fight or flight entirely later on. Maybe it was I needed to break the fight or flight so we couldn't put Ferris Forerunner with it. Yeah, if I was going to do it, yeah. Yeah, I should have just sent Draven plus Ram at the same time. For sure. Yeah, I gave him a card draw unnecessarily. It's just a like that entire part of the turn was a misplay. Oh, this is where he puts down the second Forerunner. Yep. And then he potentially, yeah, either that Forerunner or the Falling Star wouldn't have been drawn. And then his turn would have had to be different. So that's a very impactful misplay. Because I can rebuke one of them, but I can't rebuke the other. Rebuke the other. I think I even leave them alone on this turn, because he's not threatening to win. I don't remember, though. Yeah, I see a Demera. I'll get it after the stream. Which can't go too much longer, because I need to wake up in a bit over 8 hours. So yeah, this is the turn. Here I make a good play where I just leave the Ferris Forerunners alone, and as long as I leave enough on Reaver's Row to make sure he can't win next turn, he can't do anything useful, so he's just gonna have to stack defensively. And then I get to rebuke it next turn, get to 6, and then the second Ferris Forerunner is at least useless. Happening tomorrow, there's a 5k. Big skirmish. Did I tap one too many runes or something? Oh no, I tap a rune, think about it, untap it. God damn it, I'm playing so slowly. Yeah, that extra card that I give him is really bad. And then he tries to hold up, which then I rebuke one of the Ferris Forerunners. And I don't think I can quite dig to the second rebuke, but I can just throw an enormous pile of bullshit at him. So here he could hold the axe and equip it to one of his mechs. I think he equips it onto the Forerunner to trade off 3 more might, but that's a misplay. Because he could always equip it onto the mech. Because his Forerunner dies, and combat win happens, and then after that Zon Warrens happens, so he always has a window to put the axe on a mech. So he could just have an axe instead, and then I'd have the Ezreal. But then he could axe loop. I think it doesn't matter, because I think I have 2 fighter flights at this point. I don't think I used the first fighter flight. So I don't think he has any way to win. Like, he could have Darius, he could have... Yeah, I think I have the second fighter flight in hand. But yeah, that was sloppy giving him the extra draw. I think everything else that game was pretty clean. I think the rebuke, the turn 1 ram into turn 2 rebuke was a good plan. It was really surprising for him to accelerate the Darius out instead of replaying Draven and playing a 2-drop. And then I think also the turn after that, him not playing the Ferris Forerunner. Yeah. Yeah, I just don't think the Axe Cascade would have been enough anyway. Takes the Mind Splitter. Has Noxus, hopefully. I'm surprised he didn't take the Kaisa. Because that's normally, especially on like Targon's Obelisk, what they play for is 2-drop into Accelerate Kaisa. Checking my sideboard. Holy shit, we got 23 minutes left in the round. Hurry the fuck up, man. This is actually disgusting. I get Mind Splittered and my hand is absolute trash because of this double Bushwhack, which is unnecessary in this matchup. He takes the Ezreal, which denies me card draw. And then I have to... I think yeah, I play Battering Ram Hopeful, because I have nothing. But yeah, my hand is terrible this game. On the next turn, I believe I play a Rasa for 7. Because this double Bushwhack is completely bricking my hand. Yeah. I finally find Called Shot. I do have a lot of outs, 3 Called Shots, 2 stack decks, even Fizz does something, and then 1 Invert Timelines as well, and 1 more Ezreal. So there's a lot of draws I have to start doing anything useful. And then there's another Rasa for an enormous amount, and then there's the Invert Timelines. And I hide one of the Bushwhacks. Which, I'm not sure if this was correct or not. If I don't hide it, then I'm just discarding it, and then he knows the Bushwhacks are gone, and 1 Fizz is gone already. Or is there a Fizz gone? No, there's no Fizzes gone. Like, this Bushwhack isn't useful. He knows it's a Bushwhack. Or, this Bushwhack isn't useless, rather. He knows it's a Bushwhack, but if he leaves it alone, then I can use it to push his other battlefield. Because I've got a lot of stuff set up in my base. So, this Bushwhack does pressure him to push into me. Which is what he does. Which does get him to 7 points, but then I have a massive counter swing turn. I'm not sure if it's a misplay for him to push into the Bushwhack or not. Like, let me try to see his hand. Fight or Flight, Stack Deck, Kaisa, Fan, Falling Star. Because if he leaves this Bushwhack alone, I am going to play Bushwhack, and I'm going to send a fuck-ton into this battlefield. And this battlefield's going to just sit here and be big, no matter what. So no matter what, he's going to have to clear this battlefield in order to win the game. If he clears it now, then I don't get to have the Bushwhack in order to accelerate out units, unless I find a Fizz. So, pushing now means he gets to hold with what he has now, whatever he can hold with. Whereas if he waits, then on the next turn he'll have an entire extra turn worth of runes, but then he'll have to push through the same amount of stuff for me. What does he take off the stack deck? Against the odds? Okay, yeah. Yeah, he's against the odds for huge value. So then it's especially... Or that's not against the odds. Was that Blood Rush instead? Okay, it was Blood Rush, not against the odds. So he uses Fight or Flight to push the Rasa off, and then Blood Rush. Oh, does he use 2 Fight or Flights? No, he Falling Stars, the Rasa, and then Fight or Flights the Ram. I mean, that's the issue. Like, he didn't actually clear it, he Fight or Flighted the Ram. Whereas if he saved the Fight or Flight and just tried to hold with that, then maybe he has a better chance. And he also shouldn't have Fight or Flighted the Ram. This is a misplay, no matter what. He should have Fight or Flighted the Hopeful, because with the Blood Rush, he would have 10 against 9. So I get to have an extra point of might. Which I think matters, because now my Battering Ram gets to go over his Hopeful. Whereas if it was a Hopeful, I'd have to send Rasa. So that immediately matters. And I think the might from Rasa matters too. Because if this Rasa yeah, if this Rasa is a Hopeful, I think I don't have enough to clear his other battlefield. So I dig a ton, and I eventually find Piercing Light. Which then kills the Draven, kills the Fan, and puts 2 damage on the Mind Splitter. which ends up being really important. Because now when I go in with everything, he fight or flights one of my 6s, and then if this was 11, he'd have 12. And then I have to hard bargain his rebuke. So no, that misplay actually cost him the game. Because if I had to send Rasa to beat his Noxus Hopeful, I mean, I would have had to trade and just not draw a card, and that card might have mattered. I would have had to trade Hopeful for Hopeful to be able to send this attack here still. And then I miss out on the card, I miss out on the point. And then when I send in this attack, the same thing happens where he fight or flights me and I get the trade, and I hard bargain his rebuke. Yeah, it mattered a ton. Yep. Because then at minimum I'd be down a card and I'd be down 2 points. I'd be on 3 points still. And then I just wouldn't have this ram wouldn't exist. And then his Darius wouldn't be able to, and then I would have to split 2 and 2, which then it would be good enough anyway. But I wouldn't be at 6 points. I'd be on 5 points. I'd be down 1 point. So I'd be on 5 points, and you have an entire extra turn to develop while I have to hold against the Darius. And I wouldn't have the ram, so this ram wouldn't exist here. I'd still have to hide the double fight or flight. But then he'd develop potentially something in base. I don't know how many cards he has left in hand either. He also doesn't have cards left in hand, to be fair. So like he could develop Kaisa, I'd go to 7, and then he'd still be in a shit spot. I might still win the game, but I would need to take the Hopeful trade and not send Rasa over the Hopeful. And I'm not sure I make that play. But I'm playing way too slowly. This is bad. I gotta misplay for slow play. Because yeah, this was way too close. And then yeah, just deck building issue with the 2 Bushwhacks still in the deck after sideboard is another misplay. And that bricked my hand. I'm not sure about him not taking the Kaisa. The Kaisa Accelerate looked really good. Especially when he has double Spinning Axe in hand. I mean, I guess that's risky to play for Spinning Axe as your Targon's card. The Mind Splitter was very reasonable. I don't think that's a misplay. But then yeah, his fight or flight target misplay was the big thing. Alright. And is it Anton or Anton? Fuck, I have it written down. Hold on. Hold on. Anton. Nervous about the clock? No, yeah. Yeah. And the one issue, and I can't, like, I could have asked the judge. The judge had the round timer on their phone. And I could have asked at any moment. But there was no, because we're on stream table, we're on a separate round timer, so there was no clock for me to go and look at. So it did, like, I can't say, I mean, that was my first game on stream, so I can say a little bit. It added a little bit of friction for knowing the round timer and how much time was left. But no, yeah, I played way too slowly. Miracle package after this event. What? I don't know. I haven't played against Detonate. Yeah, I need to pick up my pace of play. I might need to cut Nocturne from the deck just because that adds... Optimizing Nocturne adds a lot of time. And I don't know if it's worth it. We'll see how tomorrow goes. There's a lot of tournaments. There's like one big tournament every weekend for the next few weeks. But yeah, if there are time issues tomorrow, I might cut the Nocturne. Because I think that's a card that only gets, well, you only get maximum value if you're tracking whether or not Nocturne is showing up when you get deep in the deck. Which shouldn't be too hard, but it is like practice. Alright, yeah, I can't see the mulligan. So the Mobilize got mulligan, which is surprising unless there's a Find Your Center, or second Mobilize, sure. Oh, yep, I guess he does channel. Why does he have... Oh, it's because the stupid fucking layout. Okay, this is not his fault. They didn't force me to follow this layout when I was on the stream match, literally the last match. I had my deck on the bottom. Like, we were not mirrored, we were opposite. So, like, this is just unnatural. The deck always goes on the right, and the runes always go on the left. And they should fix the mat so that it's not mirrored like this, because this is cringe. Like, I would request, if this happened to me, I would request, like, Judge, why are you expecting me to use a different layout for my cards? An unnatural layout for my cards. This is going against my muscle memory, and either this is going to happen where I accidentally flip a card, like channel a card from my deck, or I'm spending extra mental energy on something that shouldn't be necessary. Like, the stream viewers do not need the fucking deck in the right, like, in the boxes. Though I'm actually, hold on, is this layout? Let me just go back to when this ends. Yeah, no, it is mirrored. Yeah, like, this is like... I didn't even ask. I just put my cards down and they didn't say anything, so... Maybe he didn't ask and he just was like, okay, they're gonna force me to do it, so he just did it, and they weren't forcing him to do it. But... I mean, like, it just shouldn't be... Get a new table where it's not mirrored. Alright, so they make him shuffle the deck, he channels the rune properly, everything's fine. And then he does it again. He's like, alright, can I put my deck on the other side? They're like, okay. Problem solved. Saved. Saved.
That is enough Aurora runes.
So now it's time to play around Deadbloom Predator. The way we do that, we pull back Tide Turner, we send Draven forward to Zon Warrens, and we either stack something with the Draven or we hold up an axe. And also, where are my frames? Hello? Okay, this is just part of the stream. Frames are dying. Yeah, and you stack the Noxus Hopeful. Yep, looks good. Aurora comes down, hits a Deadbloom Predator, doesn't need a unit for free. Now the card's trash. Well, it's not trash because it's Mastery, so it's still a 10 might unit, but... Defy the Called Shot. Score. Not playing against Draven, so you can actually sacrifice units for points. And we're at 5, which is very nice numbers. Second Ride the Wind. Get to 6 points. Opponent didn't see that one coming when we discarded 1. Second Deadbloom Predator. Third Deadbloom Predator. Look at him with those very happy faces. Those guys are just so happy. And spooky. Alright. Opponent has 1 rune left because we forced them to play Deadbloom Predator. Because obviously, if he has 1 Deadbloom Predator in play, 1 in hand, odds are very low that he hits the 3rd Deadbloom Predator off of Aurora. It's a 10 unit deck, I believe. So 1 in 8 are the odds, assuming there's no other units in hand. Maybe 1 in 7, maybe 1 in 6. Which means he taps out for this, which means now there's pretty easy push. Does the Aurora thing better. Fuck Aurora. And not the bunny girl. Yes, the bunny girl. Actually. We push to 8. Are we planning to just hold immediately? Oh yeah, we are. Overzealous fan. Stack a billion. We're out of cards. Push these nuts. Something. So Fan's gonna kick out 1 unit. Something needs to deal with this Ezreal, probably a charm. So what do we need? We send in 1 Deadbloom Predator. Don't overzealous fan it. Kill the fan, kill the ram. White Flame Protector, push in, charm the Ezreal. Hopefully there's nothing left in hand. Discipline, die. Alright. Good play by Randy. Playing for that hold rather than going for the 7 points. He probably had another Fight or Flight in hand or a Rebuke. I'm not sure if he has Rebuke main deck. They probably showed it on stream. Yeah, he has a Rebuke. Yeah, he either had Fight or Flight or Rebuke left. Double Obelisk. Well, we got the Aspirant's Climb out of the way, and now we're getting the double Obelisk out of the way, which means even if we lose this game 2, game 3 is going to be very nice. Alright, do we have double unit? We have a Kaisa. You. Did Randy show his hand at any point? Because if he had that Kaisa, he should have accelerated immediately. Does he show what he's looking at in stack deck? No. Top card. Does he shuffle them? Oh yeah, he does. This guy's shuffling. If he had Kaisa, he should accelerate at turn 1. But we're going to assume that he got it off the stack deck because we didn't get to see the cards. Don't you just die to the Chosen? What do you mean? What do you mean die to the Chosen? Oh, wait, yeah, they're on 8 runes. Never mind. I'm trolling. Yeah, you die to the Chosen champion, and they don't even lose rune. No, yeah, I'm trolling. That's not realistic. It was also a good play by Randy to go for the Ride the Wind when he did. Put himself in a very good spot. Oh yeah. Opponent played Catalyst. Need to remember playing against E, they just have a massive Accelerate unit that they can dump on your face at any time. Hides a card is interesting. So this says he doesn't have Aurora in hand. One other reason for Randy to potentially not accelerate Kaisa, well, other than it being fucking stupid, is to be able to get Mind Splitter down on turn 2. Because that's part of his sideboard plan, is to bring in a whole bunch of Mind Splitters. So I'm assuming he's going to have a Fight or Flight hidden. If he doesn't, he has to take the White Flame. He's kind of fucked either way because the Deadbloom Predator is going to hit him too. I think he's like tilting because if there was only one of these, he would take it and then be fine. But because there's 2 of them, he can't get rid of both. Which dragon is that? It's the +8 dragon. Super high value, 16 point of value dragon. Takes this, he does hide the card. And then this is going to force the Fight or Flight, which then leaves things vulnerable for the follow-up. Why did he take the dragon instead of the Deadbloom? Couldn't he let the Deadbloom in? Trade... Oh no, then I get Zonya's. Deadbloom in, flip Zonya's. Kill this, set Deadbloom back. Yeah, you can't allow the Zonya's value. Yep. Makes sense. And now this dragon is at least stranded here, so Yi is the only thing that can attack in. So you get to hold. Your runes are also gone. Okay, we don't get to hold. Why aren't we holding? I feel like you have to hold here. with at least some stuff. Probably 2 units minimum need to hold. Because I don't think you can give up this point lead. Did we know a charm was in hand? Is that why? No, there wasn't even a charm in hand. There's Defy, Find Your Center. So there's nothing in hand. I'm surprised, yeah, I don't know why he didn't hold. Sabotage presumably takes Rebuke. Yeah, I don't know why he didn't hold. Your opponent would at least have to take a turn to move the Yi onto Obelisk and move the White Flame Protector back. And they might just have nothing. Like, it might just be Charm the Mind Splitter in. Because they're on 8 runes as well, keep that in mind. On 8 runes, they can't do 2 big plays. Scared of Charm top deck, but it would have to be double Charm. Only double Charm would punish. If it's only 1 Charm, then they have 7 runes and they can't do anything, unless they're playing, like, Primal Strength. Because they charm your Mind Splitter, you have Ferris Forerunner plus Kaisa, that's 10. So even if they have... I don't know, they could have Punch first. Charm Punch first. But they have... 1 draw for their turn, where they attacked in, played the White Flame, attacked in. 1 draw for next turn, and then Find Your Center. So they have 3 draws to find Charm plus Punch first. And Punch first is probably not a 3 of in their deck. So I think you have to take that risk, because going down 4 points to 2 is really bad. Have another Mind Splitter. I mean, yeah, that's the reason to make the passive plays, to then play for Mind Splitter. But I just don't think you can win. Okay, you can't win. Second Charm, second White Flame. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I guess if you stayed, they Charm, they sit, and then you drop the second Mind Splitter, you maybe get one of those cards. I think you have to take that risk. Because you're too far behind on points now. Why are we leaving Draven by himself? Do we have runes open? No, this is just the Draven that dies to Discipline. No Punch first, no Discipline. Yeah, and I need to remember this isn't an Aspirant's Climb game either. Yeah, I mean, we were literally conceding the game. No, yeah. I think... I was thinking this was Aspirant's Climb, so there was more window to give away point lead, but no. 100% Randy needed to hold here. And just concede if things happened. This is probably a good play by him, where if he puts anything else forward, he doesn't have enough to push. So he loses to... Like, if he puts even 1 mech forward with this Draven, then he can't win against a pump spell over here anyway with only 14. Plus whatever else he has in hand. Like, he needs the 16 to 16, or 17 to 16. Yeah, or any accelerate, yeah. He gets there anyway, when it bricks out. I don't think Randy ever got a chance to play the second Mind Splitter either. I mean, he knew the Defy was in hand the entire time. Which, I guess it's kind of surprising the Call Shot didn't get defied, but it was just face up. Maybe the White Flame... Oh, he never even hit runes for Aurora when it showed up, yeah. He was just on the non-Aurora plan, which was almost working. Okay, I want to watch this game too. Take down the misplay counter. GA, Draven. 4 and a green. Aphelios. Give it to him. Rampa rune, probably. Okay. Seal, Ezreal. Round timer's a little bit low. Not as low as my match. Yeah, I don't know either. I think a big thing that ended up happening is Stellacorn Herder farmed, but that was the only part of this match that I saw. Go to Targon's. Looks good. We put some stuff down with the Draven. Just put a battering ram down. Yeah. Targon's runes. Yeah. Looks good. Aphelios gets to go to the Dreaming Tree. That's fine. We outscale. Their units are expensive. Ours aren't. Aphelios cheats out some runes. Yep. Challenge. Pop the Ezreal. Okay. Reasonable. Put out the Jax. Maybe we should have put out the Jax first. Because now we show the opponent that we have Discipline. Because if there was a Spinning Axe, only Discipline would have saved us, whereas Jax first Brutalizer would have worked. I think unless no, he didn't draw the Jax, it's in his chosen champion zone. No, I think that's a sequencing error. You give away information that you have Discipline in hand. Second Ezreal comes down. Unfortunate. Noxus hopeful. In the base. Battering ram. No, overzealous fan. Pull back. Why are we pulling back? What? Why'd we do that? We have an overzealous fan. Let's hold. We're ahead on points. Let's hold and scale. Slow down the game. Like, what are we scared of? Does Jax have a way to stop Overzealous Fan from screwing with him? Has to be another challenge or a charm? So it has to be, like, challenge or charm. The Jax cheats out runes. Cheats out more energy. I mean, like, if we're that's just put everything in there. Just put it all. What are they gonna do? Like, they're gonna charm an Overzealous Fan, and then have 8 energy left, and they're gonna push through 15 with 5? Go back in next turn, but then your Overzealous Fan doesn't work. We get they get a Targon trigger. We're giving them a Targon trigger. Like, what do you do? I have cancer looking at this board. Now our Overzealous Fan is a 2-might unit instead of a fight or flight. Now the Jax gets to use Counter-Strike as fight or flight, draw a card. That's what Draven gets to do. This is illegal. Feelers could ready to float runes? Yeah, you can tap them first. Alright, I'm assuming we have not so fast for this. I have cancer. This is even better than Fight or Flight. A ram died. I am literally a cancer patient. Oh my god, Colin is just sending it. Punch first. 10. 12. So now we quick draw out a GA. Why? Hmm. One thing I think killing the Ezreals in the Miracle deck is not... I mean, it's okay. Because you're only stopping the called shots. I don't know, I mean, that's arguable, and it's the same thing here. Because if you kill the fan and leave the Ezreal alive, then they have to Axe re-equip, and it taxes them another rune. I think it's early enough in the game. Like, I think it's reasonable killing the first Ezreal, but I think here, because it costs them an additional rune, even if they have the called shot, and they save a rune on that, you still charge them a rune on the Axe. So it breaks even. And if they don't have the called shot, then they just lose an entire rune. So worst case scenario, it's the same. Well, worst case scenario, they get +1 might, and if they have multiple called shots, then they get discount. If they have 0 called shots, then you just took an entire rune from them. Bring back Ezreal with last rites? Not at this point. I think I would have preferred killing this Overzealous fan. But yeah, I think I can see how Jax won this game. It's because Colin just let him walk into both battlefields and hold up 8 runes. It's a good play, getting the breakpoint on Aphelios, making him have create a buff. Because the spinning axe was already gone, so there's nothing that can make the Draven push over 6. Slight sequencing mistake, not drawing before the Akshan. One thing that's funny is the axe equip cost is red-purple. So after Akshan dies, or well, actually, no. Not if Akshan dies, but if Akshan lives, you move the axe to something else and then that thing dies, you still control the axe, but you can't equip it anymore without Weapon Master. Or without more Jax activations. And then he has the second not so fast here. No, it's red-purple. Oh no, it is Omni. Wait a second. What? Never mind, I'm wrong. Fake news. Why is it Omni? Is that the same for Ornn? Ah. Is it any signature gear is Omnicolor? Why is it Omnicolor? That doesn't make sense, though. Signature? But why? They already have the technology to make this symbol exist, so why can't it exist down here? Alright, well, that's good to know, actually. Well, never mind everything I said. If you get the axe off of Akshan without him dying, then you can equip it as much as you want, because it is Omni. So this fight or flight gets defied, and then this is another face-planted attack into a counter-strike. And then a second fight or flight happens, and it has to happen on the Stellacorn Herder, which that is a good play to counter-strike the Stellacorn Herder to make it have to be the fight or flight target. And then Aphelios takes the GA, and now it's time for everything to die with this spinning axe. And we have the Cannon Barrage. Oh my fucking god, it's just like a perfect draw. Just a perfect draw. GA, Aphelios, equip the GA and ramp. 2 counter-strikes, not so fast, perfectly on time. Cannon Barrage, perfectly on time. Holy shit. But no, yeah, Colin, like, this pullout was insane. This was actually, insane to pull out of the battlefield here, especially with an Overzealous fan. Like, maybe you can say I don't have an Overzealous fan, I pull out, but Counter-Strike is so much better on defense than offense. Alright. Randy versus Sam. Randy got very unlucky. He had like third or fourth best, maybe. I think there were 7 players. Let me just pull it up. I don't remember. Round 12 standings. Okay, Randy had 4th best tiebreakers out of 5 players. Which should mean, I think other TCGs do this, and this is what Randy is advocating for, is in the last round, pairings are based on tiebreakers, because anyone that gets paired with another X1 player gets to intentionally draw. And then Randy was unlucky, he got the 1 in 5 to be paired down into someone that's X1 and 1 who can't take the draw. So then he had to play it out. No Treasure Hunter. And Randy's deck is built for this matchup too, with triple Piercing Light. Alright. What's the plan here? We're going to go to Zon Warrens and stack the Draven there and deny the Zon Warrens discard. And we also want the Zon Warrens trigger ourselves, because we have a lot of 2-drops in hand, it looks like. Got a lot of 2-drops in hand. Treasure Hunter, Hopeful to base. Hopeful to base is surprising. This plays around Piercing Light. Maybe he knows about it, Randy's Piercing Lights. If Hopeful goes forward here, Piercing Light clears the board, whereas back here it doesn't. And I guess when you double 2-drop, this Tide Turner trade is just fine. And if it's Tide Turner Axe, it's not even good. I mean, if you're fine with that, I guess, yeah, if it's Tide Turner Axe, you'd rather have it end up on Zon Warrens. Oh yeah, this makes sense. This is a good play. I like this play. This is going to be the last match I can watch. I'm going to have to do the top 8 another time. And I think Randy should trade with this Overzealous fan. Unless he's doing something else. Okay. He's doing this. I don't like walking forward, though. I think I would have preferred Piercing Light stay in base. Because opponent just gets a free card off of this. You're trading, you're scoring a point and giving your opponent a card. The other option is to just trade Tide Turner in and play Draven and wait a turn on the Piercing Light. That might have been even better. Opponent still has to walk forward, and they have 6 runes, and then they're going to play their Draven. They're going to go like Treasure Hunter here, Noxus Hopeful here, probably stack Draven, maybe hold open 2 runes. And then you really get them with the Piercing Light, potentially. Not if they hold open runes for an axe, though. But yeah, I think that Piercing Light, unless he has a second Piercing Light in hand, then it makes more sense why you ripped the first one so early. But I still don't like giving this card away. I think you win this matchup by making them run out, especially in game 1 before they start bringing in all of their Obelisk late game sideboard stuff. Yeah, I don't like this play by Randy. I gotta pull the misplay counter back up. Hopeful into hopeful stay. I don't even think that's bad for Randy, for that to happen. Like, that's what you want, is to just trade units 1 for 1, because you have card draw and the opponent doesn't without the legend. He might already be tilted from this pairing. It's completely possible. It is pretty, silly. So yeah, this Tide Turner is just on a mission to feed cards to the opponent. On a mission. Yeah, that Piercing Light was premature, for sure. You trade, you develop Draven, and then you take the Piercing Light repeat next turn. And you have 7 runes, so you can play Ezreal Piercing Light repeat. So much cleaner. So much better of a curve. You don't give the opponent any combat wins, they get to 3 points. Oh god. Yeah, this game's just over. It's completely over. Walk back 6 points, it's just done. Yeah, it's just done after those 2 plays. Oh, look at all of this! Oh! Imagine if Piercing Light killed another 2 units, and the opponent has 2 less cards in hand. This game is so winnable. But instead they're just going to push and hold on one of these. And it's probably the Overzealous Fan battlefield. 13 to 13. Trade. Are they really going to be able to push both? Yeah, I guess so. Alright. Going first. I don't like going first either. But that tech hasn't caught on. Hadn't caught on yet. Unfortunately, I'm popularizing it. There's the Ferris. Forerunner. What do we take? What's the tech? Choosing to go second. Leaking it. You go second on opponent's Obelisk. Because they sideboard out 2 drops, and the turn 1 Raven is better than everything else anyway. What do we take here? If we take the Darius, then... Might have better to walk forward and stack everything here on Obelisk, and just slow play the Ferris Forerunner. Randy has 1 Rebuke, but he also has Beast Below. Post sideboard, potentially. I'm not sure if he doesn't bring that in. No, because he's on this, like, 2-drop, this fucking 2-drop plan, even in the Draven Mirror. Because ideally we would have gone on Obelisk and put the Mind Splitter there, and then we can easily take Darius. But the problem is, if we do that now, we're just going to get Ride the Winded on, and absolutely fucked. So now we're going to go down 3 points to 0. Top deck Mind Splitter takes away Randy's Mind Splitter. Pull back, but at least the fan by himself scored the points through the top deck Mind Splitter, which is kind of nice. I guess that fan by himself, that's a good play by Randy. Fan by himself stops the opponent from drawing and gets the point. And if they go for the ride the win, then you push them back and then they're ready, but then when they walk back in, then they get eaten. Definitely needed to hold this turn, though, because now we're just handing ride the win to the opponent. Like, this should have been probably... what's the plan here? What's the plan? I don't think we can stack both battlefields this turn. So it's probably something by itself over here. Probably a unit that doesn't matter, which I guess is Draven. And then stack everything else on Obelisk. So we get to 3 points. We get to 3 points. Opponent can walk in over Reaver's Row. That's fine. They get to 3, but they can't push Obelisk through this, like, 20 might board. How much might do we actually have? 9, 16, 18. And we know they have Ride the Wind, Falling Star, and an Axe. So they can Falling Star the Fan and the Ezreal. And then... I guess they, like, Axe the Forerunner. It's pretty bad still. No, we still can't hold. Damn, we can't actually hold even with all of this. Opponent's hand's too good. The top deck Mind Splitter was pretty brutal, though. If it's not Mind Splitter, they have to stack deck to find anything to develop their board. But this Ride the Wind's going to get cashed in this turn, presumably. Yep. And now we have to hold. But now we have more resources, but now opponent's also 4 points to 4, which means that they can push to 5 only. And we still don't have enough to stack both battlefields. Second Mind Splitter, push both. Take the pushback, sacrifice the Treasure Hunter, get to 6. Looks bad. Did I count that as a misplay, not stacking? That wasn't a misplay. Or was it something else that happened? I guess it didn't matter. No, it was the not walking forward and dropping Mind Splitter forward. Was the big issue. So it created an unsafe situation. 6 to 6, and now opponent's going to just take the other battlefield. Yeah, and then the Mind Splitters show up. But yeah, I think game 2 looked pretty terrible, but game 1 could have been winnable if he played more slowly. What's the other match that they show on stream? One of these guys makes it in. Alright, I mean, I guess we might as well watch this. Blood Rush in Miracle. Blood Rush Rek'Sai? Wait, what is this? No Rossas. Weird. Oh, and this is Detonate. Okay, we get to watch them detonate. That's worthwhile. Darius pass. When you see Darius, you don't have to stack immediately, but you're going to have to stack and force the Darius to trade into you, or else he's just going to farm a point per turn. Two called shots. Pile of shit. Why didn't we stack? I guess we can still wait a turn. That's fine. We can let him have 1 point. Oh, he detonates the trove, yeah. And Candlelit Sanctum is a little bit odd for a mid-range Draven to play. You know something's off when Candlelit Sanctum shows up, but you don't know what. It could just be weird Candlelit Sanctum in mid-range. Or it could be Miracle. So when you choose not to stack, you're expecting your opponent's just going to develop not much. And then they dump out their own 12 might board. And now you can't stack anymore. Okay. Does the opponent have a way to trigger Darius mid showdown? They probably should. To eat the ram and get back out. Yep, they've got a spinning axe. And they stack 9. Hey, good night, Morpedorp. Two points to 2. Why did we equip the shovel to Rasa? Ah, because we also have a spinning axe. Okay. We got something to pick up, we got a battering ram. That's why we sacrificed it last turn. We were setting up for this. Hide a card with the Rasa, we get the 4 points first. Opponent should be on 3. Yeah, this is inaccurate. Opponent is on 3 and now is at 4. But we are beating them on the even numbers. And this shovel's going to generate a lot of value. Fight or flight the Rasa, get hard bargained. Bushwhack, shovel turn. Looking very good, get to 6 points. And I think we're at the point of pitch stacking as well. And then we're just setting up for the second Bushwhack next turn. Which I am assuming is either in hand or within the deck, within called shot reach. Mate, he just rebuked. What? Why did he rebuke? Just had nothing better to do? Alright, and this game's over. If he doesn't have a disruption for the shovel. Treasure trove, detonate, scrap heap, seal ram. That is something. Detonate the scrap heap next turn. Alright, now we're getting somewhere. Ezreal, called shot. Second seal, called shot again. Opponent hasn't scored anything, they just put a Darius in play. We're already chucking units on the table. Why did this Darius get triggered already? What? Ezreal play? Fine. But now send the Darius to the Ram. Now we had to seal, we just have nothing. We had called shot? I guess you waste the seal on tap. Hard bargain. I'm assuming we found all of these cards later on. Or else this doesn't make sense. Here comes the Bushwhack. Rosses are all online already. Time for the board to get wiped. I'm not sure what the Rek'Sai's doing here. Still. Also, wait, we just left. There's a Vi on the table. We just stacked against it. So Vi just chopped everything. Like, that Vi was already on the table, right? Or did she get bushwhacked out? Was she part of the bushwhack? No, she was on the table. There was a Vi there the entire time. We stacked 10. And then what do we have? Blood Rush in, Accelerator Rek'Sai, Falling Star the base. That wasn't as big of a bushwhack turn as I thought it would be. It was what? That was 2 Rosses? Yeah, that was 2 Rosses. I don't know why that Ezreal's trying to sneak in with the seals. Oh, a switcheroo. Okay, that's why more damage got dealt. We have no runes because we're burning through them so aggressively, so early. And this goes to game 3. Oh, no, they just go to time and draw out. Okay. That's funny, actually. I think what people thought happened was that they ID'd, knocked themselves out, but no, they actually just went to time in a best of 2 and drew unintentionally. I think Bruins got burned through too aggressively by this player. Like, I think even going forward here was unnecessary. We could have just sat on 0-0, let the Darius score 1 point, play patiently the same as game 1, and it would have worked out better. Like, I don't think this was necessary, and also, where did our runes go this turn? We played second seal, second called shot, and Vi. Maybe we really didn't need to do this. Burning ourselves down to 3 runes when it's 2 points to 0. Doesn't look great. Alright. And then there's this, which will have to be saved for another day. Thanks for watching, everyone. I gotta go to bed. Tournament tomorrow. Gotta wake up in 7.5 hours now. It's probably gonna go until like 2 a.m. on Monday, so not going to be able to do any stream tomorrow. Maybe the event tomorrow gets streamed, I don't know. But there are a lot of the other events getting streamed, so it's at least that stuff to watch. And I want to watch the VODs of those too, the like top cut of those. So that'll happen at some point. Let me look at my calendar. Maybe on Tuesday. Tuesday looks a bit open. Yeah, thanks for watching, everyone. Ta-ta. Have a good night.